reason. How long is that going to take?
Well, the city attorney, the CAO, will be coming back in 2 to 4 weeks with a fee that will speak to the registration of these facilities. After that, we're going to essentially probably take another few months to start implementation. I would hope that those who invested money, who are involved with these establishments, understand that they are conducting these facilities in an illegal manner, and that they could start moving themselves. If not, we will send them letters to let them know whether if they are in compliance, and if they're not in compliance, we will let them know that they need to move on. If they don't, then we'll start enforcement. So I would imagine in the next 4 to 6 months, we'll have enough enforcement tools, if you will, with the LAPD, building and safety, and start assessing the cost of that, and start looking at issues of more fees, or looking at what it will take to be able to enforce these laws. But incrementally, we're moving forward, and now we have a baseline of policies that allows us to move forward. And I would hope that folks would make life less difficult and hopefully move on, understanding what the letter of the law is.
You pointed out a few minutes ago that many of these dispensary operators are, as you put it, unscrupulous, and I have no doubt that you're right about that. Suppose they are put out of business in terms of their storefronts, isn't it likely that they would go right back underground? We'd be back where we were, say, 10 years ago, and people who actually have those medical marijuana cards saying that they're eligible for this with a doctor's prescription, they would probably turn out to be really confused about what they're allowed to do and what they're not.
And Jack, you raise a really good point, and I'm going to dwell in an area that is very controversial, but you are speaking to this whole process of its origin. Where does it come from? How does it get distributed? And how does it get to the person who is sick? We have to evolve into that process. My gut tells me that for many folks, they probably will have to look at other alternatives. I am not promoting illegal use of this. I'm not promoting the type of sub-markets and black markets that exist, because it hurts our city in many different levels. But we have to come to grips with how we establish controls, and I think the originating point of where they come from is going to be a key question that we have to tackle eventually. But right now, we need to take back our neighborhoods, make it safe, and hopefully work in an educational program about the dangers of drugs and its abuse. And these are the challenges we have as a city.
And finally and briefly, what about some of the other regulations in the ordinance? For example, hours of operation, security involved, perhaps in making sure that the product that is being dispensed is actually efficacious, that it's pure?
Well, the hours are going to be severely curtailed. I believe it'll be from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. A patient, a participant in these facilities are going to be restricted to one. We're going to have real tight restrictions in terms of how it's displayed, how it's cultivated. So there's going to be many controls in place. And we're hoping that that in of itself will begin to regulate who can have access to it. We need help from the American Medical Association. We need help from the health field that helps us determine these types of questions as to who should be eligible. If we start talking about its content, the mechanism for developing a process for analyzing that still has to evolve. But again, it speaks to the question of origination.
The story is far from over. District 1 Councilmember Ed Reyes, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thank you, Jack.
Item 23 on Wednesday, January 27th, was a request for the transfer of funds to continue outsourcing DNA analysis of sexual assault kits while the hiring of 26 new cities positions is being addressed. Saying his Public Safety Committee voted unanimously to go forward with the hiring, District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith explains why the sexual assault kit backlog is still a problem.
We thought we were getting ahead, And then we found out there's an FBI rule that says we cannot take the test that we get out of the labs and use it and put it in CODIS until we retest it to certify the private lab work. So while we had been investing a lot of money into the private labs, we were caught by this federal government ruling that says, that's fine, use that, but that is only the basis from your work to use once you get a hit. So we've created a double backlog is what we have done. We can't fix that immediately by what we're doing today, but what we are doing today is first establishing with the hiring of these 26 people that we're going to continue the commitment to the Human Rights Watch, that we will reduce that backlog. We're going to go to Washington March and lobby for the legislation that is being introduced that will remove that restriction at the FBI level and let us use those codes or certify those labs for us, which they should be doing, so that we can use that in CODIS and upload it and see if they'll get those matches, make those arrests, and close those cases. But in the meantime, we need to hire those people. We thought we had done that in the budget. We had not, because it was stopped at MHRC. This now fixes that problem. We have concurrence from the CAO. We will hire those people as fast as possible. We have a commitment from the police department to immediately put them as a priority on hiring and the background search that needs to be done, and we will go forward. Most importantly, and I think this is the important part of what we've established with this agreement, first with the police department and the CAO, is that these 26 people create the foundation for future crimes, that we will never have a backlog, not just in sexual assaults, but also we'll have a permanent staff on our resources to deal with homicides as well as any other case that may have DNA associated to the crime, including property crimes, violent crimes and property crimes. And so this is a giant step toward the future of resolving those cases using the highest, best technology available to clear up their backlog, for one, as we committed to do, and then on a go-forward basis to never have a backlog ever again, not just in sexual assaults, but also in homicides and other property crimes and violent crimes. So I think what we have before us today is the recommendation of the committee is a CAO, CLA recommendation that really solves the problem. The department is happy with that recommendation, and if anyone has any questions, the chief is here and others are here to answer those questions, but we need to move forward.
Praising her male colleagues for supporting the reduction of 7,500 rape kits, District 15 Council Member Janice Hahn has questions for the police department.
In this instance, as you've heard, it's really been my male colleagues who have championed this. It's been my male colleagues who brought it up in the first place and who show the exact same outrage that we as women feel about this horrendous crime. And this is basically about public safety, as was said. This is a crime, certainly against women, but at the core it is criminals that are out there that we have the evidence to convict them if only we would follow up on that. This is shockingly horrendous. This is one of those what the hell happened. It's very upsetting to me, I will tell you, colleagues, extremely upsetting. Of course we're going to vote for this unanimously today. We voted for it unanimously last time. And many of us felt and should feel that once we make such a strong statement here on the City Council as policymakers, that it's going to be carried out. So whatever loophole existed, you're assuring us that it is going to be complete. I'd like to have somebody here telling us that it, you know, who was responsible, besides the press, for telling us that it wasn't being implemented? Was that the police department? Was that personnel? Who was responsible for coming back to us, or at least key members of the council, and saying, oh, by the way, this is not happening?
And joining us now is District 15 Council Member Janice Hahn. Ms. Hahn, as always, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Thank you. It's great to be on.
This week, of course, the Council approved unanimously the hiring of those 26 criminalists for the police department in order to reduce that rather substantial backlog of sexual assault kits. First of all, for possibly the majority of people who don't know, can you tell us what these kits are and what they're used for?
They're used for collecting DNA samples from victims of sexual assault. And, you know, they're used to, you know, match DNA to help find the criminals who were involved in these crimes.
On the theory that sexual assault, rapists, for example, generally leave behind some DNA evidence.
Exactly.
Good. Okay, now we understand that. Why is there a backlog of rape kits, and how many are we really talking about?
Well, you know, everything that's not happening is due to lack of resources. It's, everything is budget driven, and because of the budget situation, the positions of these criminologists were actually frozen. We have a hard hiring freeze in the city of LA to try to solve our budget problems. So we have about approximately 1,200 kits that are untested out of the 7,500 that we had at the end of 2008. So we've eliminated a lot of the backlog, but certainly not all of it, and we need to do that as quickly as possible.
It seems to me that the 26 or so positions we're talking about today were originally approved last year, were they not? They've now been voted on again. Why the need for the second vote?
Well, they were, and I think that really upset me, and I think it upset a lot of my colleagues on the city council. We're the policymakers in the city, and when we heard that there was a backlog, and we heard particularly from women's groups in Los Angeles, that this really was unacceptable, that, there is evidence somewhere that just needs to be tested and matched to someone who did these crimes. And these people could already be in jail. We could keep them in jail if we make this match. So we as a policy body, we said, look, this is important to us. We want to budget the money for this. We want these 26 positions unfrozen. We want you to hire these criminologists, and we want them to begin going through the backlog of these kits so we can, put some criminals off the streets.
Well, you just mentioned the budget, and of course these are, I guess, crisis budgetary times. Current debate over layoffs in the city, even in the police and fire departments. Against that backlog, that backdrop, can we afford to hire more criminalists and would be able to hire 26 all at once?
Well, we can't hire them all at once, so we're going to, and for one thing, they can't be trained all at once. Apparently, LAPD has the capacity to train about 10 of them at a time to do this work. So we'll hire 10, by May or June of this year, and then we'll, just keep doing it until we get them hired. But, just to remind people, we have a budget problem, but, crime costs money. Murders cost money. For every murder in LA County, it costs the taxpayers $1.6 million. And we know that many times, the crime of rape goes along with other crimes. Sometimes we know it even ends in murder. So, this is a way to prevent crime, which will save the city money in the long run. So we made this decision. I think we can't afford not to hire these 26.
After they're all on board, how long before the backlog might be eliminated? And would we then be able to avoid future backlogs?
Well, we expect the primary backlog to be eliminated by July of this year. And I think if we can stay on top of it, then we will be able to avoid future backlogs. I think it's important to everybody. It's certainly important to our law enforcement officials. They want to make sure that they have the opportunity to test these kits and, again, try to either put some criminals behind bars or keep them there.
And finally, because you brought it up a moment ago, processing of rape kits, of course, also helps in solving and deterring other types of crimes as well. This could be a really big law enforcement tool.
Absolutely, absolutely. We know that, the DNA helps to solve tons of cases of different kinds of crime. So this is a huge tool to give law enforcement. It's really going to help them. And again, rape particularly is such a violent crime against women. We got to make sure that women out there can trust the city of Los Angeles to put everything we can in terms of resources to begin, making sure that we can solve these crimes. District
15 Councilmember Janice Hahn, as always, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thanks, Jack.
We mentioned that it was unanimous in the Public Safety Committee, and here's how it went on the council floor.
Thank you to everybody, and thank you to LAPD for moving that forward and for believing in this. The culture has absolutely changed 100%, and moving forward, we will have no backlog if we do this right and hire all those criminalists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. There are no further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item. Forthwith, please.
And joining us now is Council President Eric Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Great to be with you, Jack, as always.
We just spoke with Councilmember Hahn on this issue, and we want to get your take on how this happened that approval to hire these criminalists had to be given twice.
Well, it shouldn't have happened, and I was very upset as the person who helped get this money last year to ensure that we not only got rid of the backlog of DNA testing for our rape kits, but that we didn't create a new backlog. We have a managed hiring committee, which is made up of folks who are representatives from the bureaucracies in the city, who now are reviewing all new positions, and we have a hard hiring freeze because of the difficult budget. But we always said that public safety was going to be job one, and that these would be exceptions. I mean, rape is the most horrible crime to survive, and for these survivors to be victimized by not having their rape kits tested in a timely manner, perhaps sometimes even the statute of limitations running out, is something that we cannot in good conscience do, even in the worst budget years. We have to have priorities, and this is one for me, and that's why it has to go forward.
The number to be hired, 10, 11, 26, I guess this would be staggered hiring. By the way, how much would it cost over a period of time to hire these people?
Well, we put $1.8 million for the 26 people into the budget, and what we did was unfreeze those 26 positions, which had been refrozen. And in doing so, I don't want to be locked into a number of 10 or 11. I think that the department should hire the maximum that they can, and I won't accept a number, that is the lowest estimate. And in the coming year, if they can't hire all 26, we have to get those folks in place, because every person underneath that number means that we are creating a new backlog, even as we're getting rid of the one that we built up over many years. That's unacceptable. That's not justice for any survivor, and that's not justice for our community.
Well, it built up at one time to, about 7,500 rape kits untested. Where does the backlog stand now, and when would staffing be in place to get it processed, for example, every month and keep up to date?
Well, the good news is the 7,500 DNA evidence kits that at the end of 2008 were waiting to be tested is now under 1,300. So the great majority of them have been tested, and that backlog has almost gone down to zero. Part of the motion that I put in gave some immediate funds, since we haven't staffed up, to outsource for 2 months and catch up. The remainder that is out there, another at least 800 to 1,000 probably kits. We need to have all 26 criminalists, though, in place, I believe, to not create a new backlog in the future. That's why we arrived at that number. We worked closely with the police department, and it was absolutely unacceptable that some folks decided to kill that proposal in the quiet of night, without any heads up to the policy-making body, the city council, simply not move ahead. And the months that we've lost have meant that women and other rape survivors will just have to wait a couple extra months, and to me that is unacceptable.
Of course, the question about whether or not we can afford to hire more criminals, Ms. Hahn mentioned that there was training involved in all this, and this vote came in the same week when you were talking about laying off 1,000 Los Angeles city workers as it is. Possibly that might be a hiring pool?
Well, that would be great to be able to say, look, some of the people who would otherwise lose their jobs could come on and be criminalists, and certainly where people have some technical expertise and or interest, because, we do have lists that are ready, and that includes current city employees on those lists. I would love to save those jobs. With 1,000 layoffs, I hope that we don't have to do any of those, that we can look at budget-saving measures, that we can recognize that every one of those people has a family and has a home and places that they need to keep for our economy to get going. But if we could somehow solve the DNA rape kit problem and keep people working who have been in other departments, I think it would be a wonderful twofer.
Been using some private firms to analyze some of these kits, but I understand there may be some federal regulations slowing down the process. Is that right?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the federal regulations require us to really test them twice, or to process them twice, once to test it and then before we go to trial, retest them. And we're going to be in Washington, D.C. In March, and we're going to meet with the Department of Justice, who through ministerial action could probably get rid of that requirement right now. It seems to be something smart to do. Many of these rape kits will not necessarily be used in evidence in a court case, and if we can get moving forward any way to cut down that backlog because of this double requirement, that is something that will also help us get rid of this backlog and never create another one.
And briefly, before we let you go, you've been struggling with about a $400 million deficit for this year, and I think I heard you last week say it could be even considerably larger than that next year. Any light at the end of the tunnel?
Not a tremendous amount of light. We have had double-digit drops in revenue for 4 quarters running. And, Jack, the last time we had that was the Great Depression. The government feels the downturn in the economy about 12 to 18 months later than the private sector, because we wait for our revenues to come in. So, one thing I've asked the mayor to do, and successfully, we are both now pushing for a 3-year budget We're looking at $1.8 billion in the next 3 years, but that means that the city will have to make hard decisions. What are the core things that we work on? For me, they're public safety and public works, keeping the lights on, bringing the revenues in, picking up the trash, paving the streets, and keeping cops and firefighters out there. The other things that we do, we're going to have to step away from for a temporary period or find new revenue sources. But like any household in this downturn, like any business, we can't live outside our means. We can't pretend that government is somehow immune, and that's the sort of leadership I hope to put forward. I've canceled all our council business on Tuesdays and Wednesdays except for balancing the budget for the indefinite future, and we're only going to be working on that and legislation to put people back to work. Those should be our two highest priorities.
From Council District 13, Council President Eric Garcetti, as always, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thanks so much, Jack.
And we'd like to again thank Council Members Reyes, Hahn, and Garcetti for joining us on Council Week in Review. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the Council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys or San Pedro City Halls and participate via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending January 29th, 2010. On behalf of Lee Smith and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
So if an emergency happens, are you prepared? Do you know who to call? Do you have a meeting place? An emergency can happen at any time. You need to be ready. A family's a team, so take a few minutes and put a family emergency communications plan together as a team. Check out labt.org for all the info. Just be ready, prepare together. All right, let's go, come on! This ball is not going to play itself.
You think it can't happen to someone like you? Are you crazy? It could happen to anyone.
No one can save your life, nor the life of someone we love.
Hey, it's free. It's painless and easy. Don't be scared. Just get tested.
Know for sure. Get an HIV test now.
Before approaching an intersection. So that's why two wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating? That's not good. That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium. And I hate tailgaters. Tailgating causes crashes. Back off. Watch the road.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Council, one more time for you in the audience. If you wish to have a seat, there are seats available in the Public Works room. They are opening that room for you. If you wish to speak, please fill out a card before that matter is called. Once that matter is called, we will not be accepting additional cards. Sergeant Arms will pick the cards up if you wish to speak on the matter. Thank you. Mr. Garcetti, our Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zion, and good morning, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for February 3rd, 2010. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, and thank you to everybody who is here today and who's taken time to be with us in Council Chambers. As was mentioned, we have overflow room over in Public Works room, and we are broadcast live on Channel 35 throughout the city's cable system. For your convenience, we're available through two other media, through the internet at lacity.org, where there's live streaming webcasts of our council meetings, and also past coverage of our archived meetings are there as well. And finally, you can use your telephone by calling 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, and there you can listen into any of the council meetings as well as any of the full committee meetings as well. Our agendas are also available online, and all the supporting material that council members are given is available for the public as well. That's at lacity.org, and our agendas are also made available here in person in the city clerk's office. We have items that are split between those that have had public hearings in committee and those that have not yet had public hearings. If you'd like to fill out speaker cards for any of those are available in the back, or if you live closer to San Pedro and Van Nuys, we can always take your testimony remotely from those areas as well. We do have a quorum here, so Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Kurtz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendale, Smith, Wesson, Sign, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Parks seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Cardenas moves and Mr. Weezer seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. If we can run through the agenda, please.
First items on the agenda are items noticed for public hearings. Items 2 and 3, the Building and Safety Department has recommended those be received and filed inasmuch as the liens have been paid on those two.
Okay. If there's no objection, we'll move to receive and file those two. We're on items 1 through 9, colleagues. Any specials?
And, Mr. President, there are cards on number 1 and number 5.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public.
And then on number 9, there's a request to continue that matter to Friday.
Is there any objection, colleagues, to continuing item 9 until Friday? Seeing none, so ordered. And if there are no other specials, we'll open and close the public hearings on the other remaining items. And if we can please open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 10 and 11. Item number 10, the committee report is in the process of coming into council and being distributed to the council members.
Okay, we'll call that special, Mr. Parks. And item 11, anybody wishing, sorry, that one's being distributed, number 11 or 10?
Item number 10.
Okay, so number 11, anybody wishing to call that special? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on item 10, and please tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 12 and 13. 10 votes are required for consideration, and I believe there are cards on both of those.
Okay, we will on item 12 call that special for cards from the public, and item 13 we'll call special for cards from the public as well. On item 13, and I know a lot of folks are here for that one, wanted to announce that that will be moved to be received and filed. That there's been considerable discussions with the Department of Cultural Affairs, which is making the fare cuts that are proportionate to other departments, in some cases maybe even more, and we're working to make sure that that doesn't happen in protection of that. But the motion to amend the administrative code right now will be received and filed, so there will be not any action taken on that. We'll formally move that. And thank you to everybody for your advocacy and activism on that. We will keep the cards nevertheless. It's going to be a long meeting because of all the council items that are before us, and we still, under the Brown Act, will be required to hear those. So we appreciate your patience. Know that good news is not going to be shifted or changed no matter what today, so you don't have to worry if you do need to leave. We're going to be going to the main budget item first just because of the importance of that. On our Tuesdays and Wednesdays is a general bit of business, colleagues. We'll be going straight to the budgetary items first. I know for folks that have filled out general public speaker cards for general public comment, we used to always do those at the end of the meetings, and we've moved those to the beginning. During this kind of budget crisis and emergency times, we're going to be taking our general public comment after we deal with the budget items that need to move, and literally, if we can get them done, each hour saves money, saves jobs, saves people from furloughs, layoffs, and other things. So just by way of process moving forward, we will get to general comment, we'll get to later items, but we do want to begin today with our financial status report. As was mentioned by our CAO, any day that we don't act is the equivalent in his calculations to about 3 or 4 layoffs. Today we have actions that could total as much as $12 million in savings, which literally save dozens of jobs. So that seems to be the first priority, and that is certainly our priority as a council. So thank you in advance to everybody from the public for your patience. I'd like to recognize the chair of our Budget and Finance Committee to begin, Mr. Parks, and take up item number 10, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we reviewed item number 10 in public safety, on budget committee on Monday. We were there for about 11 hours. On this item specifically, we had 100 cards and about 70 people spoke. I do ask, because of the number of people here, if we could have a 30-minute public comment. We'd also ask those who spoke on Monday if you could defer and allow those who are here for the first time to speak. We'd also ask, because we've gotten significant amount of information, if amongst yourself there are people that can speak in behalf of such items as cultural affairs, or dealing with issues such as the Human Services Department, the issues such as disability, also that we have someone that could be amongst the groups selected to speak amongst the environmental affairs. Those are items that, and also neighborhood empowerment. That would facilitate in the 30 minutes that we could share, because those would be the items that we get the most amount of comments about, and also emails. And so I'd ask that we'd open for 30 minutes, and then we'd bring staff up to bring forth the general information, and then I'd ask that we follow the format that we've done successfully during our budget hearings. Colleagues, on page 11 through 26 are the 60-plus recommendations, and we'd ask as we go through these pages, and if you have a special, that you call it out by number, and then we could address it as we move forward. And so that would be, I think, the easiest way. Once we get through the FSR, we have the 3-year strategy report, which should not take nearly as long, because most of those items that are recommended are studies that the city CAO is asking permission to do. And so I'd ask we start the public hearing now, and then we'll bring the staff up.
Okay, we have 89 cards, and we have a motion for 30 minutes of public hearing. We'll do a minute each to try to get as many people as possible. What we also would ask, if folks are here to speak on items that have been spoken on, we're going to try to go back and forth between some of the different kind of categories of cards. Folks that are here from the arts community, people who are here to speak on the Department of Disability, people here to speak on various ones. So I'll go in order, switching between those categories. Our first speaker is Luis Jaime Rodriguez. And then we'll take Ben Donnenberg. Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning, council members. Council members, I would like to respectfully ask for your attention during the next 2 minutes I have been given to speak. My name is Luis Jaime Rodriguez. You know me simply as Luis. I have been a city employee for 2 years, and I'm being laid off. What I'm about to tell you is not only going to impact my life and the life of people here in my group, but also going to have a big impact in each one of your offices. Yesterday, I was informed by the IT managers and the IT personnel station that the systems analyst class was targeted for layoff. 8 IT people, the elected officials will be eliminated due to layoff. That is more than 50% of the council support, city attorney support, CLA support, controller support, and mayor. Council member, if you think the IT support is bad now, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to get worse if you allow IT to lay off these 8 positions. Please follow your stuff, your computers, your laptops, your Blackberries. We are the ones who you call in the middle of the night when you can go to sleep and you need to check your email because you can access your account. Can I go on?
Thank you, sir. If you want to just finish the sentence?
Yes, please take into consideration before you making the vote that we support your staff.
Thank you, and thank you for your very good work. We appreciate it very much. Ben Donnenberg is next. After that is Fazil Chauhan. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. I am here on behalf of my organization, Shakespeare Center of Los Angeles. I'm also a member of the National Council on the Arts, which oversees the work of the endowment, which made a $2 million investment plus in the city of Los Angeles, and wanted to share with you that what's happening here today is going to have an impact and is being watched on a national scale. And I wanted to also let you know that if you rescind all of those grants, there will be a huge financial impact, not only on the arts community, but all of the other dollars that the arts bring to the table. For every dollar that we spend as an arts organization, we know that $7 or $8 more are brought in discretionary funding. So eliminating $10 million of grants is really eliminating about $70 million in additional support for the city.
Thank you very much. Fazil Chauhan is our next speaker.
Respected council members, my name is Fazil Chauhan. I work for IT. I've been a city employee for 20 years, supporting your offices and other elected officials, mayor's office. The expected layoffs are going to affect 8 out of about half the analysts in our area are scheduled to be laid off, and it's a very sad situation, and I urge you to negotiate, and I urge our union to negotiate and find a way so that people don't get laid off.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you as well for your service to the community. Our next speaker is Jane Paul, and then Jahan Agrama. Good morning.
Good morning, Jane Paul from the Green LA Coalition. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today about the future of the Environmental Affairs Department. We are deeply concerned that the recommended disbanding of the department and relocating of staff will severely weaken existing environmental efforts and programs, as well as diminish the strength of any proposed or future programs. We recommend the following. Please keep climate action a priority by ensuring the skilled staff stay employed and in a cohesive structure, keep the staff centralized in one department, and also the lack of time and consultation with the environmental community in creating this restructuring plan is troubling. We need an informed task force that can use this moment to move quickly and make environmental programs stronger. As our community leaders, you have a responsibility to keep environmental affairs centralized in Los Angeles and give it new strength and leadership for a stable economy, for community justice, and for a sustainable region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jahan Agrama. Jahan Agrama? Got you. She's coming. There you are. Don't worry. Take your time. And then after that is Jonathan Freund.
Good morning. I'm a commissioner with the Human Services Department. You cannot cut this department. As the CAO has said, we are efficient, we have acquired economies of scale, and if you cut us, the effect is going to be very substantial to the city. We do Kids Watch, we do the Watts Gang Task Force, and if you think that not giving a voice to the most disenfranchised in this city is going to help the city and keep you away from lawsuits, you have another thing coming. If this is a big ploy to get the citizens enraged so that you have to say our hands are tied and we will cut, the police, then it's succeeding because the citizens are enraged. And you cannot take away the voice of the people. Our mediators, our facilitators that go into these disenfranchised communities have avoided killings, have decreased crime. Listen to the police department, ex-Chief Bratton, Chief Beck. They all say that we do this. And again, it is penny wise and pound foolish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Freund is our next speaker. After that is Linda Pickler.
Thank you very much. My name is Jonathan Freund. I am with the Board of Rabbis of Southern California. We are members of the Middle East Task Force, which is part of the Human Relations arm of the Human Services Department. As we all know in this room, Los Angeles is the most ethnically and culturally diverse city in the country. We are proud, I am proud of that fact. That is also a responsibility. And the Middle East Task Force plays a crucial role in providing a forum for the members of those various ethnic groups, interfaith groups, to come together and work together under the umbrella of the city before a crisis occurs in order to diffuse a crisis when it happens. There's an exponential effect in terms of the good that we do, the relationships that are built in the communities we go back and serve. We just heard today about the possibility of a terrorist attack in this country. The Middle East Task Force works to respond to that ahead of time. It's crucial that the city provide the umbrella and the support for that work as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Our next speaker is Linda Pickler.
Good morning. I'm one of the 15 systems analysts at ITA that will be laid off when you pass this, if you pass this. What I object to most, besides losing my job, is the inequity of it. What happened to being closed every other Friday? What happened to everyone at the city with less than 5 years getting laid off? You're gutting entire sections. There's support that won't happen. There's, I don't know, I guess there's procedure manuals. They'll figure something out. But it seems like it's all being balanced on our backs. Not even all of our union is affected, just those in council-controlled offices. I know it's hard work you have to do. I just wish it were more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Pat McCosker. And after Mr. McCosker will be Salvador Pacach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. As you know, since August, because of a budget cut, a 10% cut of the fire department's budget, we've been closing 28 fire companies and ambulances every day in Los Angeles, and with tragic results for some of your citizens. What you have before you now is a proposal to cut 60 more firefighters from the ranks of emergency responders every day. You also have some here talking about laying off firefighters. Neither of those makes any sense. Both of those endangers the public here. Laying off firefighters when we only have half the ratio in Los Angeles of firefighters to the people we protect as compared to places like New York and Chicago is dangerous. It also doesn't save you any money. You know the way that your fire department is staffed, and that reducing the number of firefighters simply means you'll drive up overtime costs. So please don't even consider the layoff of firefighters. Reducing by 60 the number of emergency responders, whether it's cutting in half our battalion command teams or taking 10 ambulances off the road, and both of those things are being considered here, is horrible, horrible idea, and will endanger the public. We're already losing lives in Los Angeles because of delayed responses, because of the budget cuts we've already suffered. Work with us, please, because we have ideas about how to save the money.
Thank you, Mr. McCosker.
Thank you.
Jacob Miller. Jacob Miller.
Thank you very much for your time. We come back here again to ask you guys, stop dragging your feet on this whole ERIP proposal. We want to get all this moving. We want to get this agreement through. We want to make sure that some of these positions that you guys want to cut get moved over to special funding. We want to make sure that nothing gets privatized. We can handle these things within the city in a cost-effective way. Just want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Francine Cortez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Francine Cortez. The past couple of years have been a turning point for the workers' comp unit of the personnel department. With the assistant chief's leadership, Don Alvarado was able to bring in talents, continuously improve the performance of the unit, and most notably implemented the utilization review unit and as well as the litigation unit. These units were created to bring down medical costs and extend a permanent disability among injured workers. Compared to past practices, the department was able to minimize the cost by carefully scrutinizing all claims and settlements. As an experienced rater, I'm able to constantly question the medical examiner's findings, which resulted in a significant decrease in disability and possible life pensions. I'm very much aware how some workers' comp medical doctors can persuade the extent of PD and future medical for injured workers. With our rating and litigation and in-house expertise, we're able to expeditely settle claims in a more cost-effective manner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I don't want you to think this is just a bunch of workers that are here complaining. I'm here for the 4 million people who are served by these people and served well by these people and prevent us from being burnt to death. And you know what it says in the Bible? The next time by fire. And that's what you're going to do. You're going to take our fire people behind and get rid of us. And I want to say that I'm a working person and a union person, not here. And I want you to know you were all 15 minutes late. And if we're 15 minutes late, we get docked. We lose our jobs. And you sit there. And I want to say, when you say, our hands are tied, our hands are tied, you know, the last words of Hitler in the bunker were, my hands were tied. Thank you.
Roy Stone, followed by Rigo Saborio. Mr. Stone.
Good morning. My name is Roy Stone, President of the Librarians Guild. We're all here today to influence your difficult decision in this difficult time for a variety of valuable services. I'm here to speak for the toddlers and the teens and those searching for a job and those who need a computer to use or books to study for research and those seeking a safe haven in a troubled neighborhood. The report from the CAO and the direction from the mayor ignores the role of the Los Angeles Public Library in reducing crime and benefiting every one of your communities. It is clearly up to you to preserve one of the most important services to Los Angeles and one of the most important libraries in America. Please tell the CAO to look at the entire city budget and all city departments to deal with our financial situation. Do not add to our unemployment numbers. Do not allow our city to face a bankruptcy of spirit and a bankruptcy of culture, which is far worse than the financial bankruptcy you're considering.
Thank you. Rigo Saborio. And following Rigo Saborio will be Catherine McKinnon. So when your name is called, if you please come and stand by for the next one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Rigo Saborio, and I'm with St. Barnabas Senior Services. I want to express that there's a huge wave of baby boomers upon us with increasing diversity. This will require special focus and expertise and leadership to absorb and appropriately address the increased needs expected as a result of the burgeoning aging population. Therefore, this is not the time to dilute services, attention, and expertise that's required to appropriately plan for and serve older adult populations. Thus, I strongly suggest that you do not merge the Department of Aging with other city departments. It will only dilute the mission. If you want to save money and strengthen aging, then do so by realigning Rex and Park Senior Centers under aging.
The Aging Network Providers has consistently absorbed city and state cuts. With the leadership and support of the Department of Aging, we have developed unique collaborations with aging and non-aging entities that have protected services, brought new programs, grants, and innovative services. Thank you so much.
Catherine McKinnon. Followed by Joe Montes. Catherine McKinnon, followed by Joe Montes.
I'm an artist for the city of Los Angeles, and I'm deaf individual myself, and I'm concerned about the funding related to the theater community. We need to have public access for deaf and hard of hearing so that they can go and enjoy the theaters as well. So if you cut that, I will have a huge impact for the entertainment community within the deaf and hard of hearing community in Los Angeles. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joe Montes, followed by Sandra Roberts. Joe Montes, followed by Sandra Roberts.
Good morning, council members. I'm here on behalf of my agency, Bienestar Human Services. We are a Latino-based organization that have been part of the community for over 20 years. Some of our services include HIV services like HIV testing and prevention. I'm here on behalf of the Department of Disability. One of the responsibilities of the Department of Disability is to oversee the expanding of how accessible and available HIV services are. Currently, there are 15,000 people in LA County that are positive that don't know they are infected. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Roberts, followed by Leslie Evans. Sandra Roberts, followed by Leslie Evans.
My name is Sandra Roberts, and I'm just going to continue from where Francine left off. I'm from the Workers' Compensation Division, and you're planning to outsource our jobs. I can tell you now that I've been with the city for about 12 years, and I came from the outside, so I know how the outside company works. I know how TPAs work. And over the past 12 years, I've seen workers' comp work to save the city a lot of money. We work with the department, train the personnel, we're liaison or go in between the supervisors and the injured worker to reduce the fare, to settle their claims, to avoid all the lawsuit. We don't hear of lawsuits anymore from applicant attorney for you failing to return an injured worker back to work or not accommodating them. We established a lot of programs, including the citywide programs that help reduce costs and bring people back to work. That type of service you're not going to get in the outside, I can guarantee you, because I've been there. I've worked with the outside company. Workers' Comp is a very small community, and we know each other.
Thank you. Leslie Evans, followed by Simone Verdum. Leslie Evans.
Hi there. I'm Leslie Evans. I represent the Empowerment Congress North Area Neighborhood Council and Southwest LAPD Community Police Advisory Board. We are very concerned about a threat to cancel the neighborhood prosecutor program. The city attorneys who work with each police station to take neighbor complaints about all kinds of blight and crime problems. I've been in the area in South LA for 22 years, and in the first 2 years I lived there, there were 10 murders within 2 blocks of my house. Stopping that, as I know from as a community activist, requires some connection with the police department and the city attorney's office. That means the senior lead program and the neighborhood prosecutor program, where you find the gang hangouts, the bars where the gangs gather, where they shoot people, the drug addicts who've taken over abandoned buildings, the 17 sex offenders living in a 2-bedroom house a block away from a school. Thank you. We need that program. We need that help.
Thank you. Simone Verdum, followed by Victor Martinez. Simone, followed by Victor Martinez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Simone Verdun, and I've worked for the City of Los Angeles Workers' Compensation Division. Hi, my name is Simone Verdun, and I have dedicated 14 years to the Workers' Compensation Division. I have worked through furloughs, and now I was informed that our division may be terminated. I will not have any bumping rights because I came into the city as a workers' compensation analyst. I am baffled at the fact that I have worked for the city 14 years and someone who has been with the city 2 to 3 years will be allowed to keep their job. Where is my civil service protection? What about my seniority?
Thank you. Victor Martinez, followed by Anthony Moore. Victor Martinez, followed by Anthony Moore.
Good morning, council members. My name is Victor Martinez. I'm with Bienestar, and I'm here to support the department and the Commission on Disabilities, and in particularly the AIDS Coordinator Office. As an HIV-positive man living with HIV for 20 years, I see that we need to have a strong advocate in the city of LA. The AIDS Coordinator Office is vital due to the fact that the stigma and discrimination is still so much around HIV and AIDS. And strong advocates who provide financial support for prevention programs such as HIV prevention, HIV testing, and needle exchange in the city of LA is needed, especially for the hard-to-reach population, such as recent immigrant, monolingual Spanish-speaking, and transgender Latina women. Every day, 7 Angelinos got infected with HIV. We cannot allow that to continue happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Moore, followed by Nancy Volpert. Anthony Moore, then Nancy Volpert.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Moore, and I'm a representative of the SOS program, the Streets of Service program, and I started it like 15 months ago, and I'm one of the guys that is coming to the program and has graduated and looking forward to clean and better, sober living life, and it's a wonderful program, and I encourage you to do the best you can because it helps us turn our lives around and get it together, and it's just a privilege to be a part of the SOS program. So please consider keeping the doors open so me and other guys and women can get their lives together. Thank you very much.
Nancy Volbert, followed by Bob Bates. Nancy Volbert, then Bob Bates.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm here just to I'm Nancy Volbert. I'm with Jewish Family Service, and I just wanted to remind you that aging services are a critical need in this community. The council has in the past made this a priority through the City of Los Angeles Department of Aging, and we've been able to leverage federal funding, state funding, and other designated funds that we would not otherwise be able to get in this city through the department's tremendous leadership and their partnership amongst the various agencies that they've fostered so that we provide services together and not in contrast to one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Bates, followed by Frank Ybarra.
Thank you for your time. I'm the artistic director and co-founder of a school called Inner City Arts in downtown Los Angeles, and the Cultural Affairs Department has helped us for the past 15 years. Actually, when they first started, we were one of the first people that they helped. I want to speak on behalf not only of jobs and the importance of what the arts are, but on the power of creativity. So much of the work that the Cultural Affairs Department has done has fueled the creativity of our city. Without creativity, the knowledge has going nowhere. Albert Einstein said an interesting thing. He said imagination was more important than knowledge. So it's not what you know, but it's what you can do with what you know. And the arts, more than any other thing, have stimulated the imaginations and the creativity of our youth, of our people in the city. It has become a magnet. It is a vital life sign of life itself, is the creative power that happens when people come together to help kids and to help artists and to create a beautiful city. So I just urge you to continue the funding and continue to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Ybarra, followed by Brenda Vasquez. Frank Ybarra, then Brenda Vasquez.
Hi, my name is Frank Ybarra. As a resident of Los Angeles, my main concern is that when I call 911, I get a police officer and I get them quickly. The voice of the people will speak today. It will continue to speak. The safety of our citizens is too important to become a political football. The only reason any government exists is to provide safety and security for its people. We cannot afford to cut the budgets of our police officers, firefighters, and the city attorney's office, especially the needed neighborhood prosecutors program. When our leaders demand to cut the budgets of our public safety, the police on the streets know they don't have any backup. These are loyal people who took a dangerous job and agreed to serve and protect us. Why should they be treated this way? The citizens of Los Angeles do not want prosecutors or police officers laid off, and ask the policymakers to remember that crime rises when economy soars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Vasquez, followed by Jody Dunn.
The Area Agency on Aging has to be headed by expert leadership in order to serve the over 1 million aging population here in LA. The state is looking at major cuts. We need leadership to mobilize services to over those 1 million persons. And there needs to be an understanding of how aging is funded through federal dollars. Over 80% of aging's funding comes from restricted special funds. So I don't understand how we're going to try to consolidate a department into another department that cannot utilize these funds. We are looking at a huge wave of baby boomers that is increasing every day. This is going to require special focus, expertise, and leadership to absorb and appropriately address the increased needs expected as a result of this burgeoning aging population. This is not the time to dilute services. It's time to save money by consolidating services such as the Parks and Rec senior centers under the aging umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody Dunn, followed by Andrea Karcher.
I'm Jody Dunn, representing the Aging Services Network. I will be very brief. I would just like to reinforce what Brenda said. We would be against the consolidation of the department, and I think that with the aging tsunami that is upon us, that we continue to consider this as expertise that's not easily adapted by another, and that the funding streams be understood, because the funding available is not discretionary funds, it's restricted funds. So thank you very much.
Andrea Karcher, followed by Ricardo Munoz.
Good morning, council members. My name is Andrea Karcher, and I'm a senior workers' compensation analyst with the Personnel Department. Since the implementation of our specialty teams in November of 2008, we have saved the city well over $10 million. Recent legislation such as SB 899 has helped to curb savings, but it is the employees of the city of Los Angeles within the workers' compensation that are the real reasons for our savings. It is our division that developed and implemented innovative cost savings programs and continue to do so, such as our managed care program. We anticipate the savings to be in the millions. The SWORN program, which is currently handled by a third-party administrator, has not shown the same cost savings as we have on the civilian side. We, the Workers' Compensation Division within the City of Los Angeles, have initiated, developed, implemented, and then trained our third-party administrator on the current cost savings programs that we have adopted. If we are no longer employees of the City of Los Angeles, it is highly likely that these valuable and innovative cost savings programs that we have strived so hard to implement will then cease.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Munoz, followed by Adolfo Nodal.
Yeah, my name's Ricardo Munoz. I've served on the board of the Avenue 50 Studio, which is a nonprofit arts program in Highland Park, and we've worked and collaborated quite a bit with the department over the years. And so I'm encouraging that you try to maintain the Cultural Affairs Department at its high level as you can. What I've found is that the Cultural Affairs Department has developed effective programs that nurture cultural awareness among the many diverse ethnic groups that make up Los Angeles. It has also included youth in these programs and nurtured their development of artistic talents. It has funded through grants very beneficial arts programs, many of them nonprofit institutions. In the short run, the department's programs have had a substantial economic impact in drawing corporate support for many of its programs. If the department is significantly curtailed, it may lose the corporate support. The department's grant program.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Adolfo Allen Odell, followed by Laura Vidal.
Thank you very much, council members. I know this is a very difficult time. All I ask you is you can cut us proportionally, but don't destroy us. Don't destroy cultural affairs. Maintain the structural elements of the Cultural Affairs Department, the LA Endowment, the transient occupancy tax, and the arts development fee. Joe Wax and you, the council, got together 22 years ago and established this fund for the arts. You can reduce it, but don't get rid of it. And I know that's tabled, but don't ever bring that back, because that's a very, very scary thing to do. Because if you do that, we're going to get rid of cultural affairs. I want the arts community to stand up or raise their hands here. Look at this great community. You've got a great general manager, and you've got a great president, new president of the Cultural Affairs Commission. They can work with you to make the right cuts, but don't destroy us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Laura Vidal, followed by Pedro Garcia. Go ahead, ma'am, and then Pedro Garcia after you.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Lena Vidal, and I work in the personnel department in the Workers' Compensation Division. Since I started with the City of Los Angeles almost 4 years ago, I've been part of tremendous, innovative, and effective ideas to bring significant cost savings to the City of Los Angeles. Cost containment and good service to our city family has always been our primary goal. Since we started these specialty teams about 14 months ago, we've saved the city approximately $10 to $15 million. We have passed the point of common sense, and we do not see the rationale of privatization of our jobs to achieve a possible $3 to $4 million savings. When we have the potential to save millions of dollars through hard work, more new programs, and again, dedication to this wonderful city of Los Angeles. Thank you for your time.
Pedro Garcia, followed by Maggie Babb. Pedro Garcia.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say that I'm with Bienestar. I am here to speak on behalf of especially the youth who we serve at our agency. Right now, as it is, we have very low staff, and more cuts and also more reduction of funds will eliminate services that we need, that our clients need vitally. Right now, we as health educators, we go out and promote prevention for those people who are high risk, and we need to keep it that way. We cannot allow them to fall under the wrong ideas of prevention. We need to, I'm sorry.
Just relax, just relax.
Okay, so
take a deep breath.
All right, sorry. It's my first time doing public speaking, so it's kind of weird.
Just think how we feel up here.
All right. All right. So I'm sorry. So yes, we serve a lot of clients, a lot of Latinos, and one being the most disproportionately impacted. And we need to keep our services up for them. We need to provide all these case management, housing, food bank, prevention. You know, a lot of the money is going to abstinence. Is it working? We need prevention.
Thank you. Thank you. Maggie Babb, followed by Richard Kearns.
Thank you, council members. I am Maggie Babb from Bienestar Human Services, and I am here speaking in behalf not only of the Latino community, but also for my clients. I've been in the forefront dealing with this all my life, and have seen many changes occur to this community through HIV. And we really ask that you really do reconsider the fact of not making any cuts towards the counseling and testing and prevention. Our people need the help, and they need the assistance that we can offer them. Many cannot speak for themselves. We are their voices. You are their voices. And I really ask that you really think about the things that you do in behalf of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Richard Kearns, followed by Jeanette Romo.
Hey, my name is Richard Kearns. I'm a 58-year-old gay man,
alive with AIDS for more than 20 years, a long-term survivor. This is a bad plan. This is a bad plan. We need to engage the resources that we've got. I'm a resource. I'm a volunteer. The Department of AIDS Coordinator's Office and Councilman Rosendahl are sponsoring a week from Friday a conference upstairs to train activists, to train volunteers, to help the city get through this. Okay? It says upstairs, the city came into being to preserve life. This isn't following your call into being. Please reconsider this plan. Thank you.
Ms. Romo, followed by... Go ahead, Ms. Romo.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Mayo-Romo, and I'm a Senior Workers' Compensation Analyst in the Workers' Compensation Division within the Personnel Department. I'm here speaking on my behalf and on the behalf of my coworkers who stand behind me. We're here fighting for our jobs. Not too long ago, our division was commended for saving $40 million. In 2008, $15 million for the City of Los Angeles. And this fiscal year alone, we have contributed $5 million to the general fund. Keeping the program self-insured, self-administered is essential to the City of Los Angeles saving money. Is the City Council aware of the costs associated with transferring or transitioning from one administrator to another? Is the City Council aware of the city tax dollar money that will be needed to pay for penalties incurred during this transition? The state is scheduled to audit our division in December. Are you willing to make that financial sacrifice of city taxpayer dollars?
Thank you. June Simmons. June Simmons. Is June Simmons in the chambers? June Simmons going once. Verdell Flores. Verdell Flores. Followed by Anwar Zuya Haddad.
My name is Verdell Flores. I'm a native Los Angelino, and I'm a resident of Leimert Park, and 8 years as a city librarian. Doing a radio interview yesterday, the mayor couldn't stop laying the blame for the city's fiscal problems on the backs of public employees and our pension funds. I thought I was listening to the governor. The city agreed to work with the coalition leaders under mutual gains bargaining to work through solutions to any fiscal crisis. I urge the council to sternly instruct Lacers and the CAO to stop the game playing and to negotiate in good faith with the coalition. The coalition has consistently demonstrated its willingness and its desire to work with the city.
Thank you. Following Anwar will be Symbol Wright.
Good morning, council members. My name is Anwar Zohed from Partners in Care Foundation. I'm here to speak against the consolidation of the Department of Aging. The leadership provided by the Department of Aging is vital to the well-being for older adults in Los Angeles. We've worked too hard to get this far. By merging the Department of Aging, you will not only be diluting their mission, but also all the collaboratives they have accomplished in the past several years with aging and non-aging entities. Furthermore, we risk losing our restricted funds. I implore you not to merge the Department of Aging. It is our duties to take care of our mothers, our fathers, and our grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
All right, Sambuya Wright, city employee, wastewater collections, raised in the city of Los Angeles, and I still live in the city of Los Angeles. I want to let you know that the city formed these departments, bureaus, divisions for a reason. That's why we all have these jobs, because they formed these departments for a reason. Because we're better than the contractors. We're better than anybody else. We take pride in what we do. We're safer, you know, so all I can ask you to do is push the retirement, make them go faster with these retirements to ERIC. Make them do it faster. You guys can push them. They're going to drag their feet as long as you let them. We're wasting $2 million could have been taken care of if you would have pushed them through. Just push it. That's all I ask you. Thank you.
David Bonjak, followed by Bob Schoonover.
Hello, I'm Dave Bunjack. I'm a principal storekeeper for the Department of General Services. We are still here in the spirit of mutual gains, and we would like to urge you to follow the plan that we had laid out in ordinance for the extension of our contract under ERIP, and I would like to urge you to go ahead and speed up these retirements. That's going to be go a long way towards saving the budget. But I want to say this as a supervisor. I have nothing to do with the personnel department, but to cut workers' workers in this city is crazy. As a supervisor, we have people that get hurt. The Workers' Compensation Division here has helped us save millions of dollars in the Department of General Services. It would be ridiculous to get rid of them. Please consider that. Thank you.
Jacqueline, Bob Schoonover, followed by Jacqueline Kerr. Bob, go ahead. Followed by Jacqueline.
Bob Schoonover, President, SEIU 721. The first place a good businessman looks when he has a cash flow problem is who owes him money. $600 million are owed the citizens of the city of Los Angeles, and we need that collected. In fact, maybe 100 of those attorneys that are on the layoff list could help, along with 5 people in the CAO's office working on layoffs. Private contractors amount for $2.5 billion with a B in this city budget. That's way too much. $36 million goes for tree trimming. And whoa, who are we laying off? We got tree trimmers on the list. I'm sure if we put our heads together here, we can find a way out of this. We don't have to start by laying off workers. Thank you.
Jacqueline Kerr. Following Jacqueline Kerr, Rudy Barbie. Jacqueline Kerr.
I'm Jacqueline Kerr, Barnsdall Art Park. There's a lot of pain in this room and a lot of fear. And you can just feel it. And you know, here we've got this terrible financial situation, and there's got to be a better way to handle it than for everyone to go to slash and burn and go into a destructive mode. Now, nobody knows this city council better than the council people. You know where the little pots of gold are. You know where the little funds are. You know where they're all just slightly stashed over to one side. You can pull them together. You can carpool all of this. For instance, we're the Quimby funds. We're the Quimby funds. I mean, they're always hidden, but developers are supposed to, you know, contribute into this. They're never there. And the hotel guest tax that's supposed to go to cultural affairs, that's not fair. It's not fair to any of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Rudy Barbie, followed by Demetrio Willis.
Members of the council, good morning. B-A-R-B-E-E is the last name. I stand here as a stakeholder, both from the issue of the Neighborhood Prosecutors Program, working with the PALs out of Rampart, and also just by point of personal privilege in connection with the arts community through the Watchtowers in Barnsdall, et cetera. There is an interesting link between the work that is done in public safety through the Neighborhood Prosecutors Program and what's going on with our expertise in the arts area. They are preventing problems. And to cut these issues with the fundamental quality of life which will be at risk, based on what we've been doing for the last 3 years of improvement, will just bite us in the butt later on. So I just wanted to encourage to make some sound decisions. Mr. Schooner's remark of getting money that's owed to us, owed to the city, from the various jurisdictions, both county, state, and federal, I think will go a long way in terms of mitigating this problem of layoffs of our people. Thank you.
Demetria Willis, followed by Mary Ann Stevenson. Mary Ann Stevenson after Demetria Willis.
Good morning. My name is Demetria Willis. I am representing the Workers' Compensation Division. I am here also representing my co-workers who stand behind me. We, the Workers' Comp Division, share the same interests and goals as the Mayor, the City Council, and the City of LA as a whole. This is why we have worked hard as a division to reduce our caseload and to bring money back into the general fund. We have why are costs down for the Workers' Comp Division? Number one, our caseload reduction. For April 2008, we started out with 7,900 claims. By the end of 2009, we had 5,880 claims. This estimates to greater than a 2,000 reduction within a year time frame. Whereas our TPA, TriStar, they began with 10,331 claims in 2007. By the beginning of 2010, they had 10,259 claims. This is less than 100 caseload reduction within a 3-year period.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mary Ann Stevenson, followed by Bert Paras. Bert Paras following Mary Ann Stevenson. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mary Ann Stevenson. I'm the Executive Director of the Altadena Arts Council. I'm here representing Friends of William Grant Still, the Cultural Affairs Department. They say that a nation, a country, is known by its culture and its arts. This country, America, has struggled with funding arts, whereas some communist countries and other countries have taken the initiative and have always supported the arts. In particular, the Cultural Affairs Department has suffered a number of cuts. I encourage you to please consider keeping the Cultural Affairs Department operating in its present state at the least. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Bert Paras, followed by David Wolf. David Wolf, followed by Bert Paras.
Good morning, Council. Bert Paras, Project Manager from Imago Inc., Union Rescue Mission at Skid Row. We're here to voice our concerns about the cuts to the City Attorney's Office, most notably the SOS program, the LAPD's pre-filing diversion program that actually we think saves the city more money than it costs, keeping these people out of the courts from being prosecuted by sending them to Skid Row, where we have programs designed for them, where we're able to leverage the base funding toward other resources, where you can literally, as you saw from previous speaker Anthony Moore, somebody pulled off the street, taken out of the system and put into programs for at least 15 months at a very little cost, less than $24 a day to the city. Again, we implore you to preserve funding in next year's budget to support the Streets of Services program, the HALO project, and other city programs for the benefit of Skid Row and our community. Thanks.
David Wolf, followed by Martha Swiller. David Wolf. Is David Wolf in the chambers? There he is. David, okay? Following David will be Martha Swiller. David.
Hello?
If we can get the camera, he's to the right. He's to the right of the podium.
Is this microphone working?
Yes, it is, David.
I'm Commissioner on Disability. I'm Vice President of the Commission on Disability for the City of Los Angeles. Our commission represents probably the most vulnerable population, not only in the city, but in the nation. We are their only representatives to government. They, unlike other communities, do not have lobbying organizations to represent them. So we are their only effective representatives to government, and your representatives to this community. I urge the City Council to find new and innovative ways to deal with the budget crisis, such as private-public partnerships, such as bringing in business to the city of Los Angeles. I would also recommend that we not cut, but we work together. In my years as commissioner, I worked with all these agencies that you're having here because people with disabilities cross cultural lines.
David, thank you. Thank you, David.
Thank you, sir.
Martha Swiller? Is Martha, you don't look like Martha.
No, she gave me her time.
You can't do that, sir. You got to have a card filled out.
Okay.
We can't switch cards in time. So, Maggie Fonor? Maggie Fonor? You hear Maggie? Is she coming around the side? Okay, Maggie, there you go. Following Maggie will be Trini Rodriguez. Trini Rodriguez will be after Maggie. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm a stakeholder in this city, and I have been involved in the neighborhood council movement since its beginnings. The other program that has supported some of the activities of the neighborhood council for public safety and also just simply as a member of my community has been the neighborhood prosecutors program. This program provides a link to the citizens for one of the core issues here, public safety. It helps prevent problems. It is a leveraged program in that for every person on that staff, you now have additional eyes in the community, community support, and volunteer work. So it is essentially that proverbial stitch in time that saves 9. And we should be looking at programs like neighborhood councils, the neighborhood prosecutor program, and those that create additional work and links to the community to allow them to take care of themselves and help support the other city programs as not the ones to be gutted.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Trini Rodriguez, and I'm here on behalf of Tia Chucha Centro Cultural and Bookstore in the city of Sylmar. Thank you. And I'm here to speak against the cuts to neighborhood arts funding. I'm concerned that when we have a crisis like this, there's always some slash and burn policy that gets taken up. And what we really need to do is show leadership and an understanding of what makes community, what makes the society worth living in. We're talking about a quality of life issue. It isn't just an economic issue. And so I urge you to consider that arts are a very, very vital part of what this community should have access to, and it should not be cut off. We know that right now, when there's so much to be done in this community and in our state, we need to have creative minds, we need to have imaginative responses, and that's something that's always helped by the arts. Thank you very much.
Luis Rodriguez, followed by Robert Zardnetta.
Thank you. I'm Luis Rodriguez. William Blake said that to the eyes of a person of imagination, all nature is imagination. We need more imagination in this city. Well, I'm just not here for the arts. I came here to support the Cultural Arts Department, but I'm here for all these people who are losing their jobs, for the disabled, for the aged. We're here with a lot of needs. There are a lot of hungers in our community. hungers for food, hungers for housing, hungers for better education. But one of the biggest hungers we do have is for spiritual growth, and the arts are key to that. If the arts are taken away, we don't revive our communities, we don't generate the jobs, we don't revive our kids. We have gang kids who are now painting and doing art who would be in the streets hurting people. We have kids who are alive because of the arts. So let's fight for all these needs as well as the arts in our communities. Thank you very much.
Robert Zardaneta, followed by Jasmine Diaz. Robert Zardaneta, then Jasmine Diaz.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Environmental Affairs Department. My name is Robert Zardaneta. I'm the Executive Director of La Causa Youth Build. And I'm here representing not only the Los Angeles Collaborative of Youth Builds, but also the National Collaborative of Youth Builds as well. And we're happily a part of the Green LA Coalition. So we'd like to echo the request of Jane Paul and the Green LA Coalition, but I'd also like to touch upon how eliminating this department will affect our youth and our community. We service, we're housed in unincorporated East Los Angeles, but we serve the communities of Ball Heights and its surrounding neighborhoods in Northeast LA, Southeast LA, South LA. So we represent a comprehensive green training program for 47 disenfranchised Los Angeles youth, and 19 of our alumni are on a green career path. So I'm concerned over what message these cuts send to our youth and our community as we prepare them for their place within the green economy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jasmine Diaz, followed by David Truong.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Diaz. I'm a student worker for the LA County Arts Commission and a Heart Project alum. I'm here today to ask you, please do not cut the arts funding. I'm not here just to talk for an at-risk testimony. I'm here to ask you, don't cut the funding, because art has made a tremendous difference in my life. And if it wasn't for these programs, I wouldn't be here today. And this is an investment for our youth, our community, and our city. And please don't cut our funding. And I'll keep this short, so please, accessible resources, health, and education for all. Thank you.
Thank you. David Truong, followed by Susana De Leon. And in the chambers, if we can quiet down, it's becoming noisy. Sergeant Arms, if you can please quiet down the chambers. The side noise is getting louder. David, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Council Chambers. My name is David Truong. I am a senior workers' compensation analyst with the Division of Workers' Comp. The CAO has proposed to outsource workers' comp to a third-party administrator. These are private insurance companies. They're in business of making money, profit. They don't care about you. They don't care about the city of Los Angeles. All they care about is profit, profit, profit. The day that they don't make any profit, they will drop the city of Los Angeles like a rag doll. The city has a world-class claims organization, and they work hard to change and switch this ship around. I urge the city to at least not give up on the Workers' Compensation Division. Thank you.
Susana De Leon, followed by Edmund Elsh. Susana, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Susana De Leon. I live and work Council District Number 1 at the new Downtown LA Youth and Culture Center as a resident artist. I'm an artist, and believe me, as an artist, I would rather be painting about the mistake you're about to make than here in front of you, although some of you are not even paying attention. You know, I just want to say I worked with youth for 10 years, okay, so I'm not just an artist, and I'm still young, and you know what, if you guys cut funding for the arts, and not just for the arts, but health and the environment, I mean, I don't know what exactly you guys are thinking, or who's really making the decisions here, but please consider it, because, you know, we need more kids in school in our programs than in jails. And, you know, we need art on our walls, outside, in the street, artists, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, followed by Carrie Ungerman after you, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Adam Ellis, and I'm speaking as a practicing LA artist and on behalf of Los Angeles Art Corps, which fosters the careers of national and international artists. Removal of art funding will devastate the galleries, artists, and organizations of the downtown art area and Art Walk that are helping rejuvenate downtown and its businesses. The world is watching us. Societies and cultures are marked and remembered for their arts and humanities. Our arts draw people from all over the globe. LA Art Corps in particular sponsors art exchanges with Thailand, Japan, Italy, to name a few. Please, let's not count ourselves among those that have abandoned these high cultural values. I urge you not to remove funding from art and art programs that make Los Angeles a vital art and cultural destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Ungerman, followed by Malcolm Klugman. Carrie Ungerman in? She's not here? Passed? Okay, thank you. Malcolm Klugman, followed by Julio Sims. Julio Sims will follow Malcolm Klugman.
Good, Mr. Krikorian's here. Rather than cutting funds from the entertainment capital of the world, from the arts, and breaking up the environmental department in the city with the worst air pollution in America, maybe there's a way that you don't either have to raise taxes or cut services. A couple years ago, the state of California passed they had an issue of at increments of $5,000 where you could get 4.5% interest on a 6-month loan. If you did that and guaranteed people a 5% return by the fiscal year July 1st, 2013, it might give a time for the economy to come back. You might not have to cut all these jobs, which you'll then have to replace anyhow, and you might be able to get this city working again.
Mr. Sims, followed by Patricia Lazalde. Go ahead, Julio.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and your support of the arts. I'm a public artist making artwork that serves the general Los Angeles community, most recently Fairfax Library, and this year for LAX Airport. And my income is dependent on the work of the Cultural Affairs Department, and I also employ local businesses to fabricate my work. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Lazalde, followed by Ava Marie Alvarez. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, City Councilman. My name is Patricia Lazalde, and I've been an artist since I was born because I felt that that was the natural thing to do.
Can you speak up, please?
Okay. My name is Patricia Lazalde. I was born an artist. I feel that that was the most natural thing to do. But the most unnatural thing is to forbid people to make their mark. I'm here to say that a city without art is a city without culture, because it is the culture of art that brings understanding between the diversity of peoples. I feel that art feeds our soul and our mind, and it takes care of our community while doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Maria Alvarez, followed by Sam Overton.
Hello. I'm here representing Contratiempo, which is a nonprofit dance company dedicated to transforming the community through dance, dialogue, and arts education in our city's most underserved schools. We are a young organization serving thousands of youth every year. We've received LA City funding over the past several years, and cutting our funding mid-contract is like cutting us off at the knees. When we get city support, this leads to state support, which leads to federal NEA support, which then leads to corporate support. So cutting city funds is actually stopping millions and millions of dollars from flowing directly into our city, our economy, and our youth. So please honor our contracts. That's why we have contracts. Thank you very much.
Sam Overton, followed by Gordon Gibb. Can we get the camera? It's Mr. Overton is, there he is, the sender. Okay, sir, go ahead, please. Hold on, that mic's not working.
Good morning, I'm Sam Overton. I'm the president of the City Commission on Disability. I'd like to thank all the people that came out today to support us. Approximately 10% or 400,000 people in Los Angeles are disabled in one way or another. They're the most unemployed. They're the poorest people in Los Angeles in most cases. The department does a lot, and it causes outreach. It provides information and referral. It has influenced the course of special education in the LA Unified School District. It has helped and tried to help improve the first responders' treatment of people with disabilities in emergencies. And as you've heard also today, it operates the HIV/AIDS Coordinator's Office along with Steve Simon that is providing testing and prevention for HIV/AIDS. Which is a critical public health function. So I ask you not to alter the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Gordon Gibb, followed by Betsy Handler. Mr. Gibb.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gordon Gibb, Director of Social Services at St. Barnabas Senior Services here in MacArthur Park. And it's my honor to be here this morning, but also with sadness to know that there's the possibility of a merger of the Department of Aging. To be able to address the needs of seniors and those who are continuing to move into that category, which is really us all, there needs to be a laser-like attention given to all the needs that are present and are unfolding, to be able to have the funds not be diluted. Every day and every week, my staff and I are meeting with seniors who are at risk of losing their apartments because of the rising rents here in Los Angeles, who are at risk of and are a victim of physical abuse, financial abuse, of possibility of not getting enough food during the day, and thus having a de-escalation of their well-being in their home. We ask that you please give the fullest attention to their needs.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Betsy Handler, followed by Elizabeth Doran.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Betsy Handler. I'm the Director of Legal Services at Inner City Law Center, a public interest law firm on Skid Row. My job, the job of my legal team, is to sue slumlords. We do that with in parallel with the Safe Neighborhoods Division of the City Attorney's Office. They provide, in effect, the muscle for our civil cases. You cannot cut 70 attorneys from that office, 100 people overall, if you want healthy, decent housing that complies with the codes. It is much easier for us to win a civil case when we can point to a criminal prosecution that is ongoing in the city's attorney's office. We need to get rid of slumlords, and this is one way and perhaps the only way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Doran, followed by Carzon Rios. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Doran. I'm the Managing Director of the Actors Gang Theater Company.
The Department of Cultural Affairs provides grants that support our free children's theater in the park each summer. After my 2-year-old son, Giacomo, saw the kid-friendly version of Shakespeare's Cymbeline this summer, he said to me, "Cymbeline was a bad king, Mommy. But now, we used to have a bad king, but we live in a democracy, and we all share now." And I said, wow, he's 2 years old. I didn't even know he could think like this. And Ben from the Shakespeare Center has quantified the $80 million opportunity cost of cutting the arts. Just keep in mind the other end of the opportunity cost is having conversations like that with our children after exposure to the arts and culture can also be something that is cut. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Corazon Rios, followed by Monica Harmon.
Good morning, council members. My name is Corazon Rios, and I'm manager of Great Leap Incorporated, an LA-based performance company for the past 30 years. Although my position has been saved by the federal stimulus, my organization, along with many arts organizations in LA, are in great jeopardy without the support of the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs. Eliminating arts in Los Angeles is eliminating the soul of our great city. I urge the City Council to help keep arts in LA. Thank you.
Monica Harmon, followed by Doug Epperhart.
Good morning. I believe public safety should be a top priority. I'm sure you've all read in the paper, California will be releasing prisoners. About 6,000 are coming to Los Angeles. LAPD is the only city department that is sustaining itself. Next week, the RAND Corporation, the independent think tank, did a study, and it's called Crime Costs and Public Safety. They say that LAPD has, with their crime reduction, is actually saving millions and millions of dollars by keeping the crime down. Homicides in 2008 were 383. In 2009, 314. The RAND Corporation says it costs between $4 and $8 million per homicide. You do the math. I'd love for you to read this article that states LAPD pays for itself with tech-enabled crime. And when that RAND Corporation study comes out next week, I will be more than happy to give it to you. But my solution is sell the old Parker Center. It's prime real estate. You get millions.
Doug Epperhart, followed by Bruce Horton. Doug Epperhart, then Bruce Horton.
Doug Epperhart, Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council, longest-serving neighborhood council board member in the city of LA. Do what you can for us. Do what you can for all of these people. There's a lot of out-of-the-box thinking to raise revenue for this city. My family's portion of the $200 million is $200. Do the bond thing, I'll buy 5 times that or 10 times that, whatever we need to do to save these people their jobs and the services they provide. You guys have a choice today. You can accept the surrender terms dictated to you by the mayor and Miguel Santana, or you can get out of that box, find that rich uncle, which is all of us out here in the city of Los Angeles, willing to put our money where our mouths are. Okay? Don't take that step today. Step back. Work with all of us in the neighborhood councils, the employees, and the rest of the people of the city of LA to save it.
Following the next speaker will be David O'Connell. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Bruce Horton. I'm the secretary of the Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I'm not here to plead for anything from you. We've already done that. I'm here to tell you, per the city charter, I'm giving you the advice. This is a bad plan that's been placed before you. Vote it down. Thank you.
David O'Connell. David O'Connell in the chambers? No David O'Connell. John Stinson. John Stinson in the chambers. After John Stinson will be Martha Cisneros. Sir, are you David or John?
John.
Pardon me?
John.
John Stinson, okay, and then following that will be Martha Cisneros.
John Stinson, Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I know you've got a tough job to do. It was brought up that doing this on the backs of the aged, the disabled, the artists, and neighborhood council was perhaps a disproportionate burden for them to bear. And frankly, I have to agree with Mr. Park's suggestion that the pain be distributed evenly, and that there's no sacred cows or elephants. The mayor, the council, even the police and fire. I mean, something has to be done. I mean, doing this on the backs of I said, neighborhood councils and the like is kind of like breaking your kid's piggy bank to pay the mortgage. I don't think you're going to find enough coins in the cushion either. So I would suggest that you look for alternatives for raising money. Obviously, some have been given today. I mean, collecting bad debts is one. I proposed, I saw something from Janice Hahn on oil severance tax that hasn't been acted on.
Thank you, sir.
There are other places to go.
Martha Cisneros? No Martha Cisneros. Didi Audette? Didi Audette? No Didi Audette. Yolanda Gonzalez? Yolanda Gonzalez? Yolanda's in the house. Here comes the angel. The angels have arrived to save the day.
Thank you.
I hope you brought
Thank
cash.
you, the City of LA. This is a homage to the City of LA and all its youth and all the workers here that support art. I'm a local artist, a mentor, curator, and I work with youth throughout LA for LA's Best After School program. I also work for Youth First, Theater of Hearts, and I work with kids who are normally not considered to be good, or they're considered to be thrown away, put last on the line. And for me, my work is to be there for them. My life is art, because art saved me. I was there. I was in the streets. I wasn't doing so good. But when I met someone like myself, they saved me, and here I am today with giving love and light to everyone. And we have to fix the system. We have to fix the system that is taking away jobs and taking away from our culture and our art and the things that we do that we're passionate about in our lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Hogan. Heather here? No Heather? Douglas Lewis? She's here, okay. Following Heather will be Douglas Lewis. You passed the angel, that's good.
Hello, my name is Heather Hogan, and I'm here representing the Arroyo Arts Collective. When the Arroyo Arts Collective began in 1989, we knew that Northeast Los Angeles was a jewel in the rough. Without an art gallery in sight, the collective set out to introduce artists to the community to cultural tourists who had never ventured anywhere east. We've put poetry in 20 languages in shop windows on Figueroa, set art along the LA River, in the police station, and amidst the trees of the Audubon Center, built puppets with Franklin High School students, and never charged a fee to anyone because of cultural affairs. Our members have been given workshops in local libraries, bought art supplies for budding artists, and performed original music for the sheer joy of it. Cultural Affairs grants have allowed the collective to bring art making to an underserved community of great diversity. To lose your support would send a message that art does not matter, and that's just not true. In these difficult times, such a message would be unthinkable. I'm here to urge you to maintain the 1% TOT allocation to the Department of Culture.
Thank you, ma'am. Douglas Lewis, followed by Chalice McPherson.
Good morning, Council. I'm Douglas, and I'm a user of service at St. Barnabas Senior Services. I'm here to say I disagree with the consolidation of the Department of Aging because I fear losing the quality of service I now receive. Don't consolidate the Department of Aging. Thank you.
Chalice McPherson, followed by Jana Plasters. Is Chalice McPherson in the room? Jana Plasters. Nicole Possert. Nicole Possert here. Was that a yes or a no? Yes. I can't understand it. Mary Beth Heffernan. Mary Beth Heffernan. Thank you. Followed by Jay McAdams.
Good morning. I'm Mary Beth Heffernan. I'm here as an artist and a current COLA 2009-2010 COLA recipient, and also as a board member of the Highland Park nonprofit Outpost for Contemporary Art. I am here to urge you to maintain the 1% TOT allocation to the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm also here urging you to honor your contracts. As an artist, I'm a small business person. I purchase technical support, materials, and services. I've made obligations to hire assistants. My art activity and events support local restaurants and businesses, and I want to urge you that this is a mutual obligation that we made to each other. I'm fulfilling my end of the contract by providing artistic services, and I expect the city to honor its contracts.
Thank you. Jay McAdams. Jay McAdams, followed by Julia Salazar. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Jay McAdams, Executive Director, 24th Street Theater. And everybody with these red tags on, including some of you up there on the council, have those angel suits on. You know, all these people are part of the solution to the budget crisis that we face. So I would just urge the council to look to us in the arts community. We're not just taking your money to paint and dance and sing. We are keeping kids out of jail. We're getting them into college, and please ask us, lean on us to help with the crisis. Thank you for keeping the TOT tax funding the Cultural Affairs Department. That's a really smart move on your part. And I agree with everybody. Please really look at taking the current grants out of the cycle, because the ripple effect is going to be huge. There are hundreds and hundreds of small arts organizations. We're already operating on breadcrumbs, as is the Cultural Affairs Department. So, you know, the benefit of keeping that in place outweighs cutting it. Thanks.
Julia Salazar, followed by John Malpode. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julia Salazar. I'm Executive Director of Center for the Arts in Eagle Rock in District 14. And I see that there's a lot of NELA artists and arts organizations here supporting. I just want to say I'm deeply concerned about cultural affairs. We rely on that funding, and that funding in turn creates jobs. It helps support our local businesses. It helps support artists, visual artists, arts educators, and musicians. And we rely on that funding also to leverage other funding sources. So please keep the arts alive. It's the heart and soul of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our following speaker after John will be Charles Jackson. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Council. My name is John Malpede. I'm an artist. And for 25 years I'm the director of the Los Angeles Poverty Department Theater, which is a theater based in Skid Row, Los Angeles. You know, DCA's grants policy has created vitality and community throughout LA, and it's been a model that's been followed by other departments throughout the country. As you've heard before from the Angel and from other folks, art saves lives. You know, every day people tell me that the arts are helping maintain their sobriety, their health, their housing, and their positive outlook.
Arts encourage people to take care of themselves and other people and their community. Public safety isn't just the province of the police and fire department. There are many grassroots initiatives on Skid Row that are contributing to creating a strong social fabric that mitigates the need for police intervention. And by the way,
Go ahead, your last sentence. Thank you. Charles Jackson, followed by Cynthia Brophy.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this morning. Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Charles Jackson. I reside in the low-income area of the city known as Skid Row. I live on Wall Street. I've lived in the area for 15 years. I stand here today in support of our performance troupe, LAPD, Los Angeles Poverty Department, by our director, of whom is a caring, dedicated human being, Mr. John Malpede, and his wonderful patient wife, Henriette. They have reached out to this community and brought hope and confidence to many who they have touched lives emotionally and financially in times of crises. I have participated in many LAPD performances since 1994, funded by the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm able to use my creativity in making and performing in these shows. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia Brophy. Cynthia Brophy in the house? No Cynthia Brophy. Kay Brown? Kay Brown. After Kay Brown, we'll have Maria Bodman. Kay Brown, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Kay Brown. I'm an artist and a printmaker, a member of Los de Abajo Printmaking Collective, and we have benefited from the support of the Department of Cultural Affairs for at least 6 years. We've participated in self-help graphics, Center for the Study of Political Graphics. We've also the Avenue 50 studio in Highland Park and the Arroyo Arts Collective. All of those organizations put forth incredible amounts of energy that benefits the Los Angeles city. I urge you, please, do not decrease, but increase the amount of money and support given to the Department of Cultural Affairs. Please do that with us. Don't give us a public hearing of 1 minute, 9 seconds, but include us in the planning and development of where things can improve, like an oil extraction fee. Thank you.
Maria Bodman, followed by Kathy Gallegos.
I just got called. I don't know if I can go. I had just stepped out. Cynthia Campoy Brophy?
Who are you?
Cynthia Campoy Brophy.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. We did call you. Go ahead.
Cynthia Campoy Brophy, representing the Heart Project and Arts for LA. Thank you for the support that you've given the Arts for Los Angeles and the Cultural Affairs Department, encouraging you to keep it up. The arts, the funding that we receive from Cultural Affairs helps us create jobs. We can hire full and part-time individuals, hire artists. It helps us leverage funds from public and private sources, bringing more resources to the community. It helps us creatively educate young people. You heard from one of our alumni here earlier, Jasmine Diaz. It helps us 1 in 6 jobs in Los Angeles counties in the creative industries. The work that we're all doing is creatively educating young people to participate in those careers, and it helps us create a healthy, creative, vibrant Los Angeles, which contributes to the public safety of our city. So we encourage you to continue to support the organizations that do great work and that make our city healthy, creative, and wonderful. Thank you.
Maria Bodman, and after Maria will be Kathy Gallegos.
Good morning. My name is Maria Bodman. Thanks for hearing me today. I'm here to oppose the termination of the current fiscal year grant contracts, which have already been executed. As an individual artist funded by the department, I personally see how even my small programs greatly affect participants and audiences in a healthy, creative, and positive way. I also have an executed contract which won't be completed until June. Many fellow artists, friends of mine, also have these contracts. Their programs are exceptional. Children will benefit, families, and so will the general public. I find it hard to believe that you would terminate an executed contract. Work has begun in good faith. We sometimes begin our projects without the executed contract because we believe in our great city, and we know you'll come through for us. What would happen if we decided to terminate our contracts midstream? I'm not sure. But to tell you the truth, I've never thought of it. Los Angeles is known as an arts capital. Cultural affairs fuels the arts.
Thank you, ma'am.
The arts fuel the community.
Thank you.
Thank
Kathy Gallegos. And following Kathy will be Mr. Alvarez, Carmelo Alvarez.
I'm Kathy Gallegos, the director of the Avenue 50 Studio, a small nonprofit art gallery in Highland Park. We service the Northeast LA community through exhibitions, workshops, and other cultural events. We are situated in an area of high gang activity, yet we are an arts haven, a safe place. But it's not the gangs that will destroy us. What will destroy us is the lack of city support. Our Cultural Affairs grant is of vital importance in providing programs to our community. The funds that are given through the grants program have enormous economic and social impact. We have 2 part-time employees and have economically helped over 300 artists who we have exhibited in the last 10 years. I strongly encourage you to not open that door to eliminating art funding in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Mr. Alvarez will be Terry Ellen Robinson. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good morning, City Council, and good morning, the arts community. My name is Carmelo Alvarez. I'm the director of the Downtown Los Angeles Youth and Culture Center. Based on the premise that culture precedes commerce, I believe that cutting arts funding is a bad business decision. The culture is what drives the 14% TOT tax, also known as the hotel bed tax. You waive the 14% to the Ritz-Carlton. How do you expect to fill those hotel rooms if you eliminate culture in the city of Los Angeles? In 2001, as the lead organizer for the Alliance for Community-Based Cultural Tourism, the city passed a motion to use existing resources and to have all general managers from the cities focus on developing Los Angeles as a cultural tourism destination. And this motion is here, and I would like to give it back. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, thank you,
sir. Thank you. Terry Ellen Robinson, followed by John Gallagly. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Terry Ellen Robinson from Palms Neighborhood Council. Also, the Palms Council is one of the many neighborhood councils, and we cannot be disregarded or disbanded because we were voted in by the general populace. Now, going on from that, we do many things for our community. We have supplied 2 computer rooms for one for each of our elementary schools. We've given $5,000 to each of the schools for their libraries. We supported our public libraries. And we also support the arts. We were planning on doing a play that teenagers had written, sort of Romeo and Juliet, find donors to help supply it, and we were going to supply it ourselves too. Unfortunately, they went professional, so we lost that. But the neighborhood councils are something incredibly valuable. We are the eyes and the ears of the council members. And we also need done, because without done, we would be done, literally, to play on words, because it is done that has provided us with the legality for everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Paulie Marisol, after you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
My name is John Galogli. I'm the Executive Director of Theater West in Los Angeles. The city needs tax revenue and the city needs jobs. Any good farmer will tell you, don't eat your seed crop. The Cultural Affairs Department grants are the seeds that are planted to create the economic benefit for this city. Right now, there are $5.2 billion in salaries paid by organizations in Los Angeles County who employ 33,000 plus people, and they generate a total of $26.6 billion in economic activity. If you cut those grants, you take out the seeds that grow all of that activity. In addition to that, on my block alone, there are 2 restaurants that depend upon us. 40% of their revenue, they have a 40% revenue increase every time we do a show. Right now, they're hanging on by their fingernails. Cut that 40%, they go out of business, and there's another 40 jobs that are lost. You need jobs, you need revenue, don't cut the arts. Thank you.
Paulie Marisol, followed by Raul Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Marshall Astor, and I live and work in Council District 15. I'm the Visual Arts Director at the Angels Gate Cultural Center, which is a DCA grantee. I am going to have to make cuts in my programs if the DCA's budget is cut, if their grants budget is cut. The DCA's budget has made a critical difference in our ability to serve our community, to grow our programs, to leverage our monies, to leverage matching grants. And we need that money to keep coming in so we can keep paying artists and supporting workers and paying our contractors and our and the people who work for us and make arts happen in this city. I want to say that under Olga Garay, the Department of Cultural Affairs has never had better leadership. She is taking us to an international place. She's taking the city of Los Angeles to an international place. She is doing what the Cultural Affairs Department needs to be doing for tourism, for the identity of this city, and she has our full support. She has my full support as an individual, and I want you guys to keep funding the DCA at its current level. I don't want you to cut it at all. I want her to have as much support as you can possibly give her to carry out that critical mission. Thank you.
After Mr. Gonzalez will be Daniel Brazil.
No.
No, after your name.
I'm
You're Mr.
Raul
Gonzalez. Pardon me?
Raul Gonzalez.
Yes, go ahead. After you, I said.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
So I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to a few people paying attention. I know everybody else is having another side meetings and stuff. My name is Raul Gonzalez. I'm a Boyle Heights resident. Grew up in Boyle Heights. I'm a muralist. I came from doing graffiti to doing murals. I've done several murals for the city, several murals for schools, several programs with youth, at-risk youth and youth that are not at risk or whatever. So I'm here pretty much to support Department of Cultural Affairs, and I'm asking the people that are deciding, because it's in your hands, to support the arts. You know, there's a lot of people here supporting the arts. And I'm pretty much saying, you know, that we can create art for the city, for the people, and you can support us, or the people are going to create it for free, and you're not going to support that. You know, so I don't know how many $1 million for graffiti abatement, and there's no money for arts. So we need money for the arts to you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyways, all right. So
thank you.
Support the arts.
Daniel Brazil.
Hi, I'm Danielle Brazil. I get to live in Council District 4, and I work in Council District 9. I represent Arts for LA. We have arts folks in the house. Can you guys stand? For every grant dollar that the City of LA invests in the arts, 8 is generated. $5,000, my $5,000 grant leverages $25,000 from the National Endowment, and another 10 from the county, 50 from Boeing. This is just one example of my private public partnership model. I pay 3 employees, I pay payroll taxes, I pay vendors. We are an economic engine, and I urge you to maintain level funding for the department in 2009. Keep your grants. Use it as the economic generator. The arts feed, the arts fuel, the arts are Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Salvador Pacach. Salvador Pacach. No Salvador. Michael Goldberg. Michael Goldberg.
Good morning or afternoon now. There's been a lot said here, and I don't know if I can really say anything more. I'm just an artist, kind of a dude with a paintbrush, who lives in Councilman Weezer's district. What you guys have your work cut out for you in this budget. I'd say our prayers at night, and hopefully we can get all this situated and things are funded. A little nervous. I'm an artist. I've got low self-esteem. I've been dealing with all my life, but the arts help me. The arts have helped me. They've helped me overcome that kind of stuff. By eliminating the arts, eliminating funding for the arts, you know, I've seen what it does for kids, what it does for low self-esteem kids, you know, and brings them up and gives them a sense of accomplishment. I've worked with those kids. You take that away from this city, and I'll have to become a cop to police the crime that will happen.
Thank you, sir. Marshall Astor. Marshall Astor here? No Marshall Astor? Evelyn Serrano. Evelyn Serrano. And then Dr. DeSano after Evelyn Serrano.
I'm Evelyn Serrano with the CalArts Community Arts Partnership. I'm here as an arts administrator of a youth programs that brings free arts programs to hundreds of youth in our city, in your city. And in great part thanks to the support of the DCA. I'm here as a mother, I'm here as an artist. It is your mandate and our mandate to preserve the last bastions of cultural access that so many in our city have to their culture, their histories, and their ability to participate in building safe, healthy, democratic, diverse, and equitable communities. The arts are essential to the preservation of our democratic processes. In a city where arts programs have been virtually eliminated from our public schools, the work of DCA and our collective work as teaching artists is essential. I urge you to protect the DCA and its ability to support arts and culture in LA. Stop the cultural disenfranchisement and educational disenfranchisement of our communities. We need more than Hollywood to be Los Angeles.
Hello, go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mieko DeSano, Director of Artistic Development and Education for the Young Musicians Foundation, founded in 1955. I'm speaking on behalf of our Board of Directors and Maestro John Williams, Chairman of our Board of Trustees. Every year, the Department of Cultural Affairs grants our debut orchestra to provide free concert-going opportunities to thousands of people in the Los Angeles community. In a city whose economy is fueled by creative workers, our foundation is introducing both today and tomorrow's consumers to music and the arts. We teach our community to understand, appreciate, and crave the art that is produced right here within our community. Los Angeles is the home to more cultural workers than any other city in the nation. The idea that that same city would forsake those who are the driving force behind the economy is unthinkable. Art in Los Angeles is not superfluous. It is the foundation of the city and its economy. Please do not eliminate the transient and occupancy tax or the Department of Cultural Affairs. That loss will have far greater consequences than anyone can imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues and audience, there are 9 cards left. I know we have extended the time as a courtesy. We're going to continue. We'll do the 9 cards, and then we'll go into the discussion. Our next speaker is Stephen Box. Mr. Box, followed by Kara Mack. Mr. Box.
Stephen Box, I live in Hollywood. For the last couple of weekends, Budget LA has met, drawing representatives from 47 neighborhood councils in an effort to take on the budget crisis. Neighborhood councils are fighting for their right to volunteer. Neighborhood councils partner with the artists that you see in this room who revitalize our community and who stimulate our economy. Neighborhood councils partner with city staff, and they advise on the delivery of core services to our communities and most of all, neighborhood councils partner with you and advise on the budget, on the delivery of core services, and they involve our community in the city process. Whether or not you accept this or understand it, it's important for you to acknowledge that this is based on the city charter. And so we ask you to respect the city charter, which mandates the neighborhood council system's existence and funding appropriate to support its mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like Carl Mack, M-A-C-K, last name. Karen Mack. Karen Mack? Karen Mack's not here. Where are you? Oh, okay. You snuck in from the other side.
I didn't think you were going to call me.
Well, I was going to call you. You saved the best to the last.
Exactly.
And your clock is ticking.
Okay. First of all, esteemed council people, thank you so much for all your hard work. This is a very difficult time, so I want to get that out of the way. When I am facing a difficult path, I look for the light. And one of the successes in the city over the last few years has been crime reduction. Now, if you think about it, or if you listen to the press, the people responsible are the police. But we all know that really the people responsible are those working in communities with the police to look out for their neighborhoods and to reduce crime in their neighborhoods. Also, the arts are important in reducing crime. So we really need to focus on bringing these organizations together as opposed to just cutting arts and neighborhoods programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Farina Bleo. Farina Bleo, not here. Paul Pagnone. Paul Pagnone. Jeanette Iscat. Arnold Sachs. George. No last name. Is that you, George?
Right in front of you.
All right, George.
If you don't mind, is it okay for me?
We'll give you a microphone, George. Hold on a minute. We'll give you a hand mic.
Oh, you will?
Can we get a hand mic to George, please? George, there's no last name, so I'm just calling you George.
That's how I like it.
All right. We got a handheld mic. We'll get to you in a minute. Mr. LeBonge is going to bring it over. There's two more cards after George, and then we'll be done with the public comment.
Thanks a lot. Good morning to the City Council. You know, this is one of those times where I wish I could say that I was watching the Hatfield and the McCoys, but I'm here to make some noise. Is that all right? I'm also here to let the council know that I came up with a little saying, LA City Council, shame on you, cutting the disabled like you do. Please try to raise some revenue because the disabled public is going to come after you. Please don't cut the services of the DOD or the deaf or the hearing impaired or the programs that we need to repair our wheelchairs and things like that. So please try to raise the revenue so that we don't have to come after you.
Thank you, George. Forrest Yaman. Forrest Yaman. Arnold Sachs. Where is Arnold Sachs? There he is. And no, Forrest is not here. And then after Mr. Sachs will be our final speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Very difficult decision based on some of the things I've heard. The speaker got up and spoke about how murders have dropped, how she read it from a Rand Corporation article, cost $4 million to investigate a murder. Yet in the city council a year and a half ago, I believe Councilman Cardenas was, when we were talking about the mayor's program for gang intervention, said it cost $1 million per murder. Janice Hahn, in a letter to the editor, said it cost $1.8 million per murder. 1.6. Okay, excuse me. So what number is it? How can you expect the public to listen to your rhetoric when you can't get numbers for the public to deal with? 3 years, political gadflies have come in here and talked about special event fee waivers. It took you 3 years at least to do something about it. Yet in all that time, arenas like at AEG and Dodger Stadium got free city services. When do you step up to the plate? 3 years this process has been going on, and now you're going to act. It's terrible. You're terrible.
Our final speaker, Lauren Chihuli. Lauren? Pass? Okay, thank you. Mr. LaBonge, pardon me?
Commissioner Teresa Del Vero. Ask her to speak.
Commissioner Teresa Del Vero. Mr. LaBonge has asked you to speak, ma'am. I guess you're our final speaker. And we'll get you a hand mic. And then we will go into the discussion. Number of colleagues on the queue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. The CAO's report only looks at revenue generating departments. What about life-changing departments? Both the Department on Disability and the Commission on Disability are both life-changing departments. They change lives every single day. One can learn how to be disabled. Okay. One can learn how to be disabled. It is not taught in school. It is life experience. There are 1,663,000,000 individuals with disabilities in the county of LA. That number will only grow with the returning veterans. Each of you were elected to represent all of your constituents. Right now, we are the voices of the disabled community. After the CAO's report, who will they turn to when the department is eliminated? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We hear your comments. Thank you. Okay, we now have the council members, and we will begin with Council Member Parks, followed by Mr. Garcetti, Ms. Perry, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. LaBonge. Council Member Parks.
Let me. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, what we'd like to do, and certainly appreciate all the public here for their comments and also at the Budget and Finance meeting, but what we'd like to do is put some order into how we're going to approach the decisions today. The city clerk has prepared for you are two reports for committee reports. One is a 10A and the other is 10B. They address the issues that were of concern during the Budget and Finance meeting, and we'd like to use that as a format to go through. It certainly does not limit any council member from bringing other issues up that are not in the committee report. I'd also ask, as we go through the committee report, that we ask the city staff, the CAO, the CLA, to come up, and if we have a representative from the Controller's Office, so that we can also get an overview of our current financial status. And so I think that would be the best thing to lead off with, that overview and the considerations, and then we can go through the report. So we're going to ask Miguel to come up, and also if Jerry, and if we have a representative from
Jerry Miller
from the Controller's Office.
And the Controller's Office is here.
Staff, there's a PowerPoint presentation that Miguel has, so we can.
Mr. Parks, the Controller's Office is here. Do we need to bring him?
Pardon?
Is the Controller's Office representative here?
We expected them here because they gave us cash revenue reports in the Budget and Finance, and then they just recently provided a letter regarding a BWP transfer, so we thought that someone would represent them here. Okay, Miguel, why don't you start off giving the overview, and then that will set the tone as to what and how the committee report became developed.
Good morning. About 6 months ago, you hired me to engage in this difficult work that's in front of us today. And in the public interview that I went through, I made a commitment to you that at all given times, I will provide you the best advice that I can, given the information that I know. The report that's before you today is exactly that. It's the advice that we give as the city's administrative office that takes in consideration the challenges before us this fiscal year and begins to lay out a framework of how we could begin to address the structural problem within the next 3 years. By all means, it is not the most perfect plan you'll ever see. And it's meant to be a starting point for a conversation that should go on today, tomorrow, and the next several months. We'll start off with a snapshot of where we last left when I provided a financial status report. If you go to the first slide.
Sergeant Arms, could we please get it quiet in the chambers? And for the audience that is in chambers, there is seating in the Board of Public Works room if you wish to be more comfortable in that room. And there's also seating up in front. Thank you. Miguel? Okay, thank you.
In November, we reported that as a result of the various agreements that we reached with the coalition, with the police, and the various other engagements and reductions that we did across the board, we were able to significantly reduce the deficit that was before us at that time. At the time, we projected a $405 million deficit, and through that work, we were able to reduce it to $98 million. That $98 million was mainly composed of loss of revenue that we had identified at that time, with about $25 million of it being a gap in expenditures. If that was the only problem we were facing today, we would be in a situation that our healthy reserve would be able to mitigate. Unfortunately, our revenue has continued to decline. Today, the overall year's deficit is $515 million. You could see in this slide how 307 goes a long way in addressing it, but there's now an additional $186 million due to the loss in revenue in virtually every category. On the expenditure side, our problem is only about $22 million left.
Sorry for the interruption, but your slide there says total 2009-10 deficit equals $515 million. That should be $200 million because it's the 400 above, which is 10-11. Correct?
The slide, if you look at the slide, basically we're looking at a deficit now of 208, but the total 2010 deficit is what we're starting with based on the additional revenue.
Okay, but the total budget deficit for 09-10 fiscal year is about $200 million, not 515.
At where we stand today, yes.
Okay, but it's important because the decisions we make are very different for those we have to make this year for 09-10 versus 10-11. It's a very important distinction that we have to make, and you can't put up numbers up there that say there's a deficit this year of $515 million.
Mr. Garcetti.
You're both right, and we should probably let the presentation go through. The entire deficit for this year has been 515. What remains is 208. So both numbers are correct. The blue is what we've solved already. That's why it says resolved 300 million. What remains is 208. Nobody's lying from this table. These are not wrong numbers. They're not misleading numbers. And nobody is seeking to balance 515 in the next 5 months. I think that we need to be very clear about that.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Garcetti. Miguel? Continue, please.
Okay.
Ms. Hahn, did you have a question for...
Okay.
All right.
I'll be happy to respond to questions as we move forward. I'd rather complete the presentation. Let me walk through where we see the drop in revenue. The next slide shows how revenue has, in total, been declining consecutively for 4 quarters in a double-digit manner. And you've heard me say that the last time we've seen such dramatic drop in revenue was during the Great Depression. One of the commitments that your council has made this fiscal year is to have a healthy reserve. And part of the solution that one of the areas that we sought to address was to develop a reserve for this fiscal year that was at minimum 5% of our general fund. At the closing of this fiscal year, that reserve will be exactly that. It would be $232 million, which is about 5% of our overall general fund. Unfortunately, with a drop in revenue, we're seeing that reserve be in tremendous jeopardy. This slide indicates how revenue has dropped dramatically, specifically in the area of sales tax, and it draws the correlation with unemployment. Sales tax is sort of the canary in the mine that gives you an indication of the state of the economy and how severe we've been hit by the recession. The drop is unparalleled when you compare, even if you go as far back as 1982. The other chart, the next following chart, tells you what we assumed in the budget. We knew there was going to be a drop in revenue, and we assumed, which is the red sort of candy stripe, that there would be a drop of 9%. That has almost been double of what our expectation has been for the last few quarters. The following slide puts us now in a much larger context. We try to go as far back as we could in terms looking at sales tax alone. And if you look at all the recessions that have taken place between now and 1957, this recession is by far the most severe when it comes to the percentage of drop in our sales tax. I know the slide at the very end, it's a little fuzzy, but what it should be clear to say is that our revenue drop has been nearly 11%, 10.8%. The nearest, in the 1992, when we had the last major recession, it was significantly less than what it is today. The important part of this slide, it gives us an indication of how long it takes to recover from a recession. If you go back to 1992 through 1997, it took over 5 years to get to the point where the revenue loss actually caught up to what it had been. This recession arguably is much more severe than the previous recession, and as the chart that I shared with you right before indicates, so it is only, a guesstimate of how much longer it would take, but we should anticipate that at minimum it will be 5 years. And so I've heard some economists say that it won't be another decade until we reach the level of recovery from what we've experienced in this particular decline. So given all this, given the current crisis that we're in the two reports that you have before you, we are recommending a series of actions. The actions are meant to address, to a limited extent possible, the current crisis. I think there's been a good discussion in the last several days about what exactly we could do to help mitigate the problem that we're facing this fiscal year. The reality is that even with these 1,000 positions that we're asking you to consider for elimination, our ability to reduce our workforce within a period of 5 months is incredibly difficult. I was just on the phone with Bill Fujioka this morning, who was actually in charge of the layoff process at the county during the healthcare crisis of the 90s. He was the head of personnel for DHS. At that time, there were 800 layoffs that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors. It took 4 months to complete that process, and 6,000 people were impacted. Now, the reason why 6,000 people were impacted is because there's a cascading that's involved. Yesterday, the general managers and I were briefed by the personnel department on exactly how that cascading works. And so the person who is identified, a position that's being identified for elimination, is not necessarily the person who walks out the door. There's a cascading that takes place, so based on seniority, and it's all very clear in our civil service rules how that should go. The next slide indicates, out of the 1,000 layoffs, which bargaining units we are identifying. And the reason why this is important is because it is very clear in the coalition agreement, as was stated yesterday, that we have no ability to lay off coalition members this fiscal year. And we intend to meet the terms of that contract. What the agreement allows is an opportunity to identify those positions that are targeted for elimination and to work with general managers to transfer as many people as possible to special funded positions. The process that we're asking you to consider today is exactly that. Is that for those bargaining units, which represent about 60% of those on the list today, that we move forward on the process to identify those positions and direct our department to work with my office to proceed on transferring as many of those positions as possible to special funded positions. Maggie, I asked Maggie today what the latest number is of identified special funded positions and those that are available in the proprietaries. And that number is approximately now, the updated number is slightly above 300. It may change as we begin to scrub those numbers more, but I don't anticipate that it's going to grow in a very significant way. We asked the ports in particular for communication to all of you as to what number they anticipate, and you should have received that today. In the area where we have non-coalition members, we will do everything we can in those areas as well to mitigate layoffs. the protection does not exist, so ultimately those positions that can't be mitigated through transferring to special funded positions will be laid off this fiscal year with your approval. So going back to what actions need to be taken today, I think we all understand and appreciate the importance of a reserve fund. It is our savings account that we use not just for a rainy day, but in the event of a major crisis or natural disaster. It is one of the signals that our creditors look at to determine whether we are a viable investment. It's a critical part of how we govern. It is disturbing, to say the least, that we're at a point where we have to virtually deplete the reserve fund to mitigate this year's deficit. And there are certainly other actions that could be considered, and if any additional actions are considered beyond the ones we're recommended, my recommendation would be is that any funding that is identified beyond what we recommend be moved directly to the reserve to help preserve that for next fiscal year. So yesterday you took a major step in allowing the release of the RFP for the parking garages. And that will go through a process. We're going to be as aggressive as we can to ensure that if a recommendation is before you this fiscal year, it is our recommendation that whatever revenue we receive from that deal goes straight to the reserve to replenish what has been taken out to help us end in the black this year. The other things we're recommending is that we put away our credit card for a period of time, MICLA. MICLA is our commercial paper program that we utilize to engage in equipment purchases and major capital work. And there are a series of projects that have been identified that are in the queue to be approved through this program. We're recommending that we only proceed forward with those projects that are absolutely critical or are too far ahead that we can't stop at this point. The reason we're recommending that is because as we look at next year's problem, and unfortunately next year's problem is now anticipated to be $485 million. With all the various solutions that we have to engage in and that we will be recommending in the budget, it is hard to imagine how we're going to make it through next year without having to do some level of borrowing. My staff is currently looking at various options to engage in so that we can survive next year. And in order to do that, we have to have some room left in our capacity to borrow to be able to get through next year. It is another reason to hold off on MICLA. In our financial area, I am also recommending that in the next several weeks, we start identifying all the policies related to fiscal management and find ways to strengthen them so that we mitigate the chance that we're constantly in this situation in the future. It's hard to turn this ship around overnight. But one thing we can do is start building that foundation now so that we prevent these kinds of crises in the future. We're also recommending in the 3-year plan an honest and real reflection on what our core mission is. We're simply not in the place that we could do as much as we do now. And what is being proposed today is the elimination of some departments and the consolidation of others. The idea behind consolidation is not a statement that what those departments do is not important. In some ways, what we're trying to do is help those departments focus on their core mission as opposed to focusing on the administrative functions of running a department. An independent department has to have a general manager, an assistant general manager, has to manage their personnel, their procurement, their contracting, and a number of different city policies that are important to adhere to. But when you're a small department, much of your energy goes on the day-to-day administration, and the goal is to have most of your day go to the managing of your core mission, whether it's in the area of environmental affairs or in the area of disability. Those are areas that we all believe are important, and we need to have a strategy for them. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is, the only way of having an environmental agenda is by having a Department of Environmental Affairs. Is the only way of dealing with disability community or helping the disability community is by having a Department of Disability. What I'm proposing is just one idea, and there's obviously many ways we could define that, and hopefully what comes out of this is a real discussion about those very questions that I'm raising. But part of the larger discussion is that we need to ask ourselves, what are we about as a city? What is our core mission? What are those things that we do really, really well? And what are those things that perhaps we don't do as well, that perhaps somebody else could do? And what are those things that perhaps we should not be in the business of doing? And those are the policy questions that all of you need to start grappling with, because the current business model we have today is simply not sustainable. One way of engaging in that, if we go to beyond the next one, to the public-private partnership, one way of engaging in it and developing a different approach to our core mission is by engaging the private sector. One of the recommendations before you is that we sit down with the foundation that is our partner with the zoo and engage in a negotiation to transfer the management of the zoo to that foundation. The reason I'm making that recommendation because I'm familiar with the model in the county. The county has a network of arts facilities that includes Disney Hall, the Music Center, and a variety of others that are part of the county family. But the County Board of Supervisors isn't responsible for the artwork that goes on at LACMA or the symphonies that are played at Disney Hall. What the county does is provides a base level of funding that takes care of all the operations of those venues. And then the private foundations engage in the fundraising for the programmatic aspects of that work. It's a partnership that truly is P3 in that we take care of the basics, the county takes care of the basics, and the private sector takes care of the programmatic. And so it doesn't mean that the county is not in the culture business. In this case, it doesn't mean that we will not be in the zoo business. But what it does mean is that our responsibility will be focused in keeping the lights on, keeping the place clean, making it accessible. And GLAZA would be responsible to engage the private sector in fundraising so that it could enhance the overall experience for the visitor and help sustain that organization. We're also recommending today that we issue an RFP for the management of the convention center. The convention center has been able to survive very effectively the significant decline in conventions throughout the world. We still maintain it because we still pay for the related cost, and we still pay for the debt service on an annual basis. What I am not recommending is that we sell it, because it is an asset, we should maintain it. But the question that I'm raising is, are we the best people to run it? You know, I know Councilwoman Hahn has been working on developing strategies to provide greater flexibility to the convention center so it can compete, and those are things that are good and should be adopted. But there are 100 of other things that we could engage in to liberate the convention center so that it could be as competitive as possible in this very difficult market. The area that the convention center sits on today is one of the most prosperous parts of town. And so this is an opportunity to test the market to see if there's anybody out there who would be willing to manage the organization and help us make it fulfill the complete capacity that it can. What that does is that more conventions we have in the city means more hotel rooms filled, which in turn means more revenue to the city. It means more jobs for our community, and it means more visitors as a whole. The other areas that we're looking at is in the area of theaters and art centers. You know, there's an opportunity to engage with our nonprofit community to look at how to best operate those venues. This is not a strange model to the city, because if the center which is down the street is currently run by the Latino Museum and the Latino Theater. All the rest of these ideas we're recommending not that you take action now today, but that you direct us to start looking into them. Some of them may be completely impossible to consider and will soon be taken off the table. Others will be able to engage in a more thoughtful discussion, not just within your own city family, but engaging our labor partners and engaging the private sector about how we could do some of this work. The other area in P3s is that we should not be afraid to put ourselves in comparison with the private sector. This city does a lot of things really well. Trash collection is one of them. Fleet maintenance. There's a variety of things that we've engaged in that we do through the hard work of the men and women who work here. And so in some areas it may make sense to engage in some level of managed competition where we compare ourselves on equal footing with the private sector. One thing that does, that even if we choose to move forward and continue with a city-run facility or city-run function, it gives us the opportunity to look at and ask the question, how else can we be more efficient? What opportunities do we have to streamline our processes and reduce our costs through that level of competition? It is these areas that we're asking you to consider as a framework for the next 3 years. All of these things are, again, intended to spark a discussion and to generate even more ideas so that we could figure out how we're going to survive the next 4 or 5 years. This next slide shows a daunting picture, and is a picture that I've shared with you in the past about what the future looks like. Next year's deficit is expected to be 484. This wasn't quite updated for the last number, so I'll give you those numbers now. For 10-11, our deficit is expected to be at 484. For 2011, it's going to be 785. For 2012, it'll be 952. And for 2013, we're anticipating a deficit of over $1 billion. And it's daunting, to say the least, when you look at these numbers. And there are many drivers behind that. The cost of doing business is expensive. We are a people-driven organization. We don't make pencils or sell cars. We are in the service business. And so our costs are in our people. And we should be very proud of the kinds of benefits and salaries that we give, but as this chart clearly shows, there comes a point where it's not sustainable. One of the things that it's been clear in the last 6 months for me is that our workers are willing to step up to preserve not just jobs, but to preserve services that are critical to the residents of Los Angeles. But how many more furlough days can we ask our workers to take? EAA now has 2 days a month. Do we now go up to 4 days a month? How much more sacrifice do we need to ask our workers to engage in to maintain an overall workforce that is clearly unsustainable? I realize that layoffs are a difficult thing. Last Thursday, I had to inform the people slated in my office for layoffs that we were not exempting ourselves in this process. And it was a difficult thing for me to do, but the reason why I did it is because we have a responsibility to the workers that stay behind and to the services that we provide. We owe them, we owe them to meet our obligations when it comes to their salaries. We owe it to those people who have retired to be able to continue to pay their retirement and to meet our obligation to the pensions that our current workers are anticipating at the time of their retirement. So much of what's in front of you is about preserving and protecting the workforce that you have today. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Parks?
Jerry Miller, if you have any comments. And do we have a representative from the controller?
Is there someone from the controller's office in Chambers?
Okay, well, I think the only thing that I would add to Miguel's presentation is, I think, similar to our budget discussion of last year. The only actions you can take to balance the budget are those that are currently within your control. And there are only two ways of balancing the budget and getting ourselves into structural balance, and that is to raise revenue or to reduce payroll. And the only way to reduce payroll is to reduce the number of people we have or the amount that we pay them. Now, on the revenue side, because of Prop 218, to be quite blunt, it is literally impossible to have a comprehensive and productive discussion on raising revenues to help balance our budget. And that has to do with the timing of elections, and it has to do with voter requirements for special taxes. That is not to say that we shouldn't pursue them. We should. The difficulty is being able to rely on those in order to balance the city's budget. Now, I think there is there may be some sense that the decisions that need to be made to balance this year's budget are different than those moving forward. I do not believe that that's the case. I think, as Miguel indicated, it is likely that we were going to blow through most of our reserve fund this year. And even in an optimistic scenario in which we can generate, $30 or $40 million more than projected by the end of the year in savings, you are now looking at a deficit next year of around $660 million. Now, that represents about 59% of your entire civilian workforce, including police and fire, civilians. And that represents more than 60%, about 63% of your civilian workforce without police and fire. So the problems that we're going to be facing truly are monumental. I think, as Miguel indicated, I see no way out of this without the ability to borrow over the next year or two to provide us with enough time to make the reductions that are necessary to balance the budget and to allow revenues to catch up with our expenditures. I think that is a reality. And the reality is that you need to start taking actions today that will result in full year savings next year and will result in an opportunity to replenish the reserve fund so that we can maintain access to the capital markets and borrow at a reasonable price. Now, again, it's far from finalized, but you took part of that step yesterday in the P3 transaction. If that goes forward, and I believe, even in the most optimistic of circumstances, we can get $150 million to replenish the reserve fund, you're still looking at more than $400 million to balance next year. So I would strongly encourage everyone in the city to work hard and to begin taking the actions today that need to be taken to balance our budget not only next year but beyond. Now, that is not to say that we also shouldn't engage with our labor partners. They were extraordinarily helpful and worked very hard in the ERIP program and generating $80 million in savings last year. That was, again, extraordinary. Unfortunately, things have deteriorated since then, and our problem is now even bigger. So while we need to continue to engage with them, as I started off saying, the only things that you can do are those that are currently within your control. And the fact of the matter is that you have contracts right now with virtually all of the major bargaining units.
Mr. Parks, we now have Mr. Garcetti. If you're complete, you finished?
Let me ask, Mr. Garcetti, I believe, has a motion that may assist us in directing the discussion.
Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Parks has a question.
We had a motion that was going to help us direct the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. We do actually have Mr. Parks' time representative from the Controller's Office. Did Mr. Parks, did you want to hear from him?
Mr. Lamb, could you give us an overview of the presentation that you made at Budget and Finance that deals with the revenue and the our state of our reserve fund, and also the most recent letter from your office regarding the power transfer?
At this point, the Controller has released a letter that indicates that we're going to be anticipating being $199 million short this year, approximately $169 million on the revenue side, the remainder on the expenditure side. Looking at the projection of the city administrative officer for the reserve fund and taking $200 million to balance this year's reserve fund, that would leave us with a reserve fund of $30 million if all of the assumptions prove to be correct. But a $30 million reserve fund in a $4.4 billion budget is not much margin for error, and with 5 months left in the fiscal year, we could easily exceed that amount. The second letter that the Controller has just released yesterday, the budget assumes that we are going to get $220 million, or at this point, from the water and power, from the power revenue fund. That reflects 8% of gross income, which is reduced from the 232 originally. Water and Power was on the commission yesterday for a transfer of $147 million. If we don't get the remaining $70 million, and if everything stays the same, we will be short $40 million in the current year, which will entail action to either cancel encumbrances at year-end, cancel payments, and deal with a situation that we have never dealt with, which is end the year having to deal with a $40 million budgetary shortfall.
Miguel, from your comments and from we just heard from Mr. Lamb and also Jerry, what are our options in the sense of looking at your report, going all the way back to doing nothing? What are the options as far as the city has if there is no consensus and no movement on the recommendations that you've moved forward?
Well, inaction limits our options. I think you heard from myself and from Jerry that it's going to be impossible to survive next year without some level of borrowing to get through. I had an opportunity to speak to all of our bond rating agencies about 2 weeks ago, and I have a responsibility to inform them of the drop in revenue, and which I did. And I shared with them the plan, the outline of the plan that all of you have now. And what they stated back to us is that they believed, as alarming as that drop in revenue is that that plan provides some level of framework about how we're going to get out of it. They cautioned, however, that any action that ends up happening as a result of this discussion, if there's no action, then our bond rating will significantly drop. It is likely to drop regardless of what we do because we are faced with just a huge loss in revenue. And they made that clear in my conversations. And when our ratings drop, and if they drop even further than what we anticipate them dropping, it limits our ability to borrow, whether it's through pension obligation bonds or using our existing MICLA or whatever other tool that we're currently looking at. And if we can borrow, the interest rate will be significantly higher, making the cost of borrowing that much more difficult. We know for a fact we borrow just as the course of doing business. We issue a TRAN every year to be able to, for cash flow purposes, to get through the entire year. That is still part of what we have to engage in, regardless of all these other mechanisms that we have to fulfill. And so no action by your council will limit that ability significantly.
Okay. Let me ask, we've heard a lot of comments about why don't we just get rid of equipment and expense items and a variety of things of that nature. Could you give us some idea of what amount of the budget is allocated to those areas and what would be the impact on the deficit in just dealing with equipment and expense items?
One of the things that we've already done is we've identified all the accounts that are still have some revenue in them, and some of them we're recommending depleting, some of them we recommend maintaining because those funds are already encumbered for very specific purposes. But one of the challenges before us is looking at this problem in 1 year versus multiple years. We could engage in the process of depleting every single pot of money that we have, and this city has already done that significantly in the last several years to get through the structural deficit year after year after year. But what those are one-time solutions. So the minute that you pass the next year, you're confronted with that deficit all over again, plus the deficit that we already know of, plus the deficit that you only dealt with on a one-year basis. Part of what we have to do is engage in some of that activity, but why we're proposing layoffs is because it provides an ongoing savings to our system that will help address next year's problem and the following year's problem on an ongoing basis. In the future, the solutions that we identify need to have a long-term component to it. They can't just be the quick fixes to get us through. And the reality is that we've run out of them, even to get through this fiscal year.
Okay. And then, Miguel, also, you mentioned earlier about time is not on our side. Could you just be more graphic as to just what that means to us as far as the timing of issues? And we've had many recommendations people have come up with, and if those recommendations can't be done at a certain period, then how does that help us in this year? And what are some of the timelines that we have to act in order to protect the reserve fund and begin to move towards next year's budget?
I've already talked about how long it takes to process the layoffs. That process can't start without your action. So even if the council were to approve today the 1,000 lists in front of you, it is very unlikely that someone will leave city service within the next 30 days, perhaps even in the next 60 days, because our processes take that long. So any delay in action delays our ability to plug in that machine that has never been tried before within the Office of Personnel. Every day that we wait, it's 4 more positions that we need to identify to generate the same targeted savings that we've identified for the 1,000 position reductions. So any delay makes it more difficult in the future, and the problem that we will be facing will be larger and with less options and with less time.
Also, there's been many people that have commented as though this budget is being unnecessarily harsh on employees. Why is it that in looking at this budget for this year and in the future, why personnel allocations are so significant?
Employee costs make up 85% of our budget. And so it is impossible, as Jerry indicated, to mitigate a deficit without a reduction in our employees. Our employees already have given a tremendous amount, and that's how we've been able to survive this fiscal year. And so, in order to be able to deal with the deficits that are in our today and in the future, there has to be a reduction in that 85% cost so that we could guarantee that those savings are generated on an annual basis.
And then what are the costs in addition to just salary that also drive the over our current budget situation?
It's all the tools that we need to get our job done.
I mean, but in the salary, do we have overhead? Do we have indirect costs? Do we also have the issue that addresses, that impacts our general fund?
And our employees, everybody, the cost of that individual, 60% of it on average is their actual salaries. 40% of it is their health and pension benefits and all the other benefits that we provide. And so part of what's driving our deficit, a significant part that's driving our deficit, is our pension costs. And so one of the reasons why I recommended reform in our pension system early on this calendar year was because given that it was one of the principal drivers, at least when it comes to new employees, those people that are currently not working for the city, we should provide a different kind of pension system to protect the pension system that our existing employees have.
Okay, let me just ask Mr. Lamb one question, and then Bill, tell us on the reports you give us routinely how much we're spending over our allocation for salaries each and every pay period.
Right now, we're spending in excess of the amount that is allocated, about $4 million.
Can you speak up, please, sir? Can't hear you.
At this point, we're spending about $4 million in excess of what we have each pay period.
And how much has it accumulated between July 1st and today?
Right now it's about $85 million.
So we spent $85 million more than what we allocated for salaries, in addition to the $200 million plus that Mr. Santana talks about in drop of revenue. Those are two of the main drivers of our deficit at this time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bill, you had okay. Gary?
Yeah, I'd like to expand a little bit on what Miguel indicated. And I know you've heard this, and I know you know this, but I think it's important to, both for the public and for everybody, to keep emphasizing this. You look at a $4.4 or now a $4.1 billion budget, and you think it can't be that difficult to generate that much money. But about half of that, off the top, is non-discretionary. It is debt service, it is pension costs, it is health benefits costs, it is all of those things that have to be done before we can even look at balancing the budget. So you've got about $2 billion left after that. And then it's been the policy of this council to deal with, your first priority has been public safety. And then when you look at the $2 billion, a little more than $2 billion, 60 to 70% of that is sworn. So when we're talking about a number of $600 million, you're talking about a base of roughly $900 to $1 billion to solve that.
Okay. And also, Miguel, could you tell us from the general fund that is not restricted, approximately how much of our budget is going to public safety?
As Jerry indicated, about 30% of our budget, of the $4 billion, is going to police, and about $10 million is 10% is going to fire.
So, could you give us a total in the dollar amount?
In dollar amount, it's about $1.7 billion.
Okay, and that comes out of the $2 billion that's not restricted?
That is correct.
Okay, and so the rest of the city gets basically run on how much left?
About $900 million to $1 billion. So let me describe what those departments are. Out of the section that we have discretion over, that it's not police or fire, it includes $200 million for street services and transportation, 190 for culture, education, and recreational services, 157 for public works and community, 127 out of the city attorney, about 60 million for both the mayor and the council, 60 million for budget, finance, and treasury revenue collection, 44 for capital improvements, 36 for the clerk, ethics, and employee relations, 20 million for controller, 16 million for human services, economic assistance, and development. So basically, the services that our community interfaces the most are limited to that $1 billion that make up about 13 to 15% of all of the $4 billion of general funds.
Is it fair to say that the recommendations in your FSR report mainly came from issues that deal in that $900 million? Is that where most of those recommendations for savings came from?
With the exception of fire, that would be correct.
And the fire was what, overtime?
Overtime, right. And in police, it was targeted to civilians.
Okay. And police was over 300 civilians, but fire was overtime, not their base salary, but an overtime.
Right. We're not recommending any layoffs of firefighters.
Okay. And so out of the $900 million, and I think from the reaction of those who've shown up today, they're feeling the cut as it relates to you looking at 30% of the budget.
That's an important point to make. I think that one of the issues that's been raised by a number of general managers and certainly the community is that if the deficit is so much, why are we taking such a large hit? It's not reflective of the percentage overall. Why isn't it spread across the board evenly so that everyone can handle? We engaged in that strategy this year. This year there was the shared sacrifice, shared responsibility approach to the budget, and it's applied to most departments. We're at a point where we can't do that anymore because our ability to generate the savings that we need is only doable in a very limited area. And so, obviously, if we're recommending eliminating a department altogether, compared to maybe only a 10% reduction in another department, that is not an equitable way of engaging in this discussion. But it's the way that we're recommending, one, because we're responding to the priorities that have been directed to us by your council and the mayor, but two, because our ability to engage in across-the-board reductions is limited based on the funding that's flexible enough to do that.
If we asked you to bring us a budget that looked at the entire city's budget, would it be much different from what you presented today?
If you ask that we have everyone the same level of cut?
Well, not the same level, but the issue is if you looked at the entire city budget, and would your recommendations be the same as those you're bringing being that you only looked at 30% of the budget?
Are you asking if we included police, for example?
Yes, include everything.
I mean,
if there are no limits.
Right. We provided you a secondary report today, this morning, based on your requests, listing out other options that your council may consider without the limitation of certain areas that have been identified by the council in the past.
On that, could you give us just a thumbnail on item 5, just to give us an idea of what happened as it relates to police if they were part of the discussion?
Wait, do you mind?
Your question again on the addendum report?
Yes, but just on item 5.
On item 5. Basically, in the report, we provided various options. Item 6, I believe, which you're referring to, talks about potential options with the police department. And so we provided 3 basic options. The first is to cancel the remaining police recruitment classes this fiscal year. And we indicated some savings of approximately $2 million through the end of the year and up to 7.7 next year. We also provided information on whether the city chose to actually lay off police officer positions in the academy.
Okay. One thing I'd like to do, Mr. Smith has a motion that is putting together a working group. We'd like to, 10D, we'd like to move that number 6 to his working group so he can come back to us from that working group and address that issue, which gives us a broader look at the current budget. You circulate 10 days.
On it at the second, right?
No.
Just tell me, Richard, we're not voting on it.
No, it's not being voted on. It's just that we're asking.
Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Parks.
It's 10D, Richard.
Hold on. Mr. Alarcon, do you wish for clarification, Mr. Alarcon?
It's 10D. It's been circulated.
Tell the public.
Well, I think we did.
Has that been clarified, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Mr. Smith has a motion.
As long as it's been circulated, it's in front of you, it's 10D. And it's posted on the board for the public over there. Basically says, on the police and fire issues, because we haven't vetted them out yet, we're going to refer those items to the working group, which on the police side will include the chief of police or his designee, a representative of the police union, and the CAO and CLA to come back on a working group and find efficiencies within the department and discuss all those issues that have been addressed here, as well as efficiencies that can be had. On the fire side, it's the fire chief, CLA, and CAO. We purposely had to leave the union off this issue because we have an impasse issue there. We cannot talk to them at this time about these issues, and we have no contract with them at this time. So on the fire side, it's unfortunate we had to leave them out, but on the police side, the union will be at the table. We're going to discuss all these options and bring back to you within 30 days a plan of action on police and fire to find efficiencies and or other options that we have in cutting those budgets.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Mr. Parks, we have a number of speakers on the queue.
Let me just conclude.
All right.
And we've given the presentation. We'll come back as to the reports that came out of committee. But I just have one point to ask Mr. Garcetti to offer his motion, because that may direct some of the conversation as it relates to this issue.
All right. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Parks, and thank you. Let me also publicly thank our CLA and our CAO. I don't envy either of you, and there's a lot that will be said and has been said, and I know in your hearts, as people who have spent a career in public service, how deeply committed you are to public employees, and that it is not lightly that you would ever suggest something like layoffs, cuts, consolidations, or any of those things, so thank you for the work that you've been doing. I was asked by a reporter this morning, do you feel confident the City Council can take action to close the budget? And I didn't hesitate. I said, absolutely. I said, absolutely we can, because when we were faced with a $400 million deficit, we met around the clock, we took actions, and it took us about a month and a half to close 3/4 of that, and do that quickly, to do it humanely, and to do very, very difficult work, unprecedented work here, of early retirement, but without making our pensions go awry even further, of being able to get people off the payroll by reducing our workforce but without doing layoffs. We're working at revenue generation, looking at all the ways we can tighten our own belts, leading by example. Council offices have cut themselves by more than 25% now in the last 3 years. We have another 5% here before other departments do, because people always say, cut your salaries, cut your department. We're doing that too, and our staffs are the critical ambassadors to make sure that red tape can be cut through and new businesses can be opened and streets can be paved and people can feel safe and new parks can be built. When we look at this today, I'm confident because of the foundation, not just on this side of the horseshoe, but on that side of the horseshoe. The workers, the advocacy community, the arts community that is here today, folks from the disability community, people who have stood up to say what LA values are. Our values don't conflict here today. Our actions and our solutions may, but our values certainly don't. And I think it's critically important for us as we move forward to know that there isn't a single person around this horseshoe, and I know not a single person out there, as well as at this table, that says let's do layoffs or let's make cuts in programs and departments as the first thing that we do. Those both have to be the last thing we do. So in that, there's two motions I actually want to talk about. One is before you, 10F, that Mr. LaBonge and I signed, Ms. Perry, Mr. Zine, Mr. Parks, Mr. Smith signed on to. I'm sure everybody would have. You can only do a certain amount of signatures before you become a majority of the council. That deletes a number of things. One, deletes recommendation 46C in the FSR regarding the suspension of the Cultural Affairs Grant Program for this coming year. It just deletes that and gets rid of that as the support of the arts community. And I won't repeat what was said much more articulately than me, but I think each one of us, and it's a credit to the city that you see all the folks that came here from every single council district, that we know the multiplier effect of arts money, that it's not just the direct funding that gets leveraged 4, 5, 6 times, but then the spillover effect when a new play opens or an exhibition and restaurants are filled and people are at work, and we are the creative capital of the world, and that is critical for us to continue being. That doesn't mean the cultural affairs won't face some cuts, but I think we have to do those, as Mr. Nodal said, not in a disproportionate way. The other two recommendations in here would refer recommendation 47 and 49, which have to do with the Department of Disability and the Human Services Departments, to Mr. Labange's committee, and to report back in 30 days. So instead of moving forward the elimination of those today, we say, well, let's pause for a moment. Let's make sure we're not trying to disproportionately do things. I do not think that anybody's intention has been to cut services, but let's make sure that by cutting departments, we aren't cutting services, and to make sure that the critical small departments that we get very little bang for the buck anyway in balancing the overall budget, that we do that in a responsible way. That's the first motion that is before us of those two. The second goes to the heart of what our workers have talked about, and it's a motion that I think nobody here feels comfortable moving today and saying layoffs should go forward. What layoffs are the very, very last insurance policy if everything else breaks down to make sure that we don't go towards fiscal insolvency. But I think what I would like to see, and what I'm introducing, and we have circulating for seconds, which will be before us, and we've worked with the CAO on this, takes language that the Coalition of City Unions has asked for us. That's to say that we do not name anybody for the next 30 days that would be a layoff, so that we have 30 days to work on what we should be focusing on, which is those transfers, and asked to identify 1,000 transfers that could be made from either from special funded departments or from from general funded to our special funded or proprietary departments, to move as many of the list, to winnow that list down of 1,000 potential layoffs, hopefully down to 0. Added to that, Mr. Koretz brought up yesterday, many of us have been talking a long time, Mr. Alarcon, both with everything from our ARA grants to looking at our collections. Ms. Perry suggested to me as President Pro Tem that we start not only having just our Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but every single day that we have meetings on the budget. And so, colleagues, I'm going to propose that starting Monday, we meet every single day of the week. That is not to say that we're not working every single day of the week already, so the public knows it's not like this is a 3-day-a-week job. Every council member works 7 days a week and often gets home close to midnight and wakes up very early. But that we put all the other business that we do aside, and that Monday we talk about all the revenue ideas, and really not just talk about them as aspirations and report backs in 30 days, but if somebody has a question about debt collection, we get the Office of Finance down here today. I know Mr. Alarcon wants to talk to them as well today, but we get them down on a Monday and we say, come back in an hour if you don't have the answer to that question now, so that we can actually move the mechanics of all the other revenue ideas that are out there, of using our stimulus dollars, of getting our collections, of making sure that transfers occur. The many things that we have there's 67 that the Coalition of City Unions put together from employees that many of us have seen, and some of them actually helped us when we went through the exercise in September. Mr. Koretz, as I think, worked on the first 11 of the 20-something that he's collected. We've been doing that with the Coalition and other unions as well, starting this Friday. There's a meeting in the CAO's office. But I encourage you, colleagues, get all the ideas you want the CAO to look at this weekend, and around the clock this weekend they can scrub some of those and see which ones really have merit, and to be realistic, so we can have somebody who's an outside debt collector, for instance, come in and say, well, for General Motors, once you have those worst debts, we only get 10 cents on the dollar. So if you're trying to estimate what it's going to be, it might sound juicy in $400 million. You could only, best case scenario, expect 40. I want to get reports back on why our workers' comp unit is the one that's targeted, when perhaps they're ones that can help us save money. We can dig into those sorts of things to make sure, and incentivize perhaps the city attorney's office to be even more aggressive with debt collection, and say every dollar we get back, you get 5 cents on that dollar, like we do with private attorneys. Let's incentivize our workforce to help us solve that problem and to avoid layoffs. So as we go through the individual things that are out there, I hope that sets the context today. We have a lot of individual things to vote on, but I think it's important to keep the mechanics moving of this machine that Mr. Santana said needs to be plugged in. but hopefully gives folks who are hesitant about that some room to breathe, knowing that for 30 days nobody will be named, and that we're going to look at, Ms. Hahn has a motion I know that I was happy to second as well, digging into some of the specifics of where those 1,000 positions can be found to be able to transfer people, because what we really need to do is reduce the workforce by 1,000 positions. We don't need to do is lay 1,000 people off, and that is the goal I know for the CAO, the goal for the CLA, and it certainly should be the goal of this council and this city if we're going to call ourselves the City of Angels.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, is that now going to be scheduled for Monday so everyone will know for committee meetings?
Yes, we're going to look at the Monday schedule. Worst case scenario, we'll start that Tuesday, but I'm going to be working with each of the council members, Ms. Perry and I, for our committee meetings that are on Monday to schedule to make sure that our committee meetings can continue. But a lot of that will be coming here directly.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
The reason I introduced this motion is because at this point there's no more important issue that we have to deal with as a city council than the budget, and it is designed to give us a bit of lead time so that people can adjust their schedules, and we can move this agenda forward and have a definitive vote one way or the other on what people intend to do and to put it on the public record, because time is not our friend here, time is our enemy, as we all have discussed over and over and over again. Each day we delay compounds the deficit and adds to our burden and the burden of the employees who are here. So I am very interested in activating this by next week, and we'll just have to meet around the clock till we get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I sort of find it ironic that in the summer it was labor that came to us and asked us to implement the ERIP agreement, the early retirement program. First, we said yes, then we said no, and while we twiddled around, we lost about 3 or 4 months of ERIP, which cost us about at least half to 75% of what the shortfall that's being projected this year. So I think it's ironic that labor came to us with a solution early. We were not able to craft it because I still don't have a complete answer to that. We weren't able to craft it as quickly as we should have, and I think we all agree to that. And now we're sticking it in their eye by proposing layoffs. I don't think that's the way to treat our partners. They were the ones that found the primary solution out of the budget crisis last year, and now, rather than working with them, asking them, sitting down and looking at the solutions they're proposing, we just want to cut 1,000 of them out of the equation. I remember when Mayor Villaraigosa was running for office. I remember it well. I heard him many times say that he wanted to be like Mayor Bradley. Mr. Santana, I can tell you, this proposal that you have provided to us is not Bradley-esque. Mayor Bradley did not eliminate the Department on Disability, he created it. Mayor Bradley did not eliminate the Department of Environmental Affairs, he created it. Mayor Bradley did not eliminate the Department of Human Services, he created it. He did not suspend Cultural Affairs grants, he enhanced them, he created the Cultural Affairs Department. He created the Community Beautification grants. This is not the way that he would have done it. He did not eliminate the 100% reduction in the solid waste lifeline program that nobody even spoke of today, that is in your proposal, to eliminate giving poor people and senior citizens and disabled people a discount on the collection of their trash. He didn't eliminate that. He created it. A reduction to 30%. When it's 100%, Bernard, you know that. It's a direct attack on the poor and the senior citizens and the disabled. So what will happen, council members, when the senior citizens, rich or poor, because they're included no matter what their economic strata, what is going to happen when they get a bill on their DWP, it increases by $50? What's going to happen? You're going to hear the phones, man. You are going to hear the phone calls. That's absolutely going to happen. I asked a lot of questions yesterday about the uncollected debt. We have talked to the director of Department of Finance, and she now tells us that the uncollected debt is $400 million. That's her estimate. There is no factoring in to your budget proposal of an amount to account for what we might get out of that uncollected debt. Now, I recognize that you're not going to get all $400 million next year. But how much can we get? If you look at the industry standard of 15%, that's $60 million. Why haven't we put that in this budget? $60 million can save 500 or 600, maybe 500 jobs. I don't know. But why wasn't it factored in? So I think before we can propose layoffs, we have a lot of work to do on the revenue side. Why, if we know that we are creating jobs through the Recovery Act, then why aren't we factoring in the potential jobs that we will attract? If we already created 380 jobs in the last 6 months with ARA, why haven't we factored in the creation of 1,000 jobs in the next year and a half? Because we know we're going to get more. In fact, we know we've already received approval for an additional I think it's about $230 million in ARA grants that have been approved, but we haven't received the money, so we haven't created the jobs. We know we can create those jobs. Why haven't they been factored in? Why are we quick to cut out 1,000 employees? So I don't have a problem with cutting. Trust me, I've done that. Wesson, we've been through those budgets. I did it when I worked on this city council. I watched when I worked for Mayor Bradley. I saw budgets having to be cut, even layoffs. But we're not ready for that yet. We're not ready because we haven't done the due diligence that we owe to our workforce and to the services to say that this is our last opportunity. It is not our last opportunity. We have to go get the uncollected debt. We have to get the ARA money. We factor those things into the equation. We have to commit to not eliminate any job that's going to generate more revenue. We have to ensure that every budget analyst, like yesterday you said 2 of your people were working on the ARA money. We have to ensure that every budget analyst in your office assigned to every department is pushing for those departments to generate more money in ARA grants, and they need to understand the process directly. So we have a lot of opportunity to generate more revenue that has not been incorporated into this assessment. And before we go hacking people's and families' well-being, we need to commit to them that we in fact have done all those things that we could. We have not done those things, and that's why I cannot support one layoff today.
Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you for the motion F. Just to state that, I will have it in committee. I truly believe, members, we should not eliminate the Department of Disability. We should find a way to keep that department there. That was in office on the 21st floor, as Mr. Alarcon spoke of, and I believe it was in Mr. Reardon's time that the department was created. And many departments were created for a variety of reasons. And the expansion of government, children, youth, and family. I believe some of the things could go back to the mayor's office. Human Relations Commission could go back to the mayor's office. It's a citywide office. You could cut low overhead, but you still have that voice, which is so good. Some of us sat on the Mayor's Youth Council with Olivia Mitchell, and it was much more impressive if you got a call from the office of the mayor of Los Angeles Youth Services than a department of the mayor or department of the city. Have it come from the office of the mayor, which I think strengthens it and also keeps people involved with that governance. Ms. Vincent was very much involved with that on the 21st floor, as I see that. So I think those are key to look at those options. I will discuss them and bring them back. I think the art community articulated very, very well many of their issues, and I think we understand and realize that. but we do have some tough times. And those tough times are like a variety of things. I would like to ask one opportunity in public-private partnership that we look to the county model, Mr. CAO. The Hollywood Bowl is owned by the County of Los Angeles. The Parks and Recreations operated with the Philharmonic of Los Angeles County. There's a relationship there. The Natural History Museum in Exposition Park was struggling. A partnership was created. LACMA, Los Angeles County Art Museum on Wilshire, partnership was created. We could see that partnership whether with our cultural facilities, with the zoo, or other things. But I would ask on this list here of partnerships, ask Mr. Muckery to look at partnerships for our recreation centers and make sure there's equity throughout the city. Ask if there's a YMCA, YWCA, Boys and Girls Club that could step into a facility. We must take care of the grounds and the property, but no way should we ever have those doors locked, and we should find partners who could help us, whether it's LA Unified, whoever, to try to do that particular aspect of it. I would like to ask and follow up to Mr. Smith's idea about a working group, that we have a working group of our Public Works Department. I love Public Works, I love transportation, but the county has combined that in some ways that have been effective. I like the Board of Public Works, but maybe its time has come. And there needs to be a working group to look at that with labor and management to say what we could do. Because all the people really want are streets that are paved well and lit well and working well. That's their key. And our crews have done successful jobs on that if we could work it right. But the main thing is to look at that aspect of it. Let me just ask the question, Mr. President. Hold my time for a second. How long is this clock here?
As long as we don't hold any time.
I know you don't hold time. You don't hold anything, Dennis. How much time is on here? How much time is on this clock? Is it a 3-minute clock?
You're 19 seconds over.
Is it a 3-minute clock? All right, I'll punch my clock again. But I thank everybody. I think we have to, though, be prepared as we look to the future as if we're isolated somewhere and we're on standby. And if we're on standby, we've got to make sure we be prepared to try to protect the people we serve, but also protect the people who serve us, but be fair in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar, followed by Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Huizar?
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And the good news is that we started this process looking at our deficit for the fiscal year 10-11 way ahead of time than we usually do as a council. It's before the council a lot earlier than it is every year. The bad news is that we had a bad start. We had a bad start because we really haven't done a good job explaining to the public, explaining to the people who will be impacted by these cuts, whether what we're doing today is immediate for the fiscal year 9-10 or 10-11. And that is so important because, in fact, what we have before us for the fiscal year 09-10, we have an extremely risky plan that, in my opinion, may not pan out, and everything we talk about for the fiscal year 10-11 is even in more danger. At the same time, when we got this report on Friday evening, and you were asking the Budget and Finance Committee to vote to lay off 1,000 people with 72-hour notice without knowing the impacts to service and to exactly what employees were going to be impacted, I couldn't support that, and I didn't support that in Budget and Finance. But given that, I would ask Mr. Garcetti that before we even begin to discuss all these proposals that are on the table today, on Monday and next week, we should actually go through very specifically the plan we have for fiscal year 09-10, where we have a $200 million deficit. Because that is the more immediate problem right now. We have a fire in our house, and we're looking at the tornado that is coming, but we have to put out that fire right now. And what's happening here is we're so focused on the year 10-11 and things that we still have a little more time to really reflect on and ask ourselves if we're doing the right thing when this plan for 09 and 10 is really a huge risk. Mr. Santana, if you could bear with me right now, and let's walk very quickly what our plan is to close the gap for that $200 million that we have for 09-10. And it's so confusing because, in fact, even the LA Times story that was published today about our budget, it says that we are laying off 1,000 workers to cut off, to fill the gap for $200 million. That's wrong. That's really addressing the $400 million gap that we have for the fiscal year 10-11. But for 09 and 10, what is our plan? Number one, we have a deficit of $200 million, correct?
That is correct.
The proposals that are before us today, all these cuts that you're asking us to do, how much of those cuts, not counting the P3, will address those $200 million?
Well, again, if I refer you to the pie chart that I showed in terms of the 1,000 layoffs in the various bargaining units. For the 60% of them that are represented by the coalition, those layoffs...
No. We won't realize those savings for fiscal year 10-11. Right. What actual cuts are we making that would save us money these next 5 months?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
The percentage that is non-coalition, okay, the approximately 40% of that pie chart, that percentage is not protected by the agreement that prohibits layoffs. So the only thing that's preventing those layoffs of occurring is the time that it takes to get them done. And so if we're talking about, and we could certainly have Maggie here to explain that process, but on average it's going to take between 3 or 4 months to actually achieve that process. So we anticipate that only from that pie chart, maybe we have 2 or 3 pay periods that we can count on will actually be reflected in this year's, this actual year's deficit.
Okay, total dollar amount.
The total dollar amount for this fiscal year is approximately, let's see if I can look at it, how much? It'd be $15 million.
$15 million. We have a $200 million gap. If we go through with a proposal that's on the table, we will save $15 million for this year.
That is correct.
Your other proposal is to deplete our reserves, and then regenerate them when we sell or lease the garages and we get that money in July. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We had the controller sit there in Budget and Finance and today that says if we deplete our reserves, we won't be able to borrow any TRAN next year. We won't be able to have any cash flow to pay our invoices. And that is unacceptable. We don't have a plan for this year. We have a $15 million plan to address a $200 million gap. And so all this talk, worrying people whether they're going to have a paycheck, worrying people whether they're going to provide for their family, we should be focused on the $200 million and not on something that we have a little more time with to plan for 10, 11. And let me tell you, since we don't have that plan, all our time and effort, every single minute in this council should be spent thinking about those $200 million, and we're not doing that. I'm very frustrated because when we started off here, we scared a whole lot of people. And yes, we have to be financially responsible. We have a fiscal responsibility to make sure the city continues to function. But we're looking ahead when we should be looking now. And we don't have that plan in place. I would ask that we move forward, think about those $200 million, because the controller has warned us, advised us, and we have not thoroughly and clearly explained that to the public and to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Ms. Hahn.
I've been a part of budgets now as a public servant for about 13 years. And I've seen some good ones and some bad ones. I've seen some good focus and some bad focus. But part of what Councilmember Huizar just pointed out is I agree with him that we've been a little bit myopic and focusing a little too much on down the road, or sometimes focusing a little bit too much on now and not being able to do both. We've got to budget and chew gum and walk at the same time. We've got to be able to multitask on this budget. And yes, Miguel, I know that you know that sometimes we can make decisions today that affect this year's budget, and since they're ongoing decisions, it will assist in the budget reductions for next year. But there are also decisions that we can make that would hopefully affect this year's budget, because we do have a $200 million shortfall that we need to address immediately that won't, unfortunately, help us next year or the following budget, etc. But going back to what was presented by the CAO a little while ago, again, we have to multitask in our mind. We have to be able to bifurcate and separate and also combine the kinds of things and how we're affecting the services that we render as a city. The CAO mentioned, he pointed out, for example, the Department of Disability. Should we keep a department to address these issues, or could we combine those responsibilities with another department that has other responsibilities, and could they do it as well? I think the key point of that is, can we make such changes, and will we be able to render the respectful, the appropriate amount of service that we owe to our constituency? What came to mind when that was mentioned, I could picture Tom LeBon, say him and I are walking up the steps, and all of a sudden someone in a wheelchair, say we didn't have a ramp or it was closed. That's a disability issue. And the person's trying to get up, and I could say, hey Tom, why don't you come over and we'll help bring this guy in his wheelchair across these stairs. Tom will do it in a second. He does it all the time. And then we say hello to the guy, and maybe we, welcome him to City Hall, and he goes about his business. But the thing is, where's Tom and Tony Cardenas going to be when it's time for that person to leave, and he still has to get across those steps? See, that's a temporary solution, something we could feel good about, something we could feel proud about, but at the same time, it's a false sense of pride. It's a false sense of accomplishment. Because the real issue is, are we addressing the issue in an effective, respectful way, not only for that man in the wheelchair, but for the entire disability community? And that's one of the things that concerns me about the way in which we've been approaching the budget in previous years, and worse, the way we're approaching the budget now. We need to approach the budget more comprehensively, and I'm still trying to interpret what Ms. Perry said and what Eric Garcetti said. I think what we might be moving toward is having long meetings on the budget more holistically, and then as a result of us as policymakers seeing the budget for what it is holistically, then we will make the minutia decisions and the big decisions, and all of those decisions once we have the real picture in the hearts and minds of every single policymaker. Not just looking at something that's handed to us that day, good work that it is, or looking at information that was handed to us the night before, and then having to make a decision, a long-term decision that's going to stand when we haven't had an opportunity to vet it, to ask all the questions that come to our hearts and minds as policymakers, so that we can feel confident and comfortable that although it might have been a painful decision, we've made a well-informed decision, and we can feel good about the fact that we're respecting our responsibilities. And I'll push my button again.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Hans, our next speaker, make an announcement that the Personnel Committee meeting today has been canceled. Are there any other committee meetings that are scheduled that colleagues are going to cancel? No other meetings? The Personnel meeting is canceled for today. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I have some things to say, but I'm a little frustrated just at our process this morning. I was really thinking we were sort of going to go through each of the recommendations and then ask our questions. Because I have a lot of questions about the Disability Department. I have a lot of questions about Neighborhood Council. I have a lot of questions about Cultural Affairs. I have a lot of questions, but I was thinking we were going to go through it a little more systematically. But having said that, I'll jump up and also say that I am a little disappointed in the what action should be taken now slide, and it hit us twice. And the first thing was, the elimination of these 1,000 positions. And to me, there wasn't enough what action should be taken now in terms of, getting more revenue. And I know you said talking about revenue at this point may not be the most important thing because it's long term, but I think that ought to be what action should be taken now, and in terms of collections, in terms of ballot measures that we need to put on the next municipal ballot that may help us raise some revenue, which I intend to introduce a couple of motions in that area. So I disagree that we shouldn't have had on what action should be taken now some very direct things on how we can bring more revenue into the city. But back to 1,000 positions being eliminated, which keeps being what we're told has to happen. And by eliminated, you're saying 1,000 positions need to be taken out of being general funded. We need that kind of a relief to our general fund. Well, when I look at the city controller's report that she gave us, out of the 2,400 ERIP positions, the 2,400 folks that have signed up for early retirement, she says 1,200 of those are either specially funded or in airport and harbor. So that's 1,200 positions that are not funded by the general fund. My motion, I have two motions on that, but I'm going to say the number one action we should focus on today is immediately transferring some of those 1,000 folks that we're talking about eliminating directly into these special funded proprietary departments so that they don't lose their job, but they're taken out of the general fund. And I know 306 have immediately been identified as open and vacant and specially funded. Let's start the process this afternoon, and hopefully we would get a unanimous support, a vote on that to begin that process. And then I will not stand for the airport or the port telling us that they don't have places for these people that are in the city family. I was reminded that after 9/11, when the airport went way down in revenues and had to let go some folks, other city departments stepped up to the plate and said, we'll take those positions in our departments. Well, we're asking for the same consideration now. We are in an emergency. We are in a crisis. And the airport and the harbor have to step up and take those positions. Now, I know you have to match our employees to the job descriptions. I understand that. I know there's a lot of things about bumping up and not having the right requirements, but this is a major Match.com. That's what's going to happen in personnel. A major Match.com. Take the people that we're looking to eliminate and match them with open, specially funded positions. We'll relieve the general fund, and we will not lay off people that will get no paychecks. Let's do that immediately today.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank all the community folks, all the artists, and everyone that's been here throughout the morning advocating the position. One of the assertions I like to make that's a motion will come through is we can direct every department that is going through its assessment of how many positions are going to be eliminated. We actually also have them come forth with revenue-generating strategies. Every department has an impact and a role in their function. And many of them have been able to work within their stated parameters given the culture and the way business has been done in the past. That can no longer be applied. I think we could challenge them to also be part of this dialogue. If we're going to meet every day, if we're going to go to a place, we're going to drill down to these issues, then why not have them also promote their strategies and how they create funding, how they create revenues. And that is a unique perspective that each department can offer this body. Cultural affairs, when you speak to the grants that they promote and generate, they need a core group of people that continue bringing in those grants. And that has a multiplier effect in the millions. And then when you look beyond that, the vendors they impact, the various areas they essentially influence, also creates jobs. So the second point of this motion will be coming through is what are their job-generating impacts as a multiplier effect? Because every job they create has an impact on our revenue side of the city and the general fund. And that's something we should be aware of. So every department should have that understanding and that chance to describe their fiscal reality, but also to promote how they can generate resources and perhaps give us some insight and policy direction that helps them. So that would be a motion that's coming through and hopefully be in front of our desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Koretz, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, I was proud at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting
to mostly turn down most of the suggestions that were before us. The majority of us voted against 1,000 layoffs and against devastating a number of small but critical city departments. And a lot of people characterize that as taking the easy way out, not making the hard decisions. I think we did make the hard decisions and not take the easy way out of just saying, okay, let's take a meat axe and cut 1,000 people or 1,500 people from our budget. I think there are a lot of better things we can do, and some of them, as has been mentioned already, deal with the year 2009, like moving some of those 1,000 people to special funded positions. That actually saves us money in 2009, whereas if we laid them off, it's a much slower, more devastating process to the people that are laid off and to the whole city process as we bump people to all the positions where they don't belong. There are other things that we can do in this year, like having some of the folks that are working on layoffs work on quicker ERIP transfers and getting everybody through the process. There are a lot of efficiencies, like better collections and billings, that we can move on right now and start achieving those savings right now. There's the suggestion with the motion I made, and I think clearly everybody has bought into it, that we start going after all of our city contractors, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, and ask every one of them to take a 10% cut. If we do that quick, we can get some of that money this year. That could be a substantial amount of money. And in addition to everything else, there's some hard calls. Some of us have been saying for a long time, we have to recognize we can't be hiring new people anywhere in this kind of economic environment. We have to bite the bullet, make the hard call, and stop hiring new sworn officers. One of the things that does, if we actually stop training for an extended period of time, we take 100 of those trainers and put them back in the field. So we actually have less of a reduction as a practical matter than we really see. Now, I, for myself, have done my own little budget, which I promised to do. I'm about halfway through, and I believe just from the ideas that everyone has been talking about, some that I've been looking at for the 6 months I've been on budget and chairing audits, some that have been discussed in the last week, that we probably can identify without a single layoff the entire amount that we're short next year. And this year, some of that money as well. I think in the long term, 2-3 years out, we're still going to come up short. But I think by engaging in all the efficiencies and all the good things that have been suggested, now when I'm done, I'm going to give that document to management, and they'll scrub it, and we'll probably find that it's not quite as high as the calculations that I'm making. But I don't think we're going to need to engage in these layoffs this soon. I don't know if we'll have to do it ever, but I certainly think we can survive next year and not come up short if we literally do every single thing that we can do to create efficiencies and to do the right thing. I think it's a more humane approach. And why cut services when you don't have to? There are a lot of things we can do where the impact will be minimal, but the fiscal savings will be great. And I don't want us to jump the gun before we have to.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are not easy days for us in the city, or frankly in the nation right now. I first want to thank you, Miguel, for coming out of nowhere 6 months ago and becoming a critical part of our group here. You bring no bias to it, and you're doing a great job. I also want to thank Eric Garcetti for running around the horseshoe all morning, trying to find different ways in which we could work together as a group. I appreciate your leadership very much. I have definite attitudes and opinions on things, and I was at that budget meeting until 20 after 12 in the evening, and we went through a lot of things in a short period of time. We're also doing the same thing here today. We do need to take a deep breath and put in front of us one piece of paper rather than I got so much, I don't know what I'm looking at from 1 minute to the next. Certainly isn't what I did in the private sector when I had things clearly in front of me. So I would appreciate appreciate next time we decide to vote on something that we have complete clarity on what is in front of us. Don't get it 5 minutes before meetings and things like that, because we need the time to analyze and study. I think everybody comes here with sincerity and trying to make a difference. Some have a lot more experience than me. And I must say that Mr. Koretz joined the council, and I welcomed him coming on, and I think Mr. Krikorian is of the same ilk, that he's bringing more energy. So the 15 of us are here. So this is our mandate. First thing I want to make sure everybody understands is that all those small groups that provide such vital services need to go back and understand them. For instance, I'm talking about cultural affairs, AIDS, people with disabilities, neighborhood councils, and human services. That's what fills the room, in part, because to jeopardize some of those programs jeopardizes what the city of Los Angeles stands for. Last night I was at the statewide commission our citywide commission on neighborhood councils. I have 8 of them in my district. I rely on my neighborhood councils. I welcome their energy to help me make the democracy work. I want to see them continue. Obviously, they're willing to give and take. They'll take on more responsibility, like the elections, and help us on that. They can do more with less money. They don't need it all. They're willing to compromise like the rest of us, but they're a beautiful group of people committed to making the city better, and they don't get paid for it. They really are part of our process and shouldn't be thrown out the board. And I know, as Mr. Garcetti has said, we want some time to reevaluate some of these smaller departments. I have one nitpicking one, which is shutting down my West LA one-stop shop for public works. We are the most gridlocked part of the city. Why can't we have a little spot there? That's 10 people. We have the building. We have them there. We can't keep schlepping in the gridlock until we get out of it. And that has been a very valuable part of the West LA operation. That's the only personal thing that CD5 and CD11 share on the West Side. In conclusion, the long-term solutions we need to start discussing. We need to prepare ballot measures for November. We can do this by June 30th. And the discussion should start with some ideas here, go to neighborhood councils, go to community groups, and come back with a couple of revenue-generating strategies that we want on our ballot so that we, the people, together have another revenue stream. We have to bite the bullet, and we have to get the money somewhere. So I look forward to leadership on what those kinds of ballot measures should be like. The press were all over me with Mike, well, would you do a parcel tax, would you do this? What do I know? We need to put it on the table and talk about revenue generating, okay? In conclusion, at this very moment in time, I look forward to each motion rationally discussed, and hopefully we can come up with enough of a package that takes us out of this moment. But this is a 2-3 year situation here, and we got to start planning for November ballot initiatives in February, March, and April, vet it with everybody, get buy-in from everybody, find those revenue streams. I just want to thank everybody for everything here. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Members, I have a number of motions that I've introduced, and you either have them or they're on their way. So I'd just like to read some of them. I'd like to these are in the form of motions. They have been seconded. First of all, authorize the CAO to negotiate amendments to all city contracts to provide at least a 10% reduction in the value of any contracts with vendors, consultants, and contractors as part of the city's shared sacrifice program. By the way, what happened to shared sacrifice? Number 2, authorize the CAO to provide a preference in the award of future contracts to those vendors, consultants, and contractors who negotiate at least a 10% reduction in the value of their current contracts. I also moved to instruct the CAO and the CLA to include in all outstanding uncollected tax debts owed to the City of Los Angeles, estimated by the Office of Finance to be approximately $400 million, as part of the city's reserve fund as an accounts receivable account. The debt figure may be discounted, obviously, before posting for such factors as collection difficulty, over-assessment, and legal settlements. The bottom line is I anticipate that will generate at least $60 million, by industry standards, 15%. I further would ask that we instruct the Office of Finance to immediately pursue all legal measures to collect outstanding delinquent taxes, including such measures as cancellation of all city business licenses and permits and contracts with the delinquent businesses including any of its subsidiaries. 2, debarment from any city contracts. 3, expediting the city administrative and legal process to recover the delinquent taxes. 4, hiring additional collection staff and legal assistance, including, if necessary, hiring Dog the Bounty Hunter or Dwayne I'm just kidding about that part, but I wanted to get your attention. Also, I would ask that we instruct LACERS to work with the CAO to expedite processing of the remaining ERIP, the candidates, and give them authority to hire more, but also that we extend ERIP to all employees currently on the existing waiting list and possibly extend the program to an additional 500 employees. I also would ask that we instruct the CAO to ensure that any personnel action taken to reduce city staff shall exclude any employees whose work generates revenue for the city, such as those employees who collect the city's debt, provide services for fees, etc. I would also ask that we instruct the CAO to require proprietary departments to expedite the transfer of general fund employees to proprietary departments and require all city departments to expedite the transfer of general fund employees to positions funded by special funds, particularly funds available through ARA, to accomplish the transfers by March 1st, 2010, or as soon as vacancies become available, and also to report back to the council weekly on the progress of this action until the transfers are complete or otherwise directed by the council. But also ask that we instruct the CAO and the CLA to provide revenue enhancement concepts and proposals other than privatization of city assets for city council considerations. The proposals shall include alternative proposals to enhance revenues from parking structures other than the pending leasing proposal presented to city council. I would also ask that we instruct the CAO budget analyst for each city department to report on the use of ARA funds, the stimulus recovery money, in each department that they analyze for. The report should include the following: the nature and amount of funds for which the department has applied, the nature and amount of funds for which the department is eligible, the amount approved and the amount received, the number of jobs proposed to be preserved or created, and the actual number of jobs that have been preserved or created. The report shall be provided within 1 week and shall continue to be provided each week until further notice. But also ask that the CAO and CLA be instructed to form management labor committees at each department and an oversight citywide committee to propose efficiencies and savings in each department. There are similar things that have been proposed, but they are looking at things that really are employee relations matters for negotiation between the unions. This is specifically looking at cost efficiencies, cost reductions, personnel and resource deployment, administrative restructuring, including department mergers and eliminations. Let's work with our employees. They gave us the best solution last year, and I believe they have the best solutions moving forward. Let's continue to respect them in the partnership that we've had in the past. I believe that there are many solutions to be had.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Next speaker, Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
I would just suggest that we suspend the rules to give Mr. Parks more than 3 minutes to start walking us through the actual items in the FSR.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Without objection. Suspend the rules so that we can have, so Mr. Parks.
One thing I just...
He can begin to walk us through. Obviously, we can ask questions during each one, but I would hand it over to Mr. Parks to move us through the actual FSR.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And also, colleagues, one of the things, and I think feel obligated to comment on, one of the things is people are talking about revenue and such. The reason that we don't put revenue in the sense that is not, that we feel is in hand, is because it's in the same situation we are today. We had $300 and some odd million put in this budget. It was called shared sacrifice, and we didn't meet that goal. So we spend the whole year trying to basically find other revenue to cover it. We put 4.4 billion in our revenue account, and we hit 4.1. So that's the money that we could not account for. And so I think it's important to know that we try to put as much real money so that we, on the expenditure side, it has to be real money. And again, one thing Ms. Hahn brought up about these special fund jobs, we've been asking general managers now, going on, 4 months or 5 months, to make those things occur, and they've not been successful at making those occur. And certainly whatever emphasis that the CAO and CLA can do on that, it would be beneficial. I would just ask that we make that effort and have a timeline, and if they're not successful within a certain period, that we have to move on, because as we get closer to June 30th, these are real live dollars. And so if you take the time and look at the committee reports, and I'm going to be using 17B as a guide, and hopefully all of you have had a chance to read through the FSR on the different recommendations. And if you go through 1A through G on the front page of 10B, there's a number of issues that are covered, and some of them are clerical in the fact that we are correcting issues within the report. But again, I think Mr. Garcetti's motion addresses some of the issues that deal with human services and things of that nature. So that basically, it amends this report and moves those off the table. The creation of the task force that Mr. Smith put together pretty well addresses the issue of dealing with the evaluation of the budget from the larger perspective of all departments and not having any departments that are not being reviewed. The area of the 1,000 number of layoffs on 1A, certainly Mr. Garcetti's motion that talks about making an effort to move 1,000 people in the special funds, mitigate that. I think the added issue would be that we require that, first of all, we have no layoffs within 30 days, but we also require the CAO to come to council before the first person is ever laid off, so that there is a certain awareness of that, so we're not caught off guard. The issue of environmental affairs, that department clearly has been recommended that we basically move parts of it into other departments. One thing we asked Mr. Santana in the committee was that although were supporting these recommendations, he had to come back and assure us that these were workable solutions. And if we found that they jeopardized, such as in the Environmental Affairs Department, the $30+ million grant, that certainly we would not support dismantling the department if we did not make sure there were adequate operational mandates to make sure that these issues were addressed. The neighborhood empowerment, that language was removed out of the report on number 50 because there was other language that was put in at a later time. The other issue that deals with 1D, we're talking about the issue of transferring a body as it relates to a current construction project. And then also E basically allows the 1290 money to stay in the UB as a last resort until we find out what all of the recommendations are going to be in the final budget. 1F, we amend the issue in dealing with, and I think Mr. Alarcon just mentioned this about the 10% reduction. I think we just added the safeguard that there be a city attorney involved to make sure that they are making proper legal decisions and not creating more liability. 1G, the issue of private partnerships, we moved all of the issues dealing with the private partnerships into yesterday's structure issue, but we also clearly in that report stated that we would not invest in a further study for meters that we felt as though LADOT had moved far enough along to implement their study as it relates to addressing the meter issue in the city. Certainly we're waiting for the structure issue to come back within the next month or so. The other issue of 1H, that we replaced the issue, and this is something just to clarify, the 30% subsidy on the solid waste matches the same subsidy that we give at DWP, and that was what the recommendation was, that we found that in putting 100% subsidy, we went well over the 15 or 16 million that we had allotted. Over 50-some-odd thousand people took advantage of it, and the city did not have the resources to continue 100% subsidy. So in matching it with the DWP, it appeared to be more cost-effective. The issue of B1 was a D. My eyes are going sideways. B2, the city attorney, also we asked them to process all the necessary ordinances to affect these changes, and as we do during Budget Committee, we push the city attorney to make sure all revenue-generating ordinances are addressed. As we go to page 2 on number 2, we had a couple of items that dealt with no recommendation, but again, I believe Mr. Garcetti's motion addressed 2A, B, and C dealing with Human Resources Department. We also, on 3, deals with the comprehensive report that deals, we're asking the CAO to still complete the comprehensive report on 100% of the budget, but a portion of that dealing with public safety has been moved to Mr. Smith's task force. The other issue dealing with relative to efforts to increase animal registration, that is something that remains in the report. And then we instruct the CAO on number 5 to look at staffing in the Los Angeles Fire Department fleet, because we find that using NICOLA funds, we do not have those resources this time to pay $18 million that currently is on the table to purchase a replacement fleet for them. The issue also, there's a ordinance due out of the fire department that deals with the industrial inspection fee, that we're looking to get that in place because that is more revenue for the city of Los Angeles. Again, and looking at Harbor, and this hits on Mrs. Hahn's motion of asking Harbor and World Airports to really look at their contracts to ensure that they're appropriately being managed and that all consideration is being given for city employees to be considered in that area. The issue, and this is another issue that we've fallen short on as a executive direction from the mayor on item 5, addresses that there's about a $5.5 million savings if all general managers participated in the fleet reduction program. We've asked the mayor's office to put more emphasis on that area to get general managers to comply. On number 8, the other issue is looking at expediting the ERIP program. We have a notice today that from Lacers that talks about their progress, that we are looking at this time about 40% of the positions are in the general fund. They believe all general fund positions will be through the process by March. And so that's progress in the sense that they're pulling together a task force in what they've been directed to do. The issue of the 3-year plan, most of those items, if you've read that report, are studies that we've been asked the CAO to come back and give us analysis on addressing a variety of issues. Again, we changed the language on in the 3-year report that dealt with the Lifeline. We've also changed the language as it relates to the neighborhood councils. I believe it's over $2.5 million we saved on some of the neighborhood council cuts. Also the parking structure, we received and filed that recommendation because we dealt with it yesterday. The issue of convention center is another area for looking for partnerships to run that. And we're looking for more alignment of activities between the convention center and also LA Inc. We have also cultural affairs. Certainly, I think that issue was addressed today as it relates to creating partnerships and having Mr. Labange's committee look at it more thoroughly. 11, we're going forward and looking at the, again, cultural affairs, issue RFPs at 90 days for partnership arrangements. And then the number 12, we're actually looking at the research to identify 4 departments in each beginning of each year. This is something that Mr. Huizar has asked for zero-based budgeting. So as you go through this and the financial impact, what we asked you to do with amending motions that we have all the way, I believe, to 10O.
We have 10S.
Pardon? Excuse me. Mr. Parks, I want to interject for a moment. Mr. Wesson never had a chance to speak during the comments. If we can hear from Mr. Wesson, then we'll go back. All right. Mr. Wesson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Zine did not see my button pushed.
Well, I saw it, but it was so small, I couldn't see it.
Yeah. Every time, hey, I can take a punch. That was a good one. But I will get you back, be assured. Every time I walk into this chamber, it is with pride. But I can't think of any day like today where I felt more pride. It's a pleasure and an honor to serve with so many committed and creative people. The suggestions that we've heard today have been great suggestions. None of us here believe that there's one unnecessary department within the city family. None of us believe that there's one employee that's not important. None of us can envision a city without our neighborhood councils because they are important. In a lot of ways, they're an extension of our staffs. We can't envision a city without cultural affairs or human resources or the inability to deal with disabilities. None of us can envision that. But with that said, every 15 years or so, government has to reinvent itself. And that's the moment that we find ourselves at today. And the biggest enemy we have is time. Yesterday, I think it was Mr. Cardenas who indicated that we're in this situation not because of the things that we've done, but we're in this situation because of the things that we haven't done. And we haven't done a lot of those things because they affect our city family directly. No one wants to lay anyone off. We received a document today that had 1,000 positions. And many of us were of the impression that we were going to be asked to vote on that today, to vote on adversely affecting the lives of not just 1,000 people, but 1,000 families. Again, with that said, I think that it would be that we'll find ourselves in this same situation if we don't come up with some process to try to deal with that concern. And my suggestion is this, dealing with some of the things Ms. Hahn said and Mr. Labange or what have you, why don't we have our CAO's office do a couple of things? Come back to us on a weekly basis and give us a report as to how many positions they believe this week that they can transfer, and take that number of 1,000, and if they find, hey, this week we found 150 jobs, so it's not 1,000 anymore. And then every week we come back and we whittle that number down. But with that said, I think that it's a mistake for us not to have the CAO's office and the CLA's office prepare a document. We need to see who they think we possibly could let go. Because if we don't, and then every week we can tweak that with him. But I think that if we work hard and if we bring the CAO back on a weekly basis, I truly believe you'll see that number shrink, with our goal to get to a point where that number is 0. But if we don't act, and then all of a sudden we need to compile another list, it does create problems. I'm not saying that we act on layoffs because I don't want to. But I know this from when I worked for the County of Los Angeles. We laid off 800 people in the health department. It took us several months. And if you lay off people, you're just not laying off 800 people. When we laid off the 800 people at the County of LA, it affected over 6,000 people because of cascading and what have you. So I think we have excellent ideas, but I do think it's in our best interest to get a report once a week where we are on the progress of trying to find jobs for our folks. And I think we do need to tell the CAO to begin identifying jobs that we may have to eliminate. If not, and we start 3 months from now, it's going to take us 3 months to get all of that together, and instead of talking about 1,000 people, you could be talking about more. But I think we should just be committed to try to find those 1,000 jobs. But if we don't put that in place, I do think that we miss an opportunity. So I'm sorry, Mr. Parks, but that's something that I wanted to say. With Mr. Zine, who couldn't see my button because it was small, I think he needs new glasses. That's what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Thank you. And I will add to your comments that every job is another service for the people of Los Angeles, because that's what those jobs do, provide the service to the people. Mr. Parks, we have some other speakers. You want to go back to you or go to the other speakers?
Go to the other speakers.
Okay, Mr. LaBonge, then Ms. Perry, Mr. Koretz, and then Mr. Parks. Mr. LaBonge.
Okay. Just a couple questions for the CAO, if I could here, or the city attorney, if you could here. On the issue that Mr. Smith had on the working group with police and fire, he said that the Protective League can participate, but UFLAC can't. Could the city attorney rule on that? Anybody know that question?
Mr. City Attorney,
all possible.
Mr. City Attorney, can you respond to that question? Since there's no MOU at the fire union, can they participate? And Mr. Carter here, Assistant City Attorney.
So if they can look at that and let us know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Can UFLAC, the United Firefighters of Los Angeles, participate in the working group along with the Police Protective League, as Mr. Smith has requested, to deal with issues? Could you see if that's legal?
I will.
Mr. Smith said there was an impasse, so there may be that. Please check that out if you can. Please include them, which I know Mr. Smith would like to include everybody. But I wanted to get that on the record for the city attorney.
Mr. Smith,
I will do that. May I just say quickly, I originally had UFLAC in the original draft. I was informed that we legally couldn't do that. So that's why it came out the way it did.
I know you'd never, I understand that, Greg. I wanted him to ask that. Hard freeze. Are we doing a hard freeze yet?
I think you've had a hard freeze for a while.
But absolute hard freeze.
That's part of what's helped mitigate some of the deficit that we've had this year. I mean, I think managed hiring has been very effective in preventing as many hires as possible.
But I do want to say, as we come into the spring months, we do hire for the pools and for the camps. Have we dealt with that issue? Are you looking forward to that? Because I don't want to lose our camps or lose our pools.
Yes, we had a conversation with the general manager of Rec and Parks about that yesterday, and yes, we will work with
Thank you. Overtime costs. How are we doing on overtime costs? Is only emergency overtime? Is that to be authorized?
It's per the agreements, and yes, and then.
Okay, and on the deferred retirement option plan, known as DROP, is there any way to look at that without costing the city any money, but maybe it would keep people working as opposed to retiring yet? Is there any benefit to reviewing our DROP program, Deferred Retirement Option Program for Police and Fire, that may, let's say if I'm a police officer and I'm going to retire next August, if there would be something to encourage me to work maybe longer so you don't have that lost police officer or the additional cost of the new hire. I don't know if that makes any sense. Could you look at that?
Yeah, we'll look into it. Yeah, we'll look into it.
You'll look at that as well? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Ms. Perry, followed by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is just technical amendment and request to Mr. Alarcon and Huizar on 10J. If they don't mind, I'd like to add some language that says something like to ask the CAO to ensure that the actions referenced in your motion are revenue neutral, if that's all right with you. 10J? Yeah.
I'm sorry. There were a few. What was 10J?
You and Mr. Huizar introduced a motion which asks LACERS to work with CAO to expedite processing of the remaining ERIP candidates, number one, and then extend ERIP to all employees currently on existing waiting list and possibly extend the program to an additional 500 employees. And I'm just I wanted to add language that says that we should achieve revenue neutral status in doing so. Ask the CAO to come back with that. If that's all right with you? Okay, that's a friendly amendment. Mr. Smith, who has that
Just
amendment.
to clarify, because I had the same concerns. When you talk about the revenue neutrality, you're talking about the same deal we have in the first 2,400 as revenue neutral? Because the second 400 is not the same deal. So we understand that. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Perry?
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
Good.
Ms. Perry, Mr. Alarcon, did you have a question on that? Mr. Alarcon, a clarification for you?
No, I just thought that was implied because I was extending the same deal, basically. Thank you. That's fine.
Ms. Perry, you complete?
I'm all done.
All right.
Done. Clear.
You finished? Thank you. Mr. Koretz. And then after
Just
that,
to clarify, we're talking about approving the minority report out of Budget and Finance, which includes the 1,000 layoffs, but as I understand it, with a friendly amendment not to implement them for 30 days. I'd like to propose a substitute motion that we work from the majority report and that all friendly amendments and reports back apply to that rather than to the minority report. And that would include not moving forward in any way with the 1,000 layoffs.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. All right, Mr. Parks, you're the last person on the queue, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I get, what was Mr. Koretz's motion, so I understand it?
Mr. Koretz moved the majority report, so that all the amendments would apply to the majority report rather than the minority report.
Okay. Well, I think we have a disagreement. We're going to move the minority report. What the issue is, having just discussed it with the President, what we're going to ask is there certain motions today be moved and accepted, but the others be held for Monday's or Tuesday's meeting, whenever we meet again. But the ones that appear that we could address today is, let me go, I don't want to go backwards, 10D, that deals with the working group Mr. Smith recommended, that 10F, which is moving items 46, 47, and 49 into committees.
These are friendly amendments, so these can be accepted, and then the rest of them will be continued till Monday or Tuesday.
Point of order, Mr. Rosendahl.
You know, we're a five-member committee. There was a majority report that normally is what you work off of in a meeting. If the minority has a position, it's great. We can deal with each issue, but that's where the majority, otherwise, why do we even vote? That's the process is all I'm talking about. What we add, what we subtract is a different story, but it's the majority report. Otherwise, why the minority?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Smith, did you have a clarification on that? Okay. Mr. Parks.
On 10G, that is a period motion that basically amends and resolves the council. If we can't come to a decision, go to a day-to-day schedule. On 10N, that the let's see, the mid-year status report, 3-year report, add some specific instructions for the personnel department. And then on 10Q, that we recommend that number 59 in the financial status report move the AB 1290 funds to HCED. Number 10S, in which we instruct the potential number of classification employees required to be laid off, and that we're giving instruction to the CAO and I believe to the personnel department that we can deal with that. Also 10U, that the working group, Mr. Levans, wants to put together 30 days for parks issues and a working group for public works issues. So that's 10V. And so those, I believe that we can agree on today. The others, we'd ask that we hold until we can discuss them individually in this. Let me finish, and then you can talk
after Mr. Parks, Mr. Alarcon will be Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosendahl, and then push your button, and we'd be happy to hear from you.
The other motions, I recommend that we hold these to next week, and discuss them because it appears that there's more. Okay. So that's the recommendation that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Okay, and we also recommend that we move 10B.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, you on or off? You're off. Mr. Koretz. Mr. Alarcon, please push your button and we'll give you the time. Point of order, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon, that was his recommendation. The vote hasn't been taken. If you have a point of order, go ahead.
Minority report to that effect. That is a motion, and therefore, if there's no second, it dies.
Those were his recommendations. The chair of the committee, we haven't taken a vote on anything, Mr. Alarcon.
We make decisions on the floor of the council.
We haven't decided. That was his recommendation.
He can make a motion.
That was his recommendation. There was no second and there was no vote. Those were his statements.
We all agree. What is that?
Well, we don't all agree, obviously. We haven't taken the vote.
I don't know what we are doing, Mr. Zine.
We haven't taken the vote. Mr. Parks made recommendations. There has not been a second on the recommendations of the chair of the committee. There's a minority report.
Were those your motions that you were reading? So how can he make any? Was he making recommendations regarding those motions? Mr. Chair, I'm asking for clarification.
As the chair of the budget committee, he was giving information and amendments that were brought up. That's what he was discussing. Now, there's a minority report and a majority report. He gave information as the chair of the committee. Mr. Koretz, who has the minority report, wishes to speak now. And again, no votes have been taken at this particular juncture. Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I just point out again that the usual council process is to work from a majority report. Particularly, the most important difference is the fact that the majority of this committee voted against even considering layoffs at this time. I think we should be working from the position of what I think is moving to a consensus, that we try first to see what we can do to move people into other appropriately funded departments. I don't know why we should be working on the minority report and the most problematic of its recommendations.
Thank you. Mr. LeBonge?
Just a technical question, and I don't know, Mr. Garcetti, I'm going to look to you as the president. I was hoping we could go through you, and on these issues similar to what we do in the budget process. I appreciate what Mr. Parks said, but I think it would be helpful if we voted up and down each one, or if we had a consensus. Does there anybody object to it? Well,
if that's the will of the council, we can take those items.
I would ask, I don't want to make a motion that the council vote on that if there's a need, but I think that's the process that I came in this morning to, that I would like to continue through the process today, even though I appreciate the chairman of finance.
Mr. Garcetti, then Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful, maybe our CLA could outline the difference between the majority and minority reports, and where there's agreement, it would be my suggestion that folks that aren't on the Budget and Finance Committee could first, before any of the new material, chew over the stuff that's agreed upon to make sure it's agreed upon by the entire council. If it is, it would be to move that piece forward first. Then secondly, it would be, and certainly the majority report could speak before the minority report, but then we go through those areas where there is some disagreement. If there is any motions that have changed or resolved some of those areas of disagreement, we would then vote on those. And then motions that have anything new, we could certainly go through today if that's the will of the body. I mean, we're going to pick that up as well on Monday right away, but the idea would be first, I mean, that's usually what we give the respect of an entire committee, is we look at what the committee has decided first. I think there are members that weren't on the committee, so they want to know where were those areas of common agreement between all members, because that stuff has to move. Our CAO has recommended that to us, and those money-saving measures save jobs, and we should get those going before we debate things we disagree on. Then it's the areas of disagreement. First thing is on the majority and minority reports. We have two reports. Because there is some disagreement, Mr. Parks had suggested initially we go through the CAO report, not the minority and majority report, piece by piece. But I would ask maybe the CLA-CAO together could tell us what is the difference between the minority and majority reports. If, let's say, of 100%, there's only 5% which had some disagreement, let's address those 95% of things, just lay out what they are so we know what we're voting on. If anybody has objections to those, then they could bring them out. Then we would look at what was disagreed upon by the Budget and Finance Committee. And then if there's motions like yours or ever, Ms. Hans, whoever, that address some of those areas of contention, those also may be resolved so we can move those pieces. And then lastly, if folks want to continue going, we then address motions that have nothing to do with anything in the report itself, that are new motions, and we can take actions or decide to continue some of those if folks want to break down and pick that up at our next meeting. Yeah.
Mr. Alarcon.
That'd just be a suggestion.
Point of information is, if we support the majority report recommendation number 1, there are numerous items that we don't have to consider anymore. So why do we have to go through that process? We should vote on that first.
The majority report item number 1?
We should, I believe we should go through the majority report.
Because I think it's important. Let's take the areas. It'd still be my suggestion. I know that's another route. Still be my suggestion to look at the areas where the majority and the minority report concur. Because the council should have the opportunity to make sure that they... Hold on, Mr. Alcon. I'm responding. To make sure that the rest of the council concurs. Not everybody was in those budget committee meetings, and I want to make sure there's consensus there. That is a contentious issue. You're right, you could take it up first. It would be a smart legislative move to do it if you were in favor of that. But in fairness, and what I'm asking is, with the majority being able to go first, we take up the items where there was disagreement. I, for one, would love to hear both sides of that argument from majority and minority report members, and then we can take those up. If one is the first one to start with, we'll do that on the items where there's contention. But if there's other things that nobody disagrees upon, let's make sure nobody does and move those first. We have an obligation to do that first, and that would be my strong suggestion.
I understand that, Mr. Chair, but as a point of information, if we vote for item number 1, there are a lot of items that would become mute. So why go through this process when we cannot... I'm
not referring to the ones
and
that
I'm not suggesting that doesn't mean that we can't agree on a lot of things that aren't impacted by item number 1, but item number 1 is the big dog. So let's vote on that.
It still remains my suggestion that we have our CLA, not any one of us, not council president, not the maker of the minority or the majority report, not even the chair of the committee, walk us through the rest of the stuff. And make sure that we have consensus on that first. I think that should be relatively quick unless we make it slow.
And on 10, we have 10A through 10Y. 10A through 10Y. Mr. Parks, you pushed your button again, sir?
Look, we have all those motions, but I think one of the things that may help you in looking at the report, both 10A and B are written almost identical, so you can follow 1A, B, and all the way through the line to determine what, if any, disagreement was on the committee reports. I'm saying look at both reports, and if you follow them line by line, you'll find where the disagreement is on the 2 reports. And so they're numbered and lettered to deal with the identical subjects on both reports.
Accept or reject the CAO report. And that item is not one of the actions taken by the minority or majority report. So are we just assuming those things are approved?
What is that now? I don't quite understand what you're saying.
The committee considered the CAO's report.
Yes.
There was no recommendation from either the minority or majority report to approve the CAO report. It did it, where is it?
Well, it is the committee report.
Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, they recommended the FSR be...
So that would be item number 1.
Well, no. The thing is that everything that's mentioned in the committee report are issues that we either amended or changed or disagreed. The assumption is if it's not in the committee report, we approved what's in the CAO's report.
Exactly. So my point is there are many recommendations in the CAO's report that are not included specifically in the minority and majority reports that I'm not ready to support unilaterally.
But I think what I said earlier, we went through, as we do with the budget, on dealing with the committee report. I also said any member that has an issue that's within the FSA, the financial status report, you can pull that out and put it as a special to discuss it. So what the assumption is that the committee report identifies only changes, alterations, or disagreements. If there's something in the financial status report that you don't agree with, and the committee did support because they didn't alter it or mitigate it in their committee report, you have the full ability to bring those out. So there's 60 recommendations. Our assumption is that we agreed on almost all of them. And if we agreed on almost all of them, we didn't put them in the committee report. So that's where we are, is the committee report is only the exceptions.
Okay. And Mr. Garcetti had a recommendation on this. The will of the body is to proceed in which direction? Mr. Garcetti?
Why don't I switch out with you? I'll take the chair.
Ms. Hahn?
Make a motion, and whether or not, is to go through the CAO report, because that's actually how I'm organized today. My staff worked all night organizing me to go through the CAO report. I mean, I had all the recommendations, and then I have my motions, I have the minority and majority reports on that recommendation. It's just more organized for me, so I'd like to move that. Okay.
That is the suggestion. I think that's along lines as well as what I was suggesting, that we actually
and
and the CAO walk us through that, pointing out again any differences between the minority and majority report afterwards. I know. Can I get volume on this microphone,
We have to
please?
vote on, and we vote on that? We vote on that motion?
Can I get some volume on this? Nobody can hear. Thank you.
Here it is, man.
Thank you. We will be going through, as I said before, we'll go through, making sure that we look at the CAO report. We'll point out any differentiations between the minority and majority reports. Secondly, so let's go to the items in the CAO report that have consensus between the minority and majority.
So are we doing what I just...
And in doing that, I believe it starts on page 11. Is that correct, Mr. CAO?
Right of order.
What page do we start from?
Mr. CAO, is to start on page 11?
Hold on. Page 11 is where we're starting from? Yes. Okay.
Are we ready?
Go ahead.
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. So we'll just go through the recommendations as they appear on page 11.
Correct. So everybody, if you turn to the CAO report on page 11.
And then you also want to refer to attachments 6 through 11 for some of these recommendations.
And excuse me, if I could as well, as the CEO is going through their report, the changes on the committee reports start at recommendation number 45. So you won't be hearing from us in terms of differences from the committee reports until you get to recommendation number 45 in the CAO report.
So we'll do the first 44. What if you have been prepared, folks, because this will obviously be, I mean, starting now, perhaps as much as a 10-hour affair or something like that if we go through each one and pull out each one. I would ask folks really to highlight, if you've been prepared, there's certain ones now that we could call out special. I think that was Mr. Parks' recommendation at the outset of this meeting. So if you have some, for instance, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Alarcon, if you have specific ones, I think it will help so the CAO doesn't have to go in great detail on every single one if they have some idea. So while we're doing that, I'll pause every couple minutes if folks are reading ahead or if their staffs have given them notes on certain things you'd like pulled out and have more, we can communicate that to the CAO to make sure. But otherwise, I think the next 60 pages could take quite some time. Yep. Ms. Hahn.
Call 45, 46, 47, 49, 50.
Hold on. Slow down.
Special.
So, okay. So you wanted, so which ones?
45, 46, 47, 49.
Hold on, please go slowly.
We do.
Our clerks have to write these down.
Yeah, the clerk doesn't have this set up the way we do on the budget, so if you could make sure...
Just go slow. So 45 was the first one, Ms. Hahn?
45.
Okay.
46. 47.
No, these are operational.
49. And I'll be done with 50, which is done.
And 50? Okay. Mr. Alarcon, did you have some?
Going through each item.
Because what we're going to try to do, because they will talk for a long time on each one, and we'll make sure...
That's fine. I think we ought to hear it.
Mr. Alarcon, if you want to hear the end of my question, please let me answer it. They will be able to budget their time accordingly to the ones that you, for instance, would say, I have a particular interest on item number 27, 29.
No,
Mr. Alarcon...
There's too many pages here. We should go through every page.
Mr. Alarcon, you're out of order. If you want to listen to me, you have to at least let me finish the sentence.
Okay, I call every item special.
There you go. Mr. Alacon, every item is going to be discussed. Which ones are of particular interest to you? Great. Any other special items? All right. If we can begin on page number 11. Yes, Mr.
The only thing special, that there are motions in the A through T that refer them back to committee. Why are we going to talk about them and then send them to committee if they're a subject of a motion already?
Right. Well, the ones that Ms. Hahn did highlight are ones that are subject to motion to take back to committee. If Ms. Hahn wants to say something further on it, it is her prerogative to do so. When those came up, we were going to set the stage, and I'd ask the CLA and CAO in framing those to say, this is what the recommendation was, but there are already motions to send these back to committee, et cetera, so that we know also any relevant motions that have been introduced for those particular areas. Okay? Back to the CAO. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 1 refers to attachment 6, and these are new appropriations to ITA and council. This is page 11. And these are new appropriations to ITA and council for communication service requests and CD14 salaries. That's recommendation number 1 on page 11. Okay. Recommendation number 2 refers to attachment 7, and this is transfers of about $40 million between accounts within various departments and funds. And if you look at the attachment, it refers to the purpose. Recommendation number 3 is a $4.5 million transfer between various departments and funds on attachment 8. And once again, if you look at attachment 8, it specifies the purpose.
I've been asked by both the clerk and the CAO. Folks, if there's something that you object to, the expectation is for you to call that out as we go. Otherwise, we're not going to vote on every single one. Ones that people have a problem with, we will take votes on. But if it's just the transfer of funds, et cetera, we're going to assume that there is consensus. We obviously get a final vote on the entire recommendation before us before any final action is taken. Okay? Please continue.
Okay. Recommendation number 4 is appropriations of $12.2 million to department accounts from the UB as specified in attachment 9. Recommendation 5 has 2 recommendations. One is to create an account for the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty, and then the second part refers to attachment 10, where you're transferring surpluses from department accounts and non-departmental funds to the reserve. Recommendation number 6 is for the CDD, and it is appropriations of salaries to ITA, salary money. Recommendation number 7 is a CDD request that reduces funding to BOE but transfers funding to GSD.
Tell them what page it's on.
I'm sorry, and that's page 12.
Mr. Alacon, would you like to talk about that right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm mixing numbers up. I'm sorry, number 7 is reducing excess appropriations, and this is due to savings from, salary savings from workflows and reduced schedules. And item 8, which is also on page 12, is the one that moves money from BOE to GSD. So which one?
Mr. Alacon, do you want to speak on that?
I'm trying to keep track here. I'm looking at attachment 10. We're
no longer on the attachments. After attachment 10, we go to the regular recommendations, and attachment 11 will
What
come to
happened
later.
with attachment 10?
Did I skip one?
It's the one where we cut out funding for
The attachment-
neighborhood empowerment and everything else.
No, attachment 10 does not. Attachment 10 is the recommendation to transfer departmental and non-departmental surpluses to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Surpluses?
Yes.
And did we take action on that? I'm trying to figure out which is that aligned with. Which recommendation in the report is attachment 10
That's
aligned
recommendation 5.
with? Recommendation 5.
Correct.
So we are transferring $151,000 out of neighborhood empowerment to the unappropriated balance.
Isn't that?
With recommendation, does that, Do all my colleagues understand what we just did?
Wait, where's the...
Human Services, we took out $231,000 and transferred it to the unappropriated balance. $150,000 from Aging, $320,000 from the City Clerk, $15,000 from Emergency Management. I mean...
Now, I'd like to point out, this is part of our normal FSR where we identify surplus funds. These are funds that are not needed as identified by doing our regular financial analysis. The more controversial measures, the measures that have been of particular concern, are included within the operational plan, and those are later recommendations. So these are surpluses which we don't, by our determination, are not needed. If you look at on attachment 10, most of this money is from salary savings. If you look at the sources of the accounts, salaries general, salaries general, salaries general.
Okay, anything further, Mr. Alacon? Are you okay?
Well, I just want members to know we're talking about $28 million here. I think we need to know what we're voting on.
Well, I mean, one of the reasons why we implemented EAA furloughs, it was to save money to address the deficit. So this is just a follow-through for that, which is we've implemented furloughs, we have reduced work weeks, all in accordance to save money, which would be used to address the deficit. And this identifies those savings which were previously budgeted, assuming everybody worked a full work week.
I would appreciate when we're talking about these amounts of money if we get that kind of explanation. Because we just, by virtue of not saying anything, we basically approved a transfer of $28 million without having any explanation for what we were approving.
Okay.
Duly noted. If we can continue.
I think I believe we're on recommendation number 9 under Cultural Affairs. And this is page 13. Okay, is everybody on page? Okay. And this is to decrease salary appropriations, but to use that money to reimburse the general fund for related costs. Recommendation number 10 is to use savings within El Pueblo to repay the reserve fund loan.
We're cutting out Cultural Affairs?
No, it is not.
It is not, okay.
No, anything that has all of these recommendations that I'm going through right now
Those start at number 45 for your easy reference, Mr. Alacon. Number 45.
This is part of the reconciliation of the budget. When the budget was approved, it didn't assume EAA furloughs and it didn't assume elements of the agreements that we reached with labor, so now we're reconciling the fact that we have those savings with the actual budget.
That's fine, thank you.
As we're doing this, our CLA has suggested, Mr. Chair and members of the council, that as we do, remember when we go through budget, and if we go through and there's no objection to a page, we'll say consider that approved. So for those pages, everybody okay? All right, next page, please. Or next instruction.
Recommendation number 11 is on page 13 and continues on to 14, and that's to transfer money to the city attorney's office for services.
Okay. Next item.
Did you just want to go page by page until we get to 45 and just see if anyone wanted to call something out?
Yes.
Okay.
That seems to be the will of the members. That is 3 pages down and about 41 to go.
All right, are there any questions on item 14?
Nope.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Any questions on page 14, which has recommendations for planning, police, and engineering?
14, I want to make sure, when I brought up my motion about the West LA office there, which is a one-stop shop for people, Public Works, is that somehow in the attachment that goes with that one there?
West LA is not covered in these recommendations.
I think this is for the sewer fund, capital fund. Yes, Mr. Cardenas?
I thought I understood what you meant, but I'm really sorry, but please go item by item, Mr. President, instead of page by page.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Planning is just a clarifying recommendation that transfers will be completed when the funds are deposited. Recommendation 13 and 14 are authorizations for vouchers. Recommendation 15 is to reduce appropriations in the Bureau of Engineering. Once again, this is related to salary savings.
Do 14.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, the next page is page 15. Public Works Sanitation. We have a recommendation to decrease appropriations within the Sewer Capital Fund, and this is in conjunction with prior year reimbursements, over reimbursements. Recommendation 17 is for sanitation as well, and that's an authorization to decrease appropriations for the Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund, related costs for the Bureau of Sanitation to also repay for prior year over reimbursement. Recommendation 18 relates to a previous action to have the Solid Waste Revenue Resources Fund paid directly for litigation costs. So what we have is an authorization to decrease previous related cost reimbursements and transfer to available cash, and then we'll be increasing within that fund for a later payment. Recommendation 19 is for street lighting, and these are special funds to complete prior year authorized purchases for vehicles. Recommendation 20 for street services authorizes the controller to reduce appropriations for the Bureau of Street Services and for GSD, and this is in conjunction with restrictions on the use of ARA funds.
Without objection, that page will be adopted then?
And 21 is a similar recommendation.
Okay, please continue.
I have to look at my write-up.
It's rare an author gets this much time, huh? Right.
Okay, we have various requests for reappropriations within street services to reappropriate funds, and street services has indicated that they will complete the work this fiscal year. So that's recommendations 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and those were on page 17, 28, 29, 30, sorry. Okay. Recommendation 31 is to transfer receipts from LAWA to the general fund. Recommendation 32 is to transfer receipts from Bureau of Street Services provided to the Department in Water and Power. And recommendation 33 is a similar recommendation to recognize receipts from, got cut off, for special events. Recommendation 34 is to recognize receipts from the State of California Integrated Waste Management Board for waste recycling and reinforcement. And recommendation 35 is an authorization to the controller to allow them to readjust prior 2008-9 year-end distribution of expenditures and encumbrances. Also on page 19 is a recommendation from concerning the zoo, item 36, to transfer funds and then to transfer it again to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. That is correct. That's correct. Recommendation 37 on page 19 is a general instruction to city departments to remit payments for billings from General Services Department. Recommendation 38 is to transfer funds from the UB to pay for police and fire pensions defrayal. Recommendation 39 and 40 recognize reduced receipts in the Park and Recreational Sites and Facilities Fund, so this corrects the adopted budget. Page 20. Recommendations 41 and 42 recognize savings in Prop K projects and use those savings to reimburse the general fund for prior year related costs for the Con Ed and engineering. And then recommendation 43 authorizes technical corrections, and that ends the FSR recommendations.
Okay. If there's no objection, those will be deemed as approved. We next are turning to the budget balancing recommendation, colleagues. We've already had those first ones. Why don't we skip the ones that are called special already by Ms. Hahn and go to item 51. We'll be coming back to the discussion. I think Ms. Hahn called 45, 46, 47. I'm sorry, 48 she did not. So 48. Why don't you go to 48 first and then 51?
Okay.
No, that was not called special, but do you want to call that one? Okay. So Mr. Alarcon has on number 48. We'll come back for more discussion on that. 51 will be next then, if you walk us through that. Okay, 51.
I'm lost.
Mr. Labange. We're going through all of them because we're going to come back to discuss some that are going to be a little bit longer. Okay, so in terms of the order that we're looking at for Mr. Alarcon, ones that are non-controversial, we're going to take those. Okay. Item 52. Then we're coming right back to them. If there's not the ones that don't require any discussion. Item 52, please.
Item 52, our office actually recommended for deletion because that project is further behind and therefore we cannot use those salary savings.
Okay.
52.
Without objection, will be deleted. 53. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, 52 is recommended deleted. There was no objection that I heard.
53 is the deferral of several pool projects, which would allow us to use those positions to reassign those positions working on those projects to special funded assignments. Therefore, we expect to realize $41,000 in savings that would be able to be transferred to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Okay. Without objection. Okay. 54, please.
Okay. Are we just going from 53 on?
The 109th Street pool, that's just deferring of the capital improvement. But as far as we know, the pool is still going to stay open this summer.
That is correct.
We're
All
just
right
not
now
gonna
we're
remodel
recommending
it.
our capital
Right.
projects.
We're fine with that. As long as the pool stays open. And what about the pool, the pool staff? That's not a part of this.
This refers just to the Bureau of Engineering staff assigned to the project.
Because we had a great remodeling in store, but we're not going to do that. And I understand that. As long as the pool's open and we have staff there so kids can swim.
Okay. Item 54.
All right. Item 54 is directing the fire department to cancel the remaining recruit class and to use the resulting savings, which were estimated at $2 million, to address their department's deficit.
Okay. Anybody on 54 for further discussion? If not, okay, 55, please.
Okay. Item 55 is to transfer $1.6 million in the General City Purposes Fund set aside for the LAPD Consent Decree program to the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Okay. Without objection. 56, please.
Item 56, which is on page 24, recommends transferring $441,000 from the UB set aside for the LAPD Consent Decree program to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Okay. Without objection. 57, please.
Item 57 recommends a transfer of $260,000 within the UB set aside for new fire stations to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Okay. Anybody without objection? Next item, please.
Item 58 recommends the transfer of funds within, $1 million of the UB fund set aside for new police facilities to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Anybody wishing to discuss that further? If not, without objection, next item, please.
59 I deleted. Do I read it? Okay. Item 59 was the transfer of $10 million in the UB set aside for AB 1290 money to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty.
Mr. Wesson. Mr. Wesson will call that out. Absolutely.
Okay.
Next item, please.
Correct.
That one's
Yes,
called
that's correct.
special.
It was deleted.
Yeah, but it's deleted in one of the majority, or in the majority.
You are correct. That was recommended for deletion in the majority report.
So should we even,
To have it returned back to HCAD committee, because we were supposed to deal with it anyway. So no, I've got that.
We'll have a little further discussion on that one. Next item, please.
Item 60 is declaring a surplus of $400,000 within the Business Improvement Trust Fund to transfer to the reserve fund.
Explanation what that is?
They want an explanation on the bid money.
Number 60.
60. The bid money.
Wait, just a recommendation. Did you read your recommendation
Yeah, I
of it? What was the question?
We just want an explanation.
As we understand it, there's roughly about $661,000 in that trust fund, and these were identified as surplus funds that be used, could be transferred back to the reserve fund.
What's the money for?
I believe
These are funds that are typically used for studies for the formation of business improvement districts. Some of these funds were unused, unspent. There was about $600,000 that was remaining in the fund. If additional funds are required
Can I just
during
call
the
that
year.
special?
Yes.
50,
60?
sorry, 60, yeah.
60, okay. Next one, please.
Okay, item 61 is using the Emergency Operations Fund by transferring it to EMD and then transferring it to the reserve fund. And the logic behind that is this money would be used to replace funding within the travel, contractual services, and office and admins account, and then surpluses that are within the department's salary account would be transferred to the reserve.
Okay. Without objection, next one.
Okay, item 62 is a direction, actually, item 62 through 64 concern contracting. And the first one's direction to general managers to report to our office with information concerning their contracts so that we can make further recommendations on these contracts. Item 63 within that
Mr.
is...
Koretz, do you want to call 62?
I'd just like to ask that we move item 62 forthwith if it's approved.
I wanted to call that special.
Okay. All right, Mr. Alcon, we'll discuss that.
On 63...
We'll move it quickly as soon as we talk about it slowly. Next one.
63 is a direction to GSD to contact all vendors with the procurement contracts and to negotiate a 10% price reduction and report back within 45 days. And 64 is to direct general managers of all departments to halt execution of any discretionary contracts or any contract extensions until we have implemented a process to review and prioritize these contracts.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to talk about that one?
Yeah,
64, please.
I have a friendly amendment. 63, yeah.
Gotcha. Item 64, please.
She did 64.
Oh, that was it 64 or 63, Mr. Alcon, that you were interested in? I thought you called 63,
all
okay.
three relate to the 10% reduction.
We'll take them up together, they're related. 65, please.
Okay.
65.
Item 65 directs departments to work with our office to identify expense and equipment appropriations for reprogramming to cover the citywide budget gap. Item 66 is related. It directs departments to cease all MICLA expenditures for fleet equipment that are allocated in the 910 budget, so that would affect the fire department and GSD fleet procurements for other departments.
Okay.
Item 67.
Without objection. Okay.
Okay.
Next item.
Item 67 defers MICLA capital projects that are not in construction in order to save some related MICLA financing costs.
Okay, without objection. 68.
Item 68, which was deleted in the report, that's the transfer of $200,000 from the UB to pay for a contract, to pay for a study with regards to the operations of the parking meters.
Okay. Without objection. No, do you want?
It's part of yesterday's
Mr.
action.
Koretz? Special. Okay. Number 69, please.
That was deleted in part of yesterday's action?
Yes.
Okay.
You still want to talk about it, Mr. Koretz?
No, it's
okay.
deleted.
And then it's deleted then. Okay.
68 was deleted?
Yep. So we'll consider that still deleted. Not objection. 69?
All right. 69 on page 26 was altered in committee. This originally recommended a hybrid fee structure, and it was modified in committee to be a 30% subsidy. And this is for the lifeline charge.
69 and 70 we'll call special for Mr. Alacon. Okay, colleagues, the stuff that followed this, by the is in terms of departmental budgets, refers to recommendations we've already gone through, so that is there for your reference. And the attachments refer to some of the specific ones. So we have the ones that have now been called special. The rest are deemed approved for our final vote, of course. And then, if we can go to the items called special, I believe the first one was 45. And the motions that affect item 45, we will try to go through the A through Z motion so that we can kind of take them up together, but looking through, I believe there were 2 or 3 motions on this. Hold on one second.
Chairman?
Yep, Mr. Curtis?
President. So I know that we don't have buttons in committee and we approve items and we move to the next one, et cetera, but so we should consider, even though we didn't have a roll count on the ones that we just went over that did not called special, those are all considered unanimous vote?
Yes.
Okay.
But deemed approved. And then I believe sorry, I'm just trying to pull out which ones are, maybe the CLA and CAO can assist on the A through Z motions. I know there's been a number. Ms. Hans, number 10N affects this. 10L. $10K affects this, it looks like. We're on the first one, 45, but because on the elimination of the 1,000 positions, and so I'm trying to pull out the motions that are in our packets that affect that directly so we can discuss it holistically.
10S.
10S.
I believe that's it.
Okay. So just to review, folks, you might want to even pull them out of your packet to look at them all at once while we're discussing this as well. I think that was
I'm only H. Do you have them all?
the K,
Okay.
L, N, and S. Is that right, Mr. CLA?
That's right. Correct.
KLNS. KLNS. Okay. Mr. Koretz.
Which ones are you missing?
I just wanted to move the majority position on this from Budget and Finance to entirely delete the option of layoffs.
We can discuss this all together. That is one motion that's before us, but I would ask us to consider the amendments at the same time if we can. So, Mr. Alacon, do you want to walk us through as maker of some of them? And Ms. Hahn, you can walk through yours, and I'll remind folks of mine. Mr. Alacon?
I have 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on 10K is a motion essentially to instruct the CAO to ensure that any personnel action taken to reduce city staff shall exclude any employees whose work generates revenues for the city, such as those employees who collect the city's debt, provide services for fees, etc.
Okay, and your other one? What's the other one?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was K. L is a motion. Any.
Okay, so that would include those.
Right.
Intention in this motion to exclude employees who generate net revenues, because otherwise, there's certainly many employees who generate some degree of revenues, but it still wouldn't be cost effective.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. We'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
I knew somebody would mention it. Okay, item...
Nothing but net.
Recommendation 10L is instruct the CAO to require proprietary departments to expedite the transfer of general fund employees. This has to do with, well, let me just read it. Employees to the proprietary department and to require all city departments to expedite the transfer of general fund employees to positions funded by special funds, particularly funds available through ARA, to accomplish the transfers by March 1st or as soon as vacancies become available. But it also, because I know there's been some discussion about this already, but it also asks the CAO to report to the council on a weekly basis on the progress of this action until the transfers are complete or otherwise directed by the council.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, do you want to walk through your motion?
10N, colleagues, it was based on the identification of 306 current positions of vacancies at the proprietary departments and special funded right now today. And so 10N, colleagues, was that I move that we begin transferring immediately 306 of those identified 1,000 immediately to those vacancies that are currently have been identified. And then 10W is very similar to Richard's, but what I added to that, maybe I'll just make it a friendly amendment to yours, Richard, is that I specifically wanted to instruct personnel with the assistance of LACERs and other pertinent departments to move quickly to identify all specially funded positions, including the proprietary departments, and then do the Match.com of matching employees currently in these general funded positions and transferred them to the specially funded positions. So it basically just instructed the departments to all work together, because I was talking to Sally earlier and she said there's a lot of pre-work that she could be doing right now to help identify and help sort of move this process along. She also mentioned that besides the early retirement, there's also scheduled retirements that should be happening that she suggested that we began processing it as well. So, colleagues, we may have more open positions. My goal is to not lay off 1,000, but to transfer 1,000. And I think we can achieve that by this process.
Yeah, Mr. Alarcon, did you have a clarification?
You were asking that item number 1 of motion 10N be a friendly amendment?
Right.
I don't have a problem with that, but item number 2 instructs the CAO to eliminate funded positions immediately upon the creation of vacancy. The problem with that is that if we create a vacancy, we may need somebody to fill that vacancy to perform an important task. It may be a critical function, and so we can't just eliminate it.
No, it's this one.
Would you propose an amendment, Mr. Alarcon?
No. 10W is the friendly amendment to yours. The 10N stands alone.
Oh, I don't have 10W, I'm sorry.
Right.
10W should be in the same packet that's part of 10N that's been stapled and given to everybody.
Right. This is...
Sorry, do you want to explain what 10W does?
And all departments.
So 10W does...
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, that achieves that? Okay.
Right, 10N stands on...
Why don't we... Do you want to attach that as a friendly amendment to N? W?
Yes.
Okay.
10W will be a friendly amendment to
N. Oh, to his, okay.
To his.
Okay.
Huh?
And then lastly, colleagues, 10S, which was the motion I had before us with Ms. Perry, Mr. Parks, Mr. Koretz, was to instruct that no layoffs of personnel take place in the next 30 days, with the goal, again, reiterating, consistent with Ms. Hahn's motion of transferring at least 1,000 positions, and that the general managers be instructed to calculate and identify any layoffs in the future. Okay? So, Mr. Krikorian is still on the queue as our first speaker. Okay, you made that. Okay, Mr. Cardenas is next, and then Mr. Weezer. Mr. Cardenas? You want to speak on this one? Okay, Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify whether there's two conflicting motions on the floor. One is 10S, which asks that we defer any action on laying off 1,000 people, versus Mr. Koretz's motion to adopt the majority report, which eliminates any action at all. So there's one that's a deferment for 30 days. There's another one to eliminate the idea of 1,000 layoffs. So I'm just asking in terms of voting, do those two conflict or not?
Yes, they would.
They would. So
Yeah,
you're
I think
gonna-
they'd be either or, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Hahn.
I just want to clarify on the 10N, I'm obviously saying immediately eliminate the positions from the general fund and transfer them to the 306 current openings. So
Right.
is that in conflict with deferring layoffs for 30 days?
I do not believe it would be, Mr.
Because this is,
D'Alessio.
I think we should use the word, we need a better word than layoff.
Well, I think that the challenge is how do we identify them? So there has to be an identification of the
Right.
position so
First.
that we could transfer them to that.
Right.
So,
I mean, the goal is to get them off the general fund.
Right.
As quickly as possible.
So
I
that-
think 10N does that for at least 306.
but to do that, you have to identify them.
Right, I agree. We expect you've already done that.
No, I mean, that's the list that you have.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So just do it. Mine is just,
Okay. Mr. Alarcon, and then Mr. Labange. Want to speak? Or you just had point of information from before? You're on the queue? Okay. Mr. Labange?
Clarification on item 10D, Mr. Smith, UFAC can be involved except when they're meet and confer, and the working group will set the agenda and they're decided there. The city attorney said that in sidebar, if you will. And then also, I just wanted to say, Mr. President, U and V goes to committee, and we'll be back in a timely fashion. Those are the working groups for Public Works, Transportation, as well as Arts, Parks, and Aging.
Yeah, we will come back to those, but we can actually do that real quick as long as you brought it up. If there's no objection on you and is there
And I wanted to
objection?
ask the city attorney, I don't know if Mr. Echeverria is here. Mr. Echeverria, did you want any clarification on the item we had a discussion on? The item?
Can we wait on new items? Let's just
Okay.
focus on the 1,000
Got it,
layoff
right. We'll
piece.
wait.
Okay, now, I'll make sure you're first on the list when we get to that item, but just to keep things ordered. Mr. Kerkoyan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question for the CAO on Ms. Hahn's motion 10N, and I think Mr. Alarcon alluded to this. In the second paragraph, if we immediately eliminate the positions that are vacated by transferring personnel into the specially funded positions, how would that impact the bumping rights of other employees, cascading effects, and so on? If we eliminate those positions, I think the intent of the motion is to realize the savings immediately. But if we eliminate those positions, it occurs to me that there may be an impact on our ability to prioritize services because those positions will no longer be available for employees to bump into. Can you provide some clarity on that for me?
Well, my understanding that the goal is to identify positions, to transfer them to the 306 vacant positions that are budgeted, that we've established are available for folks on the 1,000 list. That's correct. Is that a correct understanding? Right. So then after that happens, then the position where that person used to sit in after they get transferred over gets eliminated. Is that a correct understanding of what the goal is?
we don't really want to fill.
Hold on, folks.
Right, because then we don't have the savings. Exactly. So the question that you're asking relates to bumping. Right. How does
because we can still realize the savings if someone bumps into that position from another position, and that position is
So
eliminated.
it's my
The way
understanding-
this is drafted, we all lose the ability, I think, to determine which is the priority service that's involved.
That's right.
So what the objective needs to be is realize the monetary savings, but not necessarily eliminate the position that by happenstance might be eligible for Match.com.
Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas?
Point of clarification, Mr. President, point of clarification. I think the way Ms. Hahn intended was to word it and say not, but to create the vacancy immediately
Right.
by filling that worker over to a non-general funded position, not to, what was the word not to
Right.
eliminate the position. You get what I'm saying? Because when somebody moves over, that creates a vacancy, which is different than eliminating the spot, the position, correct? So I think what Ms. Hahn was referring to is to immediately recognize that vacancy by moving that body when and if possible to one of the 306 positions as identified earlier. So I think the wording is just, needs to be a little bit different.
Well, the creation of the vacancy is the specially funded
Yes.
Harbor Department Airport. As soon as those positions are vacant, then immediately we got to get them off the general fund.
Could I suggest
Yeah.
perhaps addressing Mr. Krikorian and...
Okay, so is there a suggestion for a resolution, Mr. Koretz?
If I can make another point of clarification. We had the similar issue with ERIP. I assume that when we had all these people retire, we didn't eliminate all of those positions because those people randomly retired. I assume we'll hire people or move positions around based on our need rather than eliminating whatever person happened to vacate a position and never restore it.
Well, the ERIP limits our ability to hire to only 7% citywide of all the positions. Departments are deciding on their own which positions they could afford to backfill. Much of the savings that's been generated has been because they have chosen not to backfill that position. And so I think, the goal is to generate the savings, and so the departments are I'm doing that in my own office, for example. There's a couple of people that are E-ripping that I'm electing not to fill because I need those savings to close my own budget.
Mr. I think the CLA has a good suggestion here. Mr. Miller, if you want to give a suggestion,
I believe it gets to your intent.
Mr. Gretz has the floor, and then...
On item number 2, and Mr. Krikorian's concern as well, that once the position is vacated, it could only be backfilled with an existing general fund position of an equal or higher level.
Okay. We'll add that as an amendment then without objection. That should address the issue.
But I think, let's not miss, the key point of this motion is immediately, they have been identified 306 positions. Immediately this afternoon, let's start that process. That's the key part. But fix number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Alacon, and Mr. Parks are on the queue. Okay, Mr. Alacon? Did you have that resolved?
So we resolved that?
I think we did.
That's fine.
All right. Mr. Parks?
Just have one request on all of this. If we can make sure personnel, even if it's not mentioned, the personnel department is involved in all of these transactions.
They're the lead. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, with L and N and W, N is amended. I think those are non-controversial then at this point. Is there any objection to adopting those three?
Which ones?
N is amended. W? Without objection. Mr.
Yeah, I just want to make sure personnel gets the support necessary to do this, if it's going to do that. And we talk about bumping down, but bumping up, some of these people will be bumping up to the port or to the airport, but it may cause other things too. It's not just a straight Match.com, it's maybe a Match.com plus a pass.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, then that leaves Mr. Koretz's motion and S. And Mr. Parks, did you want to be recognized?
I'd like to move that we adopt S because I think it's important with the safeguards that are in this language that we do not have any layoffs for 30 days. But I think it's absolutely essential that the personnel department has to be given instructions to at least start the mechanics of the process, even if no one ever leaves out of the door. The process has to start so that you're aware by classification, by numbers, by department to determine if this should occur, they must go through a process. And so I think the safeguards are here, and we've said over and over that before anyone's laid off, the requirement is the CAO to come to the council and let us know. But I don't think we can restrict the personnel department from doing the very job that they are set up to do and telling us what the process is where the numbers are, what the departments, because it also is going to be important that department general managers know what the impact is so they can start working on their operational plan. So these are things that are absolutely essential that we leave here today in giving the instruction to the personnel department. So I move 10S.
Okay, Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, actually, at Budget and Finance, we really had the option of do all the layoffs or don't do all the layoffs, and the minority report is not to do them. I think 10S is probably a more intelligent middle ground, so I would withdraw my motion for the minority report, and I would support 10S as well, which keeps us from moving forward with the layoffs, but allows us in a responsible way to at least make the calculations and see where we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kretz. So is there any objection to S? Ms. Hahn?
Yes, the only objection I have is that that does not interfere with the immediate 306 transfers.
Absolutely. And let's add that to make sure that it does not.
Okay.
We'll add that amendment. I think, did I miss one? Was K?
Yes.
K as well. If there's no objection, as amended by Mr. Krikorian for net revenue, we will then, is there any objection? If not, we'll accept those. Okay? Mr. Rizzo?
Given that this was such a important issue, can you just, for the public's sake, repeat and clarify the action that we just took with respect to the 1,000 layoff proposal that we had on the table?
Absolutely. Thank you. What we did, and our next item is 46, colleagues on cultural affairs. What we have done for the public, for media and other members is passed a number of motions. What we have done is said that we would wait 30 days for before any layoffs could occur. No layoffs would happen in the next 30 days. That general managers be instructed to identify the potential number and classification of employees required to be laid off and calculate all necessary layoffs. So that work of potential layoffs continues, but with no authorization for the layoffs to occur in the next 30 days. In the meantime, both that motion as well as Ms. Hahn's motion and motion that Mr. Alarcon put forward push forward for immediate transfer of 306 staff and instructing to try to get at least 1,000 folks in general funded positions to be transferred into special fund or proprietary fund jobs. We also passed Mr. Alarcon's motion that any personnel that has a net revenue benefit to the city would be excluded, and that all departments be expedited as well. That was consistent with Ms. Hahn's. And then Ms. Hahn had a second motion as well to match folks in the proprietary departments and specially funded departments and to transfer those into specially funded positions. I know that personnel does have a job fair actually coming up in this month to do that with city employees, so all of that was passed on consent. Mr. Wesson?
Mr. President, do I need to actually have a meeting to come up with a way for the CAO to report to us, to let us know weekly or bi-monthly where we are, where it relates to transferring?
No, that was part of Mr. Alarcon's motion that I think it said weekly progress on this action until the transfers are complete.
Because, see, as he does that, we should then begin to eliminate the 1,000, and I think we need to know what positions are being eliminated from the list of possible layoffs.
Right. Okay. We'll ask the CAO to do that as well then, without objection. Yes, Mr. Alarcon, did you have any further clarification, or did I miss anything?
I didn't see the motions as being amendments. They were actually standalone motions. So we're voting on just those motions? We voted on just those
They're actually technically, since they're 10L, they're part of item number 10 today. That's the only sense in which they're an amendment. You're right.
Item number 10 is what?
You're right that 10 is the council item that we've been doing all day, a financial status report.
Oh, but they're independent.
Right.
They stand on their own. We're not voting on item 45.
No, that essentially amends and takes out 45.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. 40. Yes, Ms. Hahn?
Okay, I just want to get a clarification on this delay of 30 days, because clearly the first part of this motion is the key in your first paragraph. The goal is transferring at least 1,000 positions to these proprietary and specially funded positions. So delaying 30 days, there's no way you're going to transfer 1,000 in 30 days. We know that. So I just want clarification of what happens in 30 days.
It comes back to us. They're not authorized. As a maker of the motion, I'll clarify.
Yeah,
They don't have authorization at the end of 30 days to move ahead. It comes back to us. There's 30 days, and we'll be meeting, as I mentioned, basically every day.
Will it require a vote?
Yes, I would like to explicitly say that because
to begin layoffs.
yes, we'll have to take a vote of the council. I'll make that
Because
explicitly
delay
clear
to
as the
me
maker of the
seems like
motion.
it's inevitable, and we're just delaying it.
That is not the intent, and I'm spelling that out to not be the...
It's not inevitable if we can transfer 1,000 people to
Mr.
other
Weezer?
departments.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. I think I wasn't the maker of the motion, but I think what we're trying to do is find other ways where we avoid the layoffs, but we find funding or work for those individuals. For example, your motion to transfer over immediately 305 positions, that leaves us at 700 or so now.
Right.
I have a motion where there's a proposal to cut 100 people from street services for tree trimming. Right now, DWP, a proprietary department, contracts out that work. So the proposal...
So does the port.
So there's a port. So the proposal is to save those jobs, have DWP hire these 100 and not contract out, and we save money from the general fund. Now, there's going to be other proposals like that when we come back in 30 days, we may be at 400, 300, and then we will see that we kind of keep scratching at the 1,000. That's the idea behind the motion.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. I think to find other ways to preserve those jobs.
Right.
Thank you. 46 is the next item that has to be called special. I think 46 that Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Labange will go to first. I think it's been addressed with the motion of Mr. Labange and I that deletes that instruction. But if folks still want to debate it, we can. Yes.
I'm feeling like those sitting at the table have not had any break. I
appreciate that.
I would recommend a slight recess to have an energy bar or something. Some of you are looking a little pale.
It's all right. That's to be expected. And
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Just power through.
Are you sure? All right. I want to be really sensitive because many of us have had our lunch and you haven't. And
we'll get you some crackers and peanut butter. Mr. Labange, item number 46. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. You made the motion with me. Appreciate it. This solves. Mr. Rosendahl, you were a champion the other night. You're a champion every day. I vote. It's for the arts.
Those were items 10A and
also,
F. If folks want to look at A and F, A for Apple and F for friendly council meeting. A was Mr. Weezar's motion asking that if I could suggest, Mr. Weezar, since F goes a little further and deletes the recommendation, instead of asking to be reporting back, instead of it asking to be referred back to Budget and Finance, would you concur with the deletion of that and then continuing to ask them to submit a joint report on the rest? You understand? So F, essentially, you asked that the recommendation be referred back to committee. We just deleted it, but we could still have your recommendations move forward, and that way just merge the two together? Okay. So yours, item A, didn't actually delete it. It just said, let's send that recommendation back to Budget and Finance. Since F is stronger and just deletes it outright, is it all right to amend yours to reflect that, a full deletion?
Yes, let's do
instead
that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, then they are not in conflict. If there's no objection, 10A and F will be approved? Okay. 47.
The Cultural Affairs proposed cuts and the grants, so that could not be acted upon today.
Correct. Mr. Labange on 47.
Technical point, because I think I'm still, even though it's 7 minutes over, my clock's still running.
That's all right, you go.
Just the thing, Maria, on 10D for the working group, that the CAO and the city attorney approve the agenda between the police and fire, the Police Protective League, and UFLAC on issues of efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Was there anything? Yeah, Mr. Alarcon?
I had a motion that would create labor management committees in all departments, and I'm wondering, I don't see them conflicting necessarily, but why are we creating different kinds of groups? I mean, I think we should have the discussion with recognizing that labor management groups are not union negotiating. It's workers and management working together to come up with solutions. I think that's the goal of Mr. Smith's group, but he does not. He asked for a labor representative as opposed to workers in the police department. So I'm wondering if we might work something out here.
Separately, simply because mine is dealing with the department on issues that have not been addressed because police and fire have been out of this mix for a whole year and no cuts, and they haven't had the problems that the other departments have had. You need the employees to buy in what's going on in those departments. In police and fire, we haven't done anything to them yet. Now we're talking about doing this, and I think we have to have a discussion with labor because what we're going to be doing is talking about changes to the workers' rights. And that
Could I ask that we flag this? I thought Mr. LaBonge was going to speak on, I just want to stay in order. I thought he was going to speak on item 47, so that's why I recognized him, but we're not there yet on this item. No, and I know, I'm not blaming any one person, no problem. We will flag that. I promise the three of you will be called on to discuss that. We're on 47, which is the elimination of the Department on Disability. My motion with Mr. LaBonge, again, refers that back to Mr. LaBonge's committee. So if there's we've passed F, so I think that is addressed. Is there any other comment on that anybody would like to make?
I'm sorry, did we skip, are we done with 46?
Yes, we're on 47. We passed 10F, which dealt with 47.
I have something else on 46.
Okay, well, let's go back to 46. Ms. Hahn?
Oh, thank you. You're still continuing with the RFPs for partnerships to run some of the art centers?
That was part of one of the other items that you approved, I believe.
So we're not doing that? We're not moving forward with...
No, my understanding is that we're still moving forward to try to identify another way of maintaining our arts facilities.
Oh, without doing RFPs for partnerships.
Well, we need to sit down, figure out whether it needs to be an RFP or if there's somebody who's already interested in taking over one of the facilities.
Fine. Whatever way you move forward, I was going to say I would like to consider the Charles Mingus Junior Arts Center as part of the ones that you might look at for a partnership. Just put that in the mix, is what I'm asking.
We'll add that
I think it's a perfect opportunity maybe to have a partnership to really to run that and get that up to its potential.
Okay, we'll add that without objection. Make sure that's included. Yes, Mr. LaBonge.
All these we still own like the county. It's county method. We still own these facilities, but we have a partnership with.
Correct. It's similar to the arrangement we have with the theater down the street. Where the city is still a city asset, and we're partnering with two nonprofits in this particular case to actually run the operations of them.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 47 has been dealt with 10F. Does anybody want any further discussion? That is not happening, the elimination of the department, and it's being sent to Mr. LaBonge's committee. Next called special is 49. And do we have any motions on that, Mr.
48.
I'm sorry, Mr. Koretz, item number 48. Do we have any motions on that, or is it just the item before? Mr. Alacon, you have a motion on that one? What's the letter of that, Madam Clerk? Do we know?
I don't.
In addition,
I don't see a motion on 48.
I think on the Environmental Affairs Department?
48.
Sorry?
Is there any proposal to exclude the Environmental Affairs Department from elimination?
No, that's what I'm looking for right now to see if there's a motion right now.
We don't see one.
I don't see a motion, but in the minority and the majority report, on the minority report, it deletes recommendation number 48, so it restores environmental affairs. The majority report does not. So, so number 48 stays
Let's open
in the
that
majority.
up for discussion. Mr. Koretz says...
But I have a motion that's related.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll call you second, just as the head or one of the folks from the majority report. I'll recognize Mr. Koretz.
I think we thought this was an important area for the priorities of the city and the progress that we've been making on environmental issues, and the majority voted to delete the recommendation to eliminate it.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon?
The recommendation was
The recommendation was, the majority report recommends that we keep the Environmental Affairs Department. Minority report recommends we delete the Environmental Affairs Department. I just want to stand up and say how important the Environmental Affairs Department is. First of all, having experienced the fires in the northeast San Fernando Valley, the Saya Fire, I can tell you that when we received a lot of credit for expediting the demolition process for the 500 homes that were lost, that could not have been done without the assessments that were made by the Environmental Affairs Department. In fact, the county would not do it, and if the Environmental Affairs Department did not do it, I guarantee you that the people who have moved back into their homes would not be there right now, because that assessment was not being offered by anybody else. The Environmental Affairs Department also manages the Green Business Certification Program. I'd like to hear from the CAO, and my motion was to direct the CAO, tell us who's going to manage the functions of the Environmental Affairs Department, particularly the Green Business Certification Program, which is, not to mention all the priorities that have been given greening the city of Los Angeles and the federal administration's opportunities to get green funding, if not the Environmental Affairs Department. Who's going to do it?
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
We have actually Mr. Reyes next. Is it just a point of clarification, and truly a point of clarification?
Yes, it's just a clarification.
Okay.
I think from what Mr. Alarcon said, he misunderstood. The original recommendation was to delete environmental affairs, and we deleted the recommendation. So what the majority report was to keep the department.
No, that's not what happened.
It was not.
No, that's no. What happened is...
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Would you like to clarify that? Yes, and then Mr. Reyes is next.
Thank you. What happened was that the majority report is saying, the minority report says that there was a proposal by Mr. Rosenthal and Mr. Koretz to delete it. That wasn't successful, so that's why it's in the minority report. But 3 of the members, Smith, myself, and Parks, voted to eliminate the department.
That's right.
And that's...
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Reyes? Sorry?
Who does the CAO propose do this work?
Councilmember David Hirano from the Office of the CAO. In our proposal, the majority of the work of the department would be transferred over to the city planning department, and it would not just be items like green business certification, but climate change plan and so forth. So
who's going to do the health assessments in the case of a disaster?
That's a very good question. We had hoped that the planning department and the staff over at Environmental Affairs could work that out and determine which services they determined were worthwhile of continuing and not continuing, and then come back and tell us.
Could the general manager of the department explain that function? Because I don't think we're getting it, folks. This is something that during a disaster we need.
As the CAO's proposal, it does not recommend that there's any entity that would deal with emergency planning the way the proposal is written. There is no central expertise to be able to deal with those emergencies, and so that proposal does not recognize that at all, and so that's why we're saying that that program is at risk in terms of what we have done with regard to emergency response. Also, the proposal does not have a plan for how you're going to do your green business program. There is no one that's been assigned to administer that program if environmental affairs goes away. The bigger issue is that there is not a plan for how the city is going to move forward with its environmental programs. They have disbanded the department and put it in various departments, so there's no coordinated approach and not a plan for dealing with that.
we set aside the recommendations of the majority report and continue and ask that the CAO come back with a report in 30 days as to how they're going to replace the services of environmental departments should the council choose to delete it.
Okay. Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense.
Mr. Weezer.
I think Mr. Alarcon's motion should include all other responsibilities of this department, how those would be assumed by other departments and not just the emergency portion of it. And so we could discuss that at that time and how that would work. If that's a friendly amendment.
Sorry?
Can we refer that to energy?
Would you're asking your motion be referred to energy and environment?
Well, if my motion is passed, I would like it to be, I think it should be appropriately referred to energy and
It's your motion.
environment.
We can make that happen, sure. Mr. Parks?
President, I think we gave direction in the committee to the CAO that they made this recommendation, but we asked them to come back and on all of these recommendations of departments to give us the operational plan of how this is going to work, that there's just not pieces being moved around, and with the clear understanding if they could not provide that clarity, that then at that time we would not move forward, because this is not going to happen overnight. So we asked them that, yes, we'd move forward, but they had to come back on all, in fact, the motion today altered on some of the departments. In every instance, we asked them to do exactly that, is a report back to tell us how is this going to work, because we're particularly concerned about the $35 million grant that's in environmental affairs. And we said if you can't explain to us, then we would not support the dismantling, but the dismantling was not going to happen in any time in the near future. So that's basically the direction they were given.
Mr. Smith.
And I just want to point out that this department's done a magnificent job of getting their department funded by grants that are 95, 96% grant funded. So these functions aren't going to disappear. The question is, where do they go? That is the question that needs to be asked. We answered most of it, and I think that was the instruction Mr. Parks said. The instruction was to come back and tell us how you're going to finish those final parts. The proposal was to put someone in planning. The City of LA has signed an agreement with SCAG to handle the SB 375 requirements of the air quality and all those issues of AB 32 that are vested in SB 375. The planning department is the way it's going to be done, and so it makes sense to put that portion there. The LAA that looks at landfills would work better with building and safety, and that was one of the recommendations we made, because they are going to enforce many of the building and safety requirements on land use at the Sunshine Canyon landfill. So these issues have been resolved. 95% of the department is grant funded. Those functions will not disappear. Don't be afraid of that. The question is, in your case particularly, where that function is going to go. That's what needs to be resolved, and that was what the committee instructed.
Get the money.
The same people that are writing them now, Mr. Alarcon, but they're just going to be in a different department.
There's no central thinking.
Okay. And actually, there is a central theme, and that is many of these functions belong in other departments as well. And that was what the instruction was to do.
Mr. LaBonge?
I just wanted to say, did the County of Los Angeles, Mr. Santana, have an environmental affairs department?
No.
Where was that handled within the County of Los Angeles?
It's handled depending on the issue, but it's handled primarily, the coordination happens within the CEO's office.
One thing we have to do, members, is look to how we can strengthen departments. If it enhances the planning department's environmental view, if it enhances public works, if it enhances another department, D.L. and I appreciate what you do, but at this time, I sometimes think you have to consolidate your teams to make them stronger as opposed to eliminate them. I don't want to see it eliminated, and I know this came out of a problem that we had, that Mr. Bradley did create this department, Mr. Alarcon, because of a problem that we weren't paying attention to the environment in this area here. So I think the CAO has to have, and you have to have better answers. That's the first answer you ever missed sitting at that center table there, and all the time you've been with the CAO's office. Not you, Mr. Santana, your colleague right there. You have to have a plan, and also we have a new Department of Emergency Preparedness that may take up that slack if it is possible to do. These things have to be discussed by the CAO. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, if I could just point out, if there ever was an example of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I think this department is it. It's a grant-funded department. It's doing a great job. I think if anything, we're jeopardizing those grants and some of the great work that the department does. I think this is a big mistake.
Okay, that is our last speaker on this item. Madam Clerk, if you'll please remind us the motion that was made.
Mr. Alarcon made a motion that, he wanted a report on what duties of the EAD would be referred to other departments, and then if that was adopted, to refer it to EE for consideration.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas, did you want to say something on this?
I just want to clarify, by moving forward off of this item, are we or are we not taking the action to dissolve this department today?
That's what I was just clarifying with the clerk. I have not heard a motion to stop the action of that, but merely to report. And I don't know if it's... Sorry?
The whole thing should go back to committee for consideration, but
Okay,
we
so
can't make a
Mr.
decision
Alarcon has
without a full
clarified,
report.
amended that to then take the entire recommendation to Energy and Environment Committee along with the amendment needed. Okay? Is there any objection to that? Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, I'm sorry, I wanted to get that clarification. Thank you. It is clarified, and I'm glad Councilman Brotcon clarified his motion. However, to the CAO, how much, as this motion came before us today, before this amendment, what was the general fund savings on item 48?
For about $447,000.
How much?
$447,000.
$447,000. I try to stay away from using cliches, but I think Paul Koretz hit that one right on the head. We're talking about 95% grant funded. About how many millions of dollars in grants were garnered off of a department that's only utilizing $437,000 in general funds to run that department?
We have right now in the report, it's about $470,000. We have about $44 million in the pipeline for the next 3 years. We have, since the Budget and Finance Committee, we have talked with the CAO and we have identified an additional $250,000 of special funds that could go to offset the general fund amount, and so we're looking at probably around $250,000 on the general fund for $44 million we have in the pipeline, which probably equates to about, for every $1 you get $30 returned from special funds.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're sending this back to committee. Thank you.
Any objection? Yes, Mr.
Thank you. When we're sending these back to committee, at some point, these are going to come back to us as a report back within the budget process, correct? It's not like we're sending them back to committee like other motions. They go to the abyss, and it's up to the chair if they
Some of them
schedule it or
have
not.
specified the time back, and we may want to on this one if somebody wants to add that amendment or if you have an interest, but...
Can we get a report back in 30 days on this, please, if we could amend
we'll
that?
bring that back to council within 30
You
days.
did do that? Okay. Oh, that was part of it? Okay. 30 days.
Okay. All right, 49 is our next one. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parks?
I'd like to make a motion on all of these that go into committee that they have a 30-day timeline to get back to council.
Without objection? And certainly sooner is preferred. If committee chairs can schedule them next week, we'll take them back up next week or the week after. 49, anybody wishing to be heard on item 49? I think that was addressed as well on the previous motion.
10F.
10F. So without objection, that's back in committee. Any additional things about that? If not, item 50, neighborhood empowerment. I'm not sure who called that special. I think there was a number of members. Ms. Hahn?
We deleted that.
The clerk said
This
that
number 50 was deleted in the FSR, and the Budget and Finance. It was transferred over to the 3-year plan. So when we go through the 3-year plan, that's where we would discuss this particular item.
Okay. The 3-year plan in today's report?
Right.
Okay. Why don't we hold that then till then? We'll bring that up, Ms. Hahn, if that's okay? We'll discuss that in the 3-year plan? Okay. Mr. Labange, item 51.
Yeah, I just want to know, Mr. CEO, how many grants have been offered? Are we pulling back any grants that we have in the pipeline nearing completion. I think it's very disappointing. One of the things the community I hear more of, even than sometimes from neighborhood council issues, is the community beautification grants from the Office of Beautification. This is just $250,000. Is that correct? Or excuse me,
525,000.
I transposed the numbers. 525. I would like to keep that grant going because many neighborhoods get involved with city government by beautification. Mr. Paul Rax is here. You want to address any of that, Paul?
It's my understanding these are prior year funds.
Say it again.
The money that we're sweeping is prior year funding.
Prior year. Oh, here's the Mr. Beautification himself.
Cancel that.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Paul Roch, Director, Office of Community Beautification. We are currently this year funding 45 new projects using prior year monies that we identified as savings from previous grants, which will allow the 525 this year to be swept and used, but we're still going to be able to have 45 new projects that, this current fiscal year.
You accept this recommendation?
Yes.
At your own will?
You know, I mean, ideally we would have the full amount. We would have been able to fund another 22 projects if we had the full 525, but we're perfectly fine having
so you're
45
okay with this?
projects.
Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted to make that point. But when we get back at another time, I think we all would like to keep grant money for beautification.
Right. We'll be back
but
for
you're
next
okay with the
fiscal year.
525, all right. I regretfully withdraw my position.
I regretfully support the CAO on this, too. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead then. We'll keep that. Next item was item, I think, 59. And Mr. Wesson, the 1290.
Yeah, request that we send it back to committee.
All right. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? This is for item 59. This is the $10 million and the 1290 money. Yes, Mr. Weezer?
We have a list of projects from AB 1290, and I wanted to clarify, we couldn't get an answer whether we're taking any funds that are commitments or planned uses.
This is money set aside in the UB, so there's no plans supposed to be recognized as general fund revenue, and that's what our earlier revenue figures reflect. So by not recognizing this, it increases our revenue shortfall.
Oh, so this is not taking any money from projects, either committed or planned?
No, no. It's just a number that was used during the budget year last year, and it was just set aside pending a determination of what the actual number would be.
Is there something else in the FSR that is affecting projects that are either commitments or planned? That's the terminology I was given by the AB 1290 folks.
Well, currently we've been having conversations with the CRA, who's been working with council staff, looking at commitments for this fiscal year as well as commitments in the future, and we're trying to determine based on the ending balance that was as of June 30th, 2009, what amount of money would be available to be transferred to the city.
Got it. So on this one, at least, it doesn't affect any projects that there have been commitments or any projects where the money has been planned for certain uses. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
And Lisa Johnson, Smith, CAO.
Thanks.
Mr. Parks? Oh. Mr. Wesson?
And others, this was supposed to be heard in our committee, and it was not heard. The same concerns and questions you raised, we had those same concerns. So if we can just bring it back, we will vet it, and because we don't even know if that figure is real.
Yes, Mr.
Are you referring, Mr. Wesson, to Amendment 10Q that you generated?
Yes.
That affects this.
That affects
Yeah,
this item.
that takes this
Send it back to committee.
and brings it back to committee where Mr. Reyes, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Perry, and I will drill it down and see what's real.
Got it, Mr. Weston. I know you're always on top of it. I didn't hear you say anything on this one from the beginning, so now it's going back good with it. Thanks.
And as all things, Mr. Parks' motion, we'll get that back here at least in 30 days, no later. All right, without objection, we'll pass Q as it affects number 59. Number 60? That was called, Mr. Alarcon, number 60?
Okay. I just learned I'm okay with this.
All right. Without objection, we'll keep that in number 62. Mr. Alarcon is next. Mr. Alarcon, item 62.
Weekend time.
Person that contracts a lot.
You had some kind of amendment?
Oh, my amendment was, it's coming. Oh, I wanted to enable the CAO, it's 10H.
10H.
The first part of my motion actually essentially does the same thing with different language. So I'm fine with the existing language. But the second thing it did was provide the ability for the CAO to authorize preferential awards for those who agree to do it in future applications. In other words, if a contractor agrees to reduce their contract by 10%, then we will give them preferential treatment in future bidding.
So establish it as part of the scoring process?
It gives you the authority to
find.
And I recognize there may be some legal issues with different grants, but to the extent that you can use that authority, it might be helpful in getting some reduction.
To create an incentive for them to do it.
Exactly.
I mean, we'll check with the city attorney's office and the extent to which we can do that, but I understand the concept.
I would like to introduce that as a friendly amendment.
Does 10H still stand?
Well, I don't have a problem with the language of 62, but if we could incorporate 10H and 62 together.
Is there any objection to 10H? Any of the wording of 10H? If not, we'll amend that. Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we should clarify that with a report back. Obviously, the city attorney's office would have to give an opinion on that because in today's rules and regulations and laws, I'm sure it's very difficult to give somebody a score for a previous action that is not somehow afforded everybody who bids on a project. So I agree with the intent that Councilman Alarcon's... No. I agree with the intent of Councilmember Alarcon's amendment and verbal instruction, but I think it's important for us to understand whether or not we have that legal ability to do so.
I mean, I agree. I mean, one of the issues is already that in order to receive that incentive, you currently have to be a contractor.
Yeah.
So if we open it up, the people who aren't contractors now are at a disadvantage. So we have to work out the legal issues, but I get the intention behind the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. As amendment without objection, item 63. I'm sorry, Mr. Kretz. Mr. Kretz, on that item. And then Mr. Parks for the
Just one additional suggestion. I don't know the amount, but I know when this issue has been discussed in the recent past in Budget and Finance, when we went ahead with an item like this, the suggestion was made that we have a floor for what dollar amount at which we'd want to do this. Obviously, we don't want to be negotiating 10% reductions in $1,000 contracts. So in the process, I think we'll want to come up with an appropriate number below which we don't engage in this particular activity.
Okay. Great. Mr. Parks, did you want to speak on 63 or on this one?
This is the same one on the, I just want to make sure that 1F on both the committee reports are part of that 10H on 62. We made a recommendation on both reports.
Yeah, it's consistent.
Okay. That consistent? Yep. Okay. Without objection, we'll put that in. Item 63, please. Sorry, that was 63 and 64 were covered with that, so without objection.
I'm sorry, number 63, that refers only to the General Services Department for procurement. The other one is for personal service contracts.
Correct.
There's other departments that do procurement other than the General Services Department, correct?
General Services negotiates the procurement contracts for all city departments, not for the proprietaries, I don't believe.
Okay, so the procurement itself, there's no other... Can we amend that to include all departments so that we include the proprietaries?
We cannot direct proprietaries, is my understanding.
On the contracting, we
could request a proprietary to consider but it's my understanding we can't direct them.
Got it. If I could get a second to, this one directs the General Services Department on procurement for
city departments.
For city requirements, if we could add language to request the proprietaries to consider the same
Do you want them
10% on the procurement.
only on the procurement? Because they also have personal
And personal
services.
contracts. If we could do that as well, yeah. It's a request. Yeah.
Okay.
With no objection, Mr. President?
Okay, without objection, we'll add that as well. Okay, next item, please. We had item 67, sorry, 66.
No, we have to do the figure.
I had that circled. Was that... Oh, sorry, 64 we just included as part of that without objection. Did you have 66 or 67 next? Okay, 67, Mr. Reyes, I know wanted to make one amendment to, and then we'll go to 69. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, I'd like to approve it, but if we can send the Street Services Urban Forestry Division and the Lincoln Pool to committee, Arts Health, see to look at other options.
Okay. Well, just those two. Did you want to pull one out too?
Yeah, well, 109th Street pool, I want that in there, all pools, and the urban forestry.
I think Ms. Hahn had no problem. She understood the pool didn't need to be there. So all right, we'll stick with Mr. Reyes's two. Let's go ahead and put those two in committee without objection. Item 69, Mr. Alarcon. The 69 and 70 we'll take up together. It's a lifeline.
I don't like this. This is proposing raising charges for people of poverty and senior citizens for their solid waste fee. And I am philosophically diametrically opposed to this. If we were to increase the fees across the board and impact rich people as much as we impact these people, I don't know why we're selecting this group to target for essentially a fee increase, poor people and senior citizens, as opposed to across the board increases.
If I can point out the reason why we didn't target it, there's an actual deficit projected for the subsidy. So that's one of the reasons why we identified this.
I don't believe I asked a question, but the point is, I don't think we should burden the poor and senior citizens. If we're going to look for revenue, it should be across the board. The theme, I thought, was shared sacrifice. I think we lost that somewhere a few months ago, and this is just absolutely fundamentally wrong. Everywhere in the state, they have lifeline programs to ensure that people get service, and I just think the city has been a vanguard on these programs, and I don't think now's the time to stop, especially when the rates that people are paying for lifeline type services are more important to their budget today than at any time in our history. So we should not be imposing additional fees on this class of people from Los Angeles. They are going to be hit harder than anybody else. When we increase their monthly bills by $30 to $50, that's a lot of groceries, and it's just wrong. We shouldn't do it.
All Right. Mr. Smith is next, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Labange, Mr. Parks for the 2nd, 4th, 7th, 11th, and 9th time, respectively.
And Mr. Alcon, I appreciate your passion, and I do. This is not raising the rates on these people. Everyone else pays it. This is lessening the amount that we've been giving them, because what we've been doing, and we've been a very generous city, we've given 100% lifeline fee deferral for all those folks. Nobody in the state of California does that. Not one city, not one county. Nobody does it. In fact, in our estimates, as we look through other cities, many cities give nothing. So when you say everybody does it, that's not true. Many cities give nothing. The average in the county of LA was 7 to 12%. The county of LA gives 25%, and at 30%, we will be the highest in the county, and one of the highest in the state, if not the highest in the state. What we had is a deficit of $6 million in this year's fund that was not projected, and you can argue, and you're absolutely right, that it's because of the economy people are beginning to apply more and more. That is absolutely true. What we're saying is there was no money left in the account to let people do that, and so we had to spread it thinner. We are still giving a lifeline that is well within the realm of what everybody else in the state of California is doing, and our Department of Water and Power is 30%. So we're in line with what Water and Power gives now as lifeline. 30% on trash is what they give to, I mean, what we should be giving to. This is just a realization of the fact we don't have money to give. If you can come up with $6 million somewhere that we've missed, we take a look at it, allocating it to that. But the fact is, our Water and Power revenue transfer just went down $14 million yesterday. So the actual money we get from Water and Power has gone down, and the situation is getting worse by the day. It is a matter of fiscal responsibility. We don't have the money. We have been very generous for a very long time, but the gravy train has run out of gravy, and so we have to spread it thinner. We will be the only city in California, to our knowledge, that is at 30%. Nobody will be higher than us. And there are many, many, many that are lower, and there are some that are zero.
300 clients in the last month.
Ms. Hahn.
All right.
Thank you. I know this is one of those tough ones, and I see both sides, but this reminds me of when we sort of we raise parking meters, and I'm still hearing about it. It seems like some of these suggestions, and I know originally the CAO recommended that we phase this in, and then I think the committee recommended that we do it all at once. Is that correct? Is that what's before us?
Well, Emilio Rodriguez, sales office. That's correct. There were a couple of options presented in the concept report, basically phasing in the fee over a 2-year period. So we phase in half of it over next year. The revenue we would get from billing Lifeline clients.
So what's the recommendation? I thought the recommendation was to do it all at once.
Yeah, recommendation is basically to do it all at once next year.
Right. Yeah, again, it reminds me of the parking meters. And I just think I know we need the money. Yeah, well, I will tell you, one of the things I'm proposing is this oil extraction fee, which I hope to get on the next possible ballot. And I think voters will approve it. That's estimated to give us $10 million a year. So, I think we're going to get that kind of revenue. So, I think this is the worst possible time to hit this segment of our population with this kind of. It is a fee increase for them, even though we haven't been charging them. It is a fee increase, so I think it's very tough. If anything, I would support a phase-in, but doing it all at once, I just think it's the wrong time to do it. And I understand where's the money, but if we can get the voters to approve that oil extraction fee, that's going to give us about $10 million a year.
I understand that the immediate issue is that we've run out of the budget.
The subsidy.
So unless your council appropriates an additional $6.7 million to this program, then we won't be able to enroll any new people onto the program. So the thinking was that instead of limiting the program to any new subscribers, that we would change the element of the program so that more people could get on, but everyone would have to pay a little bit. We did look into the question that Councilman Alarcon raised regarding can we raise everybody else's rates to help subsidize this particular area, and we ran into 218 problems because it becomes then a tax that then has to go to the voters.
Let's take it to the voters.
Okay.
Mr. Smith is up next.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken yet.
She likes me better than you.
Mr. Smith is up. Well, we both went to USC.
Am I next?
Okay, so Smith has spoken 3 times.
No, I have not.
No, you're at the top of the list.
I'm third.
Yeah, you're third. You're coming up for the 3rd time.
No.
Mr. Alarcon, you're up for the 9th. He gets bumped ahead of you.
Okay.
You understand?
I see.
You've spoken 9 times.
Oh.
And I know you want to go for 10. Okay? But Mr. Smith has now just pressed his button the 3rd time. So let me call the meeting back to order. And we'll go down to the order. First, Mr. Smith.
You have to consider each item 9 times. I'm going to speak another 9 times.
That's fine. I'm looking
We
for
know.
Thank you. Charge him for every time he speaks.
We know.
And we have here, so.
If you donate $1 million for every one of those 9 times, we would have funded this.
All right, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out to Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
We funded in the budget a dollar amount. We've now going to exceed that dollar amount. Anyone that walks in the door now gets zero. Gets zero. By spreading it out at least, everyone will participate. And this will fund it through this year. Unless someone can come up with $7 million, which I doubt very seriously, but if we miss 7 somewhere and can say today we have 7, then you can fund it. As far as your motion, I would love to second it and say let's dedicate a portion of that toward expanding that back up if you want when the people pass that. But today, we don't have the money. And this allows everybody that walks in the door to apply and get something at least rather than nothing.
Mr. Cardenas. For the 7th.
How many times have I spoken?
7, so no.
7.
Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Parks has you beat, though.
All right.
Smith gets 5 more times before I speak.
Yeah, you know he would. If he pushes his button, he's still going to be ahead of you.
That's right. But he won't meet.
Okay, if you talk less, then he can catch up to you.
Okay, so question to the department on the Lifeline. If somebody's on Lifeline today, if they're participating today, what are they paying?
That's a good question.
If somebody's on Lifeline right now, what amount is that person paying?
0.
0 per month, right? Because we bill on a monthly basis?
It's a bi-monthly one on power with DWP.
Bi-monthly. Every other month, they're paying 0.
Correct.
So they're paying 0 once a month, they're paying 0 every other month, they're paying 0 annually. Okay. Now, based on the item that's before us, at the 30%, based on this action, what would somebody on Lifeline pay tomorrow if we adjusted it to 30%?
On a monthly basis, it'd be $25 and change. $25.42.
Not every 2 months, but every per month.
Right.
So it would show up on the bill every other month as $50.84. That's correct, right?
Let's just call your constituents and tell you hate them. It's good.
And got a peanut gallery going here. Now, what are people who are not on Lifeline paying? The regular customer.
$36.32 flat fee across the board.
$36.32 per month, single family dwelling, and
$24.33 multifamily.
Okay, so now you just confused the heck out of me. How did we arrive at 30%, which is $25.42, and you're saying the regular customer is paying $36?
Okay, let me, Emilio, if you allow me.
Yes.
Councilman Enriquez, the Department of the Bureau of Sanitation. So let's start with the rates as we have them now for the regular customer.
Okay.
Single family, $36.32 a month, or $72.64 every 2 months. For multifamily, $24.33 per month. For Lifeline customers, it's 0 right now.
Okay, but help me, Enrique. You're an engineer, right? I thought I was, but 30%, I'm still lost at how the 30% figure came in, or am I wrong in quoting 30%?
So now the proposal is to phase down the amount of the subsidy down to 30%. So instead of it being 100% subsidy, it will now be a 30% subsidy.
Oh, so they're paying 70%.
That's correct.
Of the regular amount.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I thought when I heard this the first time, we were going from them paying 0 to paying 30% of the regular amount. Actually, they're going from 0 by this proposal to pay 70% of the amount.
Yeah. If the perspective is the general fund, then it's the general fund now paying 30%. If the perspective is the customer...
I'm looking like Mr. Alarcon from the perspective of the
customer, then... Yeah, okay, correct.
Mr. Huizar.
I mean, could I clarify one point? The reason we came up with that figure, it seems dramatic, is because that was the way of ensuring we still have a program. So it was a way of spreading it out.
To subsidize it.
Right.
Did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, it's a figure consistent with the other utilities that we have in place. The sewer service charge provides a comparable 30% discount, and that's even up to a threshold. I think it's 900 cubic feet. Beyond that, you pay the regular rate. LA County, as somebody mentioned, only provides a 25% discount. They have poverty levels consistent with LA City. A lot of the other cities that the Bureau's looked at actually range from 10% to about 20%, up to 25%. I think the only other state city that provides 30% was San Jose.
So annually, if we move it to 30%, how much more total dollars will we realize for the general fund?
Well, total cost of the program at its current growth rate would be about $24.5 million next year. We've only budgeted 16.7, so that's an $8 million hit next year, in addition to the 6.7 that we're facing now. So it's a tremendous difference in terms of general fund.
So it's going to be 70% of $24 million.
Correct. Okay. So general fund relief would be in the neighborhood of $17 million. So the amount that we would be budgeting in the GCP would be a 7.4 versus a 16.6
okay,
we're budgeting now.
You know, I've been one of the advocates to increase at DWP the amount of discount we give to our Lifeline population. In fact, we were much lower than all the other utilities. And I voted for this in Budget and Finance because I thought, given tough times, you know, everyone's giving a little. But now I'm a bit concerned that we're raising it quite a bit all at one time. We all have budgets. We all need to adjust. And if folks are hit with this one big cost at one time, I'm not sure if that's quite fair. Can we phase it in somehow?
We did consider an option to phase in over 2 years. So phasing it in essentially keeps the GCP commitment at current level over next year.
For next year, we'll keep it at same.
But we still have a 6.7 million.
So let's say you raise it to 15% 1 year and then to 30% another year.
Well, actually, you'd be raising the fee 35% 1 year and up to 70% the next year, which amounts to a 30% subsidy from the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Mr.
All right.
Oh, no, this is interesting.
We still have the 6.7 million problem.
Mr. Smith for the fourth time.
Okay. I'm catching up, Richard.
Okay, just let him catch up to you.
Yeah, I know. Folks, you need to understand the history of how we got here. This was started back in the day before we had full cost recovery on our trash. At that time, I think the monthly subs, I think it was $3 when we started on the equipment charge.
Sanitation equipment charge, it was called back then.
Right, it was $3.
Yes.
So we gave 100% of 3, it was no big deal. 100% of $36 is becoming a big deal, and our budget can't stand the stress. Also included in this proposal is a 2-year cycle that people are going to have to prove every 2 years that they are eligible still, because right now we don't check them. One time. They're on the list. They may have been there for 10 years, and they may have won the lotto. Who knows? So we need to do the verification, and that's what this also does, is verification every 2 years, so we don't let it get out of control like California welfare system did.
All right.
I don't think a tie. I think Mr. Parks is leading us all, if that's correct. All right, so there's no tie here. Mr. Enrique, just an issue here. How often do we audit a neighbor? We don't audit this, not just for Lifeline, but whether for collections. You pay for your garbage can, you pay for your green waste can, you do not pay for your blue can, right?
Right, that's included, right, there's...
Okay, but how do we know how many cans are at a house? And how, because if, I don't want to steal a phrase from Mr. Rosendahl, but he calls gold in the gutter, etc., like this, but, you're not only, you're an environmental department, you're a public works department, but also you're a public health department.
That's right.
Do you ever not pick up anyone's trash?
No, we do not.
Okay, well, now water and power will turn off someone's power because they don't pay a bill, but you don't turn off anybody's trash collection because they don't pay their bill.
Not until we have gone through a process with DWP to know why it is that a customer will be shown as a non-paying customer.
Right.
And just like DWP goes through great lengths before somebody's service is cut off, we are the same way.
Do you got to guess how many in the last year you had to stop service to?
If it ends up that an account is delinquent for a long time and DWP has shut off their electric service in this case, we would also stop service.
But you can't recall any last year that you had to stop that?
Cannot.
Because of the public health issue, which is so important.
Correct.
In our bill, it's the bill for my wife Bridget and I in our home in Silver Lake. It is $72 for 8 weeks.
2 months, right.
So 8 weeks on that issue there. There used to be a surcharge or a list where you could add, like Project Angel, correct me, I called Wendy, but I didn't get it. Project Angel? Maybe we could have on our bill for the municipal side is too something to help out that directs people. I know if you have green power, you pay more than if you're on regular power. So I know that. So I think if we could look at that as a possibility. And also I think we should go through some areas to audit to make sure there's the right number of cans there and less. I know my neighbor who doesn't talk to me anymore because he doesn't like to pay this fee. And he consolidates all his trash in almost like once a month. I don't know if he's on Lifeline at all, but I want to make sure that we're fair on this issue. I think we should look at it deeply.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the moment has arrived, and for the 9th time, Mr. Alarcon.
Let it be noted that Mr. Vaughn spoke 9 times before I did. I forgot to mention the disabled community that also gets this benefit and that would now have to pay $600 a year to have their trash removed. $600, folks, on their DWP bill. They're going to get an additional $50 charge. Most of these people pay less in DWP service than what they're going to be charged in their solid waste removal on their DWP bill. Their bills are probably going to double, folks. You're going to start getting the phone calls as soon as that first bill hits. Senior citizens, disabled, and the poor. Let's make them pay for this budget crisis, because Lord knows they're doing so well right now. This is a horrible proposal. It's the most heartless proposal that I've seen to date.
Mr. Cardenas.
Who is eligible technically right now as it stands? Because we're not affecting eligibility, right? We're just changing the amount that people pay.
Only to the extent that we're asking that people reapply to every 2 years. Right now, if you apply to 1990, you don't have to reapply ever again.
Okay. So if you were very low income in 1990, and today you're still not 62, you're still getting this Lifeline.
That is correct, right? There's no re-verification process.
Okay. But today, if you're 62 or older, regardless of your income, you're getting Lifeline?
Okay. So if we do
It's a two-test, Councilman. It's both disabled or senior citizen and an income added to either one.
So income is tied to all the people who are getting the Lifeline benefit?
Correct. So it's a two test in either instance, disabled and low income, or senior citizen and low income.
Okay, so either way, you have to, it's not low income, it's technically very low income, right? According to the housing department numbers?
Yes, 31,000.
Technically, it's called very low income. So you have to be very low income in the city of Los Angeles in order to qualify for the Lifeline, or you have to be very low income and or senior and or disabled. So if you're very low income in the city of Los Angeles and you're disabled, you can qualify. If you're very low income and you're senior, then you can qualify. Correct. 62 or older, senior. Correct. And if you're very low income, disabled, and senior, you can qualify.
Correct.
Right? I was under the impression, first of all, two things. One, I thought we were raising it 30%. We're really raising it 70%. And I was also under the impression that we were giving it to seniors of 62 and older across the board. But I'm glad to hear that we have an income tied to it. I'm glad to hear that we're actually finally getting back to, instead of assumptive eligibility into perpetuity, we're going to have to require that they verify under penalty of perjury. I'm sure we can't check every person, but they run the risk if they lie and we catch them, then there's consequences. And obviously they'll probably be taken off. What's the impact to the general fund right now as it stands if we just leave it the way it is?
Well, again, based on November customer data, it's a 6.7 million shortfall that we're facing. From November through December, there have been an additional 300 customers added to the database. So liability keeps growing at a monthly pace at this point.
So no matter how you slice it, it looks as though the curve is going up as far as the number of people who are actually catching on, realizing that they can apply to this. Perhaps they could have in the past. Perhaps they've now fallen into one of those categories and they're taking advantage of it more and more. Okay? What is the general fund subsidy, or excuse me, what is the subsidy, first of all, and where is that subsidy coming from, aside from that $6.7 million that we would need to continue it?
Budgeted in the current year budget was $16.7 million out of general city purposes, line item for a solid waste resources Lifeline rate program.
Okay, so it's 16.7, so we actually allotted $10 million, or we allotted 16.7?
No, 16.7.
And we still need another $6 million
Correct,
plus?
for a total of $23.3 million.
See, that's the answer I wanted. I'll push my button again, Mr. President, because my time's up.
All right.
And I can push it and still go before Richard.
Yeah, you'll still be under that. But Mr. Parks is speaking for the 11th time. Mr. Parks. 11.
Okay. Thank you.
But I've enjoyed every single time.
Let me just say, how many people are in the Lifeline program?
How many?
How many?
As of December, 58,659.
And you said it just grew 300 in just this one in December?
Correct.
Okay. And the $7 million that we're shortfall, is that what's currently shortfall and can grow, or is that what you're projecting will be?
That was as of November, so we had...
So the shortfall is as of to date. It could continue to grow.
That's correct.
Okay. And the issue is that, and Ricky, I'm sure you have $7 million in your budget somewhere to cover that by the end of the year.
Yeah, you're talking.
I don't.
Oh, okay, you don't, okay. Let me just say, colleagues, if we think a phone call from the community about their solid waste is tough, wait for another month or so and one of these employees do not get a check. Now that's tough. All right, so we're talking about people being poor. The city of LA is poor. We're several $100 million in the hole. What I'd like to do is a motion, being that we can't come to grips on reducing the cost, is that we put a cap and not allow one more person into it until we can resolve what the shortfall is. Because if we're growing 300 a month, at least from December, and we have another 6 months into this fiscal year, we could be growing well beyond the $7 million. And so I would ask for a second on capping it at the 50, what is it?
58,659.
The current 58 plus, and not allow another person into it till we can resolve whether it's going to be 100% continuing, or it's going to be 30%, or whatever it's going to be. But I don't think we can have this growing liability without any thought of how we are going to pay it now or in the future. Because that $7 million could easily become double digits and beyond before June 30th. And if you don't have the money stored away in the department, we know that it's not in the reserve fund, so there's very limited ability to look at that. And so, again, I think we have to cap it and then resolve what the cost is ultimately going to be. So I can get a second on that.
May I comment on that? I mean, obviously, we have to either find the money, cap it, or find a way to have everyone pay for it so that everyone's eligible. The issue with that, I think we need to ask the city attorney whether there's legal issues with limiting the eligibility. Basically, we're saying if you didn't sign up as of now, you're ineligible. And so I don't know if there's some legal issues pertaining to our ability to do that.
Mr. President?
Yes. Mr. Cardenas? Ninth time.
You mind if I use this dead time, maybe give the attorneys a chance to answer that question?
Sure, absolutely. Why don't we get an answer
Unless
to
you're
that?
ready.
We'll pause your time, don't worry.
Okay, well, me?
Yeah. Are the attorneys ready to answer that or not?
We would have to look into that. There may be some issues that were raised by that.
Well, I can give you a bureaucratic answer on how we do that. We create a position of the person who who accepts new applications, and then we delete that position, and then so there's nobody to verify it, and then they never get verified, and then we don't add anybody. That's a bureaucratic way to do it. It's not a nice way to do it, but we wouldn't add anybody else because nobody would get stamped and added to the rolls. But all joking aside, I think it's important for us to understand, Mr. Parks, that you, of all people on the council, have been reminding the people of Los Angeles and all of the elected officials in the city that when we don't face the music and we don't address issues that are facing us today, then later on we're just going to have to make many more uncomfortable, bigger cuts and decisions later. This is a perfect example of, like Councilmember Alarcon said, this is a difference of $600 a year to somebody who's disabled and very low income, or very low income and a 62-year or older senior, that they're going to have to figure out how to come up with $600 more a year that they didn't have to deal with. This is something that if we would have started this a few years ago, perhaps we could have said $10 a month, $15 a month, and then maybe leveled off at $30, $40 a month or what have you. But here we are. We put this decision off. We weren't giving it the attention it deserved, and now we're looking at asking disabled, very low-income families or very low-income seniors to figure out how to come up with $600 over the next 12 months and every 12 months thereafter. So it's a perfect example where we, the policymakers, the city council, and the mayor, and I include the mayor because every year when we do budgets, we start off with the mayor's proposal. Even though I remind everybody that the budget is not the mayor's budget, it's the city council's budget, technically. The bottom line is, we all dropped the ball on this one. And now we're having to deal with the potential of those phone calls, real phone calls, with people saying, oh my gosh, my DWP bill just went up $50 from last month to this month. So I just wanted to point that out, that some of us are talking on the side here, what do you think? You're going to vote for this, you're not going to vote for it, or what have you. But the bottom line is, it's a perfect example of what we put off for tomorrow that we should have done today. It's just going to be bigger and more painful tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Weezer for the eighth time.
That's not good. I got to catch up to Mr. Alarcon. So of the 58,000 that we have, when was the last time we verified whether they should be under this program or not?
There's only one verification, that's when they enroll.
Do we have any plans to now verify again?
One of the recommendations in the CAO report is that both my department and the CAO work with the Office of Finance to have a verification process where I think at this point the proposal is to do it every 2 years, where we do a verification of eligibility, whichever best way that can be done. I know,
Well, okay, if we do that under Mr. Park's proposal to cap it at 58,000, we would have to go back and verify, because it'd be very unfair if we never verify. You have people in there who shouldn't qualify, and now we're not letting people in who should qualify. So we have to be very clear on what we do there. We talked about last year in this budget process about shared sacrifice. Shared sacrifice across the board, we saw some departments get between 10-30% hit, but nobody got a 70% hit. And that's what we're asking these people to do. Yes, we shouldn't have started at 100% when the rest of California wasn't doing 100%. But now we're asking a group of people to put in more than their fair share. But we have to do something. And I think the proposal you've outlined in these documents to do a phase-in program makes sense. The first year, have them pay 35%, $12. The second year, you're going to pay 70% of the total cost, $24. I think that's sensible. I think it's reasonable. It's a middle ground to the debates that we're hearing here. And at the same time, what's critical here is that we go back and verify. Because the 58,000 may be, 40,000. Who knows? But I would motion, I'm not even sure I'll get a second, that we do a phase-in program as outlined in your proposal. And it's attachment 13FI that calls for year one, they would pay 35%, which is $12.
Which, how much?
$12.
Okay.
And the second year, they go up to paying their 70%, which is $24. That is a phase-in program that, it gets us to what's consistent with other Lifeline programs. 30% DWP, other utilities across California, whether it's for water, whether it's for power, it's pretty consistent, 25-30%. DWP was way below that, and we just came up this year. But it's saying it's sending a message that we're in a tough situation, everyone has to give. But then if we tell them that they're not going to go through right away into paying 70%, everyone else in the city is only contributing 10-30%. So it's not fair. So the phasing program, I think, is a fair way to go. It's fairer, but that doesn't really mean it coincides with what each one of us believes in. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not sure if I have a second on that.
So we got a second on that, Mr. Curtis?
Thank you.
And Ms. Hahn, your fifth time?
Yeah. I like the idea of phasing it a little bit. I think $12 to start with is reasonable. What I would like to, though, do before we begin year two and going up to 70%, I really want to make sure that we heard, Tom LaBonge's emphasis on the Project Angel, which I think we have in existence, but might be needed to be market a little bit more, advertise a little bit more. I think if we ask the public, just like we do, whether it's a crisis in Haiti or it's something else, I think people, when they are asked, people who are doing okay and want to give a little bit to Project Angel to offset this particular program, I think we ought to try to maybe raise a little more money that way. So before we automatically phase in the 70%, we see maybe what Project Angel brought in, and if we could even keep it at the 12, I think that would even be the best of both worlds.
Friendly amendments after 1 year.
Okay, so why don't we...
Proactive action.
I could vote for this phase-in of $12 or 30. What is the? And then come back in a year and tell us if we still have the exact same deficit in this subsidy program after we really ramp up Project Angel.
Okay. Just want to clarify what 70% of the current fee actually is. It's a $12.71.
Yeah, $12.71.
$12.71.
12 and change.
Yeah. It's on the chart.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's on the chart. Sorry.
So point of clarification, Ms. Hahn
Yes,
made
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. It made a motion to come back year two to council to report at where we are and to see if Project Angel could offset for year two, and in the meantime do verification so that we could see some savings by the time we decide to go year two phase-in. That's the motion on the floor.
Okay. How do we deal with the immediate shortfall in the program?
How much would that be in year one?
I believe it's $7 million.
It's close to $7 million at this point.
We're already behind, right? But now they're we're going to realize some income revenue.
I think we just have to ask sanitation to absorb that, with all due respect.
Well, because I was just telling Miguel.
We did special events, we asked DOT to absorb those costs. I think you might need on this year one to maybe absorb that. And
I was just telling Miguel that because we, on the advice of the city attorney, at this point, we're going to have to do a Prop 218 notification anyway for this increase, that there's a delay in the revenue that would have to come in anyway. So in looking at this fiscal year, we may still not realize the income immediately. There's still a delay because we must go through the Prop 218 notification unless the city attorney, we're going to visit with them again, that we can do away with the Prop 218 notification, then there's immediacy in the return, in the revenue. But if there isn't, then there's a delay in which the income will not be realized until later in this fiscal year, or probably into next fiscal year.
All right, can you look at absorbing that?
Sure. Well, I'm not saying I can absorb it. I said
take a look at it.
I mean, it's an important issue to raise because the only other option we have is taking out of the reserve, and we've already shared with you where the reserve will be.
No, I don't want to take it out of the reserve.
The revenue we're going to realize by making these changes for the fiscal year 10-11. We're not going to realize them in this year. And then next year, yes, every year when we make cuts, the issue comes up of taking from reserve. That's always on the table. But this critical year where it's depleting the reserve, that's really what we don't want to do, and we have to find some immediate changes. But that's always going to be there next year, no matter what. I mean, we could say we're going to take from the reserve, we're going to perhaps put more jobs on the table. We're making those priorities by however we vote. You could say that about any vote we take today, whether, hey, it's going to take from reserve if, whatever we don't do.
Mr. Cardenas, number 10. You made double digits.
Okay. So to clarify, regardless of what we do on this item, the department has a shortfall of revenue for picking up trash, in this particular case due to the subsidy, the 100% subsidy on the Lifeline customers, correct?
Correct, certainly because of, in recognition of Prop 218.
A little closer to the mic, what?
Well, in recognition of Prop 218, yes, we are recognizing a 6.7 million shortfall.
So that 6.7 million shortfall, as of right now, this action will not remedy that 6.7 million because of the delay in implementing whatever action we take.
Right. By the time the fee's actually in place, it'll apply more to 10-11 than current year.
The next fiscal year, which starts on July 1st.
Right. There's notification requirements. There's a ramp up on the fee. So
Okay. Now, when it comes to if we do a 2-year ramp up, the first year being $12.71 per month, and then the second year going to the full amount of $25.42, the full amount of a subsidized customer, $25.42. What impact would that have on next year's budget?
I'm sorry, if we go on a 2-year plan or do it all next year?
2-year plan.
Right. Well, it'll reduce our GCP requirement from, right now, for current year, we budgeted 16.7. It would reduce it to 15.9, so we'd be pretty much breaking even.
Okay, so a slight reduction. And then the following year, it would be a subsidy from the general fund of $7 million.
About 7.7.
7.7.
So that's about $9 million lower than what we're budgeting in current year.
Yeah, because I got, okay, 7.7. Now,
What's that?
Enrique, of the $6.7 million, is your department expected, at this moment in time, expected to identify scrape around and fulfill that $6.7 million, or have you already notified the CAO that you haven't been able to find the $6.7 million as Ms. Hahn suggested?
I'm afraid that the CAO will soon become a non-paying customer of ours. They're probably just going to refuse to pay us. I think that if you give us a 2-year phase down, okay, to the 30% subsidy, give that to us now. Let us work with the CAO and the CLA on how we address the $6.7 million deficit this year. But give us the 2-year phase down.
Okay. But understand, members, just by this one action alone, of this magnitude of money, when we have an event or our constituents have an event in their district or what have you, don't get mad at sanitation because they can't waive this or waive that or bring trash cans out or pick up stuff without charging. I'm being serious. Please don't get mad at them, because what we've been doing over the last few years is we've been reducing funding to departments, but we've been conveniently expecting our constituents and ourselves to think that these departments can continue to do their magic and find ways to say, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it, don't worry about it. Okay, so in all fairness to this department and all departments, we have to adjust our mindsets as well, and we have to be part of the bad news bears telling the community members, yes, you're having that block party, yes, we went ahead and waived this fee and that fee and that fee and that fee, but we can't do that anymore.
You don't mean my district.
Well, you can do what you want in your district, but I think we should try to be consistent, because it's, in my opinion, acting like politicians and dumping on other people is not appropriate.
Right, that's fair.
All right, Madam Clerk, before us we have the last motion that was made was Mr. Weezar's, is that correct?
Yes, and that was to phase in the increase.
Mr. Cardenas? No. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Cardenas? Okay, go ahead. You're the only one in the queue, but I just wanted to say 11. Go ahead, Mr. Cardenas, for the 11th time.
I'm sorry. I saw that I ran out of time, so I didn't bring up the other issue. But in Mr. Weezar's motion, or amendment, he mentioned that he would like verification to start as soon as possible. No, now. We need to start verification now. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Weezar. His expectation was to start verification now. Is there any problem with us starting verification? When I say now, as soon as we can figure out what body is going to do it, what mechanism we're going to do, and how we're going to start spot checking and implement verification. Because, like the example that was given, I think, by Miguel Santana, if somebody applied for Lifeline in 1990, they've never been checked. Right? So we have to have some way, under penalty of perjury, that they, in fact, meet these qualifications, and we'll continue to give them the Lifeline program. But we need to start verifying now, especially since we don't have clarity as to whether or not we can legally do what Mr. Parks had recommended. I don't think it was a motion. He had recommended that perhaps what we should do, regardless of what we do today, is to stop admitting new qualified people into the Lifeline program.
That was one of the motions. And
yes.
On the issue of verification, it's my understanding that it's done by the Department of Finance, and they have one person assigned to that job. So their ability to now engage and verify in everybody, and I don't know if the director's here, but we may want to hear from her in terms of their ability to now verify everybody.
It's currently on it.
There's one person assigned to doing verification.
Okay.
In the department.
Does anybody know how many people are on Lifeline right now?
58,000.
15, 15,
58, 58,000.
58. I thought you said 15. 58, 58, 58,000 households. Yeah, that's right. That's per household. It could be one person, could be many people in the household. So 58,000 people. So, yeah, I find that unless we have one heck of an automated system, one person doing all those verifications would be kind of a daunting task.
And it's basically a processing. I mean, it's hard to verify one person with the volume.
Yeah, I can only imagine it'll be a spot process, not verifying every single one of 58,000 households. Enrique, any light on that?
Yeah, I think because we have obviously a stake on this as a department, we're going to see how we can help with the verification. Not that we will by any means say we give us the authority to do verification, but see how we can help in the verification process, so we can start that, the re-verification as soon as possible, working with the Office of Finance.
So that's actually the intent of recommendation 70 on the report.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for stepping up again and again and again, Enrique. I don't know how you're doing it, but I hope you're not over-committing, but good luck.
Thank you. So we have Mr. Weezar's motion.
And also Mr. Parks' motion to cap it at 58,000, I believe, 651.
Okay, but Mr. Weezar's motion came last, is that correct? Okay, we'll take up that one first. All right.
Sir, if I could ask for a little a comment on Mr. Parks' Councilman Parks' motion. The 58,000 was specific to December. There have been other applicants that are in the Lifeline pipeline now, so we would ask for some flexibility to adjust that number slightly.
Okay. All right, Mr. Parks? That was on the cap.
That was on the cap. Okay, so we're recommending...
The first one is Mr. Weezar's motion. Can we restate the motion, Mr. Weezar?
Mr. Weezar's...
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weezar's motion was to phase in the program, and that was pursuant to attachment 13FI, and that was $1271 the first year, and then the second year would be the 25.
Friendly amendment to get a report back before we do the phase 2 to allow to see if Project Angel can support this, and that doesn't assume a cap. My motion doesn't assume a cap.
Okay. That'll be independent from. Is there any objection to that? Okay, we'll vote on it then. Please open the roll.
Well, the cap is also subject to legal review, right?
So what's the cap?
With some flexibility.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote, please.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
That is approved. We'll take up Mr. Parks' motion now on a cap. Please open the roll on the
I
cap.
believe that was also subject to a legal review.
Subject to legal review. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
That is approved as well. Those will that supersedes the recommendations that was before us on that item. Colleagues, I'd like to recognize Mr. Labange for a second, then we're going to take a 5-minute break to allow our clerks and folks to
I just wanted, I'm sure you all feel the same way, but Lacers has done a tremendous job, and the staff at Lacers, I wanted to recognize them as we took a break here, and thank Sally Choi and her team at Lacers for all the efforts to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz.
I think that last motion may have snuck by a few of us, which I guess was to cap it at 58,000. I didn't intend to vote yes on that, so I wonder if we could ask for
the only way we can do it. Somebody from I'll move it. Somebody from the well, actually, you were on the side that won, so you can move to reconsider.
I'd move reconsideration on that.
Let's go ahead. Please open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. No, that was on reconsideration, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz, that was just to reconsider. It is now reconsidered. Despite Mr. Koretz's vote against himself, it is reconsidered. Ms. Hahn?
Oh, yes. Point of clarification, I was in the restroom, but what I think I heard was cap it at 58, but allow those in the pipeline to be processed. Did I hear that? Like the marijuana clinics, cap them at 70, but allow 186?
Different years, we're $7 million in the hole, and we don't have the money to fill that gap. So we're saying, until we figure out what the cost is going to be, are we going to drop it to 30%? Let's just cap it until we can...
But didn't I hear something about some that are in the pipelines?
No.
I think the CAO indicated that there are a few more that were in process, and they were just trying to capture those additional ones.
Yeah,
And allow those that are in apply. That's what I thought I heard.
That also could come back as part of the first-year report.
Right.
What's that now?
Right.
Your cap, we could come back to see after the adjustments and the verifications we're going to have with my motion. Yeah. The end of the first-year report, we could get a report back on where we are. And
the cap has a sunset once we get solvent.
Okay. Anybody else before we vote again? Okay. Let's open the roll. This is on the cap, folks. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. That is approved. Folks, what I was going to propose is we take a 5-minute break. We have some folks who have not taken a break in hours, who are sedentary in their chairs and cannot move. So I'm going to suggest that we have items C, D, E, G, I, J, M, O, P, R, T, U, V, X, Y, Z, double A, double B, and double C, as well as the 3-year plan recommendations. So I'm open to the body's wishes, but we can go through. Most of these are pretty non-controversial, but we might want to put off the 3-year plan recommendations until our next meeting on the budget items, but we can try after the 5-minute break to see if we can wrap up in less than an hour's time those remaining outstanding motions, or we can take them up another time. Mr. Parks?
I recommend that the 3-year report, maybe we can push that off to Friday or next Tuesday.
That's what I was going to suggest. For next time we take up the budget items,
Okay.
We'll continue till Friday to have that flexibility. We may continue that till Tuesday. Mr. Wesson, did you want to say something before we broke?
What I wanted to do is ask a question of our city staff, and also for the members that are here. Today's been a long day, and it's been a very difficult day, but I have a feeling when we finish this process, today will wind up being one of the easiest days that we had to deal with on this budget. But I do have a question. I need a reality check. What did we actually do? How much money did we cut from the budget? You don't have to give it to me right now. What kind of effect will this have on the rating agencies? I mean, when this is all over, I think it's important that we find out what actually did we net. Because I'm not sure. But I need that. People need to know that.
Okay, folks, we'll take a 5-minute break. Please come back as soon as that's done.
That's very easy. How much did you cut?
right, to our viewing audience, we are back in session. We took a short break. It is 5:15 in the evening, and we're continuing with the discussion on the budget in the Los Angeles City Council chambers. And we will resume when we have all of our colleagues back. Madam Clerk, do we have our quorum back? So, council members, can you please return to the chambers? We need to get our quorum back for our continuation of our meeting. Madam Clerk, just do a verbal roll call, please.
Mr. Alarcon is here. Ms. Hahn? Mr. Weezer?
One on the cap. All right.
Mr. Koretz? Mr. Krikorian? Mr. Labange? Mr. Parks? Ms. Perry? Mr. Reyes? Mr. Rosendahl? Mr. Smith? Mr. Wesson? Mr. Stein and Mr. Garcetti.
Madam Clerk, do we have our quorum? Okay. So we are back. We have C through Z, double A, double B, and double C. So,
Would you like me to run through the
Jerry Miller?
Sure.
You want to run down the list?
Sure. Item 10C is a Hahn motion adding to the state legislative program sponsorship in support of emergency legislation to have state grants, especially grants for parks, be provided on a non-reimbursable basis.
Madam Clerk, we'll take votes on these.
If council wishes, yes.
Okay, we have on the queue Ms. Perry and Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn, did you have a question on this matter? On 10C? 10C.
Just a minute, I'm on the phone, please. Can I?
Pardon me?
I'm on the phone. Can I?
Well, I understand you're on the phone, but we're ready to take the vote.
This is item 10C.
Well, 10C, we're ready to take the vote. We're waiting to see if there's any other questions on it. There's no questions on 10C. On 10C, open the roll. All right.
Okay.
I thought Mr. Miller explained it. Mr. Miller, once more time.
10C is a Hahn motion adding to the state legislative program legislation that would make state grants on a non-reimbursable basis, especially for parks. Currently, state grants are, we have to upfront the money and we get reimbursed. As I understand the motion, it would be legislation so that we wouldn't have to front the money. It would be upfront money.
Ms. Hahn, you are now off the phone.
I'm off the phone now. I was talking to my friend Stephanie. What this came from our general manager of Rec and Parks, John Muckery, who said many of the grants that we receive to build our parks, to do stuff in our parks, it's reimbursable. So we have to front load the money, and then we get reimbursed by the state. And he even asked the question, have we ever not gotten reimbursed? And they always say no. So we just want to see if we can get legislation that would actually, allow us to, front load these grants, front load the jobs, and then, appropriate it that way. So I think it's a good idea. I think we should support that legislation if it happens. We need to find somebody maybe.
So you're urging an aye vote on 10C?
Yes, I'm urging an aye vote.
All right. So on 10C, please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well.
10D is Smith, the Smith motion setting up the group to work with police and fire with regard to identifying efficiencies and savings.
10D, on 10D.
As amended.
Any questions,
Yes,
Mr.
10D
Smith?
as amended, yes.
Mr. Smith, 10D as amended. Open the roll. Close the roll. Mr. Parks? Mr. Krikorian, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to clarify that the amendment was also to include a labor representative from UFLAC. Was that? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Progress there. City attorney, as to whether or not we can discuss certain items with them.
Just so it's clear that it is not a meet and confer bargaining session with you, Flack.
Yes.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Corrigan, for the clarification. On 10D, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
10E now, Mr. Miller.
10E is a Weezer motion instructing the CAO to begin negotiating a contract between street services and the city's proprietary departments and rec and parks to take over responsibility for line clearance and tree trimming, as well as CAO, street services, and Bureau of Street Services instructed to meet and discuss how to develop and implement this tree surgeon academy to train new staff. And the CAO and Street Services to prepare a contract between DWP and Street Services to handle trench repair.
Very well. Mr. Corrigan, you're still on the queue. Did you have another question? No. Can you take Mr. Corrigan off the queue, please? Thank you. On that matter, open the roll.
It's important to point out that we cannot direct the proprietaries to cancel their contracts. We could request that, but we can't direct them to do that.
Urge them, request them, appeal to them, motivate them. Mr. Smith?
Yeah. The question I have is, what happens when those contracts, if putting those people over there costs more than the contract? Is that what we want to be doing? That's what you really want to do?
Mr. Alarcon, did you want to comment on this, sir? Mr. Alarcon doesn't want to comment on this. He only wants to speak from the side. Okay.
Weezer, where's Weezer?
Okay, now there's a request to table this until Mr. Weezer returns. Okay, let's table this, item E.
Wait, just a clarification, because I seconded it.
Mr. LeBon.
An opportunity exists for potentially contracting with Bureau of Street Services for Department of Water and Power clearance work that right now they're going out to private contract.
So that's fine if it can be not at more cost. If you're adding cost to water and power, why would we do that?
Correct.
So they need to be competitive.
Good.
Okay, there's a request to table for Mr. Weir's return. Is he going to return shortly? Okay, so let's hold.
Question, what else do we need from Jose? We can move through.
Let's hold. There's been a request to table 10E. Let's hold 10E. And let's go to 10G.
10G.
Jerry Miller, 10G. We're holding E. Let's go to G.
10G is the Perry motion calling for the council to meet daily in special session as appropriate beginning Monday, February 8th in order to take actions to balance the current year budget and to continue to make decisions for the fiscal year 10-11 budget.
Yes.
Mr. Parks?
Yes.
Oh, no.
You're on the queue?
No, that was the last one.
Yeah. On the last one, okay. So on this matter, Ms. Perry, on G, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. Mr. Garcetti, before the vote's tabulated.
I think if we can accept a friendly amendment to it, I think we'd have to begin on Tuesday for some noticing reasons, but the point would be every day. I think for some noticing reasons, we'd have to start on Tuesday, if that would be all right, as an amendment. Yeah.
So the friendly amendment is going to start on Tuesday. So on letter G, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. Now we're up to I.
Motion 10I is an Alarcon motion. It instructs the CAO and the CLA to include approximately $400 million, to recognize $400 million as part of the city's reserve fund in an accounts receivable amount, and instruction to the Office of Finance to pursue all legal measures to collect all outstanding delinquent taxes.
On I, no questions. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
What happened to H? Was there an H? Already done. Okay, Mr. Parks.
Add on A, a friendly, I know we just passed it, but also, since we're going to be taking this up, and there's a number of motions, Mr. Kretz, I think there's probably, Mr. Weezar's had one, I've had one in the past, refer this just so we can, when we take this up on Tuesday, we can talk about the debt piece, so we'll refer it back here, so it doesn't just get passed, but we'll keep it in council too, so we can agendize it for Tuesday.
Mr. Garcetti, that's I?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Parks.
No, thank you.
Okay, you follow Mr. Garcetti's lead on that very well.
10J is an Alarcon motion instructing Lacers to work with the CAO to expedite the processing of the remaining ERIP candidates. It also recommends extending the ERIP to all employees currently on the existing waiting list and possibly extend the program to an additional 500 employees. It should be noted that beyond the additional 363, I believe, it would require another actuarial study to extend it to the balance up to 500.
It was amended.
Mr. Labange?
The Lacers come to the table.
And I understand that this item was amended by Councilwoman Perry.
Ms. Perry? Hold on, Ms. Perry.
I did amend this verbally to make sure that the CAO ensures that the actions referenced in this motion are revenue neutral.
Revenue neutral, very well. Mr. Labange, you have a question for Lacers?
Yeah, if Lacers have come to the table, your recommendation? J.
On item J, if you please identify yourselves, please. We all know who you are.
Sally Choi, General Manager of Lacers, and I'm here with Thomas Maudis.
Mr. Labange?
Yeah, if you could explain, what does this mean to Lacers, and can this be done?
The motion requests that Lacers work with CAO to expedite the remainder of the ERIP processing to get everyone off of payroll by April 1st, 2010. As we reported in the memo we submitted to the City Council today, Lacers is at maximum capacity as we stand right now.
363 or something?
Right. We committed to retiring 350 a month. To date, or by February 13, we will have retired over 1,200, which is an exceptional amount of work conducted by my staff, and I have to commend my staff for their extraordinary efforts that they've made in making this happen. They understand that this is critical to the city, and every ounce of their work is being dedicated to ERIP processing. So at this point, because we started off from the very beginning with the maximum in mind, we are at a point where any additional retirements would not be possible without essentially breaking the system, because there are a number of steps that are involved in doing this, and one of the things that we're trying to do to ensure that the city maximizes the savings out of this program is to focus on the general fund. And up to this point, out of the 2,400, we're estimating less than half of those positions will be actual general funded positions. So the general funded positions will be off the city's payroll by March, with some residual left over in April. So we are on track, or actually exceeding our targets of getting as many of those off the payroll at this time.
Would this work better for you if it was a goal and then a report by April 1st as opposed to a directive?
I mean, it is already our goal. We will continue to look at additional efficiencies to see how we can get more people off or into the retirement system as possible. And we'll continue to, increase the numbers that we can do. Again, each month we are stretching beyond what our infrastructure can hold. And in the report we indicated we budgeted an additional $1.7 million in additional resources. We've upgraded our phone system to be able to handle all the calls. We get over 6,000 calls a day from our members. We've also did rewiring in our building to accommodate additional workstations for us to hire additional staff to be able to process all of these. There's a lot of manual work involved, as well as some automations that we were able to implement as part of this overall project. And I have to, again, commend ITA staff for assisting us in getting a lot of that stuff in place.
Mr. Alarcon, it appears that the department can't meet your request in their opinion, and to be fair to the report that they shared with us, I'd like to ask that we make this a goal as far as a directive, because they can't meet the goal, they can't achieve this properly.
Mr. Smith is our next speaker, followed by Ms. Hahn, Mr. Koretz, and Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I want to address my attention to item number 2 in this motion. Ms. Choi, is my recommendation that the additional 500 people they're talking about here have a higher cost factor to them, to the general fund. Is that correct? After the 2,400.
Right.
The additional cost us more by the agreement we have with the coalition. Is that correct?
Right. Now, what the council had considered when you looked at the actual study that was done by a Siegel company, it gave you a range between $22.79 and $27.63. So we know what the cost is. Roughly, over 15-year amortization, it's going to be over $500 million to the general fund.
Extra.
Additional unfunded liability.
$500 million extra for those 500 extra people.
So...
Okay? What's my point? I think I'll just sit down.
Thank you.
Okay, if we take 500 more people on ERIP, we take that extra group, it's $500 million cost to the general fund over 15 years. That's my point. Secondly, from a legal point of view, if we were to do more than that, do we have to do a new actuarial study?
Right. If you go beyond the 2763, it would require another actuarial study and then presumably another action of our board, because they will have to reevaluate that additional cost and revisit the amortization policy.
Okay. So go beyond where we're going to be in April. It's $500 million, which is just laying around evidently. I think some of you think that. $500 million, and we have to go, anything above that has to do new actuarial. We're talking months and months and months, and the board has to approve it as well.
Right, and I understand it also requires a new ordinance, which would require 2 readings.
Thank you.
Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Koretz. Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn's going to get some water. Mr. Koretz, we'll come back to Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So you're saying that even if the city could give you some additional staffing, that you would not be able to actualize that staffing and use it to finish even more quickly with this process?
That's correct. This process does require experienced employees to process or at least supervise the processing of the retirements, and we believe that we've hit the point where we have a law of significantly diminishing returns if we go any further with our staffing than we already have. So that's correct.
And we've from the beginning, we've been preparing for this for the last year. We've already identified former employees who have retired, as well as those that have left our departments, working in other departments, who have been sent on loan to us right now. So we have really identified all those that have the experience to be able to do this work. It is very specialized work.
And we typically retire 500 people in a year, and we've been retiring more than 350 people a month. And when we were asked months ago how many we could retire per month, we tried to take into consideration all the efficiencies that we could conceive of, the additional staff, the additional space, the additional computers, and that's how we arrived at that estimate of 350 a month.
I think we all recognize that you've done a Herculean task, but at the same time we're trying to see how much further we can push that. Is there anything you can do, and I don't know if it makes sense for us to do that with some of these folks working overtime? I mean, are there any ways that we can move this along quicker?
Staff has been working overtime, weekends, holidays. We've maximized what we can get from our staff, and they do realize that every person they can retire, it might help save a job within the city. They really understand that, and they live it, every day.
I can imagine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. One of the things that you had said to me on the side, Sally, was that there's a category of people who are just already ready to retire. And so maybe kind of continue to process them, the ones that are just ready to retire, not early, but just they're ready. And the other thing I wanted to focus, so maybe that is kind of a compromise between adding an extra 500. It would be continue to process those who are ready to retire. Plus, you said the original goal was to process those who are general funded. But as we've seen today, our other goal here is to transfer to proprietary. So really want you to, in my opinion, parallel fast track the proprietaries as well, because I think originally they were going to be the last on the list, because I think we weren't thinking in terms of transfers.
That's a very good point. As we've been talking, one of the things that the cities can do to help us is to prioritize those non-general fund positions so that we can move them up in the queue and get them out sooner.
So that would be my direction would be, let's prioritize those so that this idea of transferring the 1,000 could make more sense, and as well as processing those who are ready to retire. I think that might be a better
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Cardenas. And Mr. Miller, when you bring these up,
Members, I
you
would
can
ask-
say who the maker of the motion is so we can call on them first.
I have been, yes.
Thank you.
Members, I would ask that you read the motion carefully because there's a lot of assumptions here that aren't part of my motion. My motion, first of all, it says possibly extend the program to an additional 500. It doesn't say we do it. It says we consider it. All I'm saying is that we do the analysis, we do the, what do you call it? The
Actuarial study.
The what?
Actuarial study.
Actuarial study, thank you. We do the actuarial study, and then we calculate what would be beneficial to us. And, you know, I assume that if it costs us $500 million over the next 15, Mr. Smith, if it costs us $500 million over the next 15 years, how much are we saving over the next 15 years in general fund costs? Assuming $100,000 per employee, you know, that's $750 million. The point is, if ERIP worked this time, then we should consider it now moving forward. I'm not suggesting that we undercut the system. I'm not suggesting that we burden the city with more cost. I'm just saying that if it was good then, it might be good now. Let's consider it. So this motion puts the consideration of early retirement on a parallel track instead of waiting for 3 or 4 months down the road and then coming back like we did last year and saying, oh, we should have done ERIP, which is exactly what happened last year, and we lost 4 months. We wouldn't be in this situation if we had done it in July or August. I guess it was about August when we had the opportunity to do ERIP, and we didn't do it.
Actually, just so you know, as reported in our memo, even while negotiations were taking place, we retired over 420 people since June 26th, plus another 52 in December. So while there were discussions, and I have to commend the City Council for passing the motion that allowed retroactive application of the ERIP that allowed a lot of people to get out the door. So that has assisted in
So let's
achieving
be
our
clear
goals.
what this motion does. What it does is it extends ERIP to all employers currently on the existing waiting list, which are authorized, up to 363 more. Let's get them under the current analysis that was done. Let's get them going. And that opens it up and possibly extend it to an additional 500. Of course, we have to do the actuarial study and determine whether or not at that time it's something we want to do or not. I'm not saying that this motion does not make it happen. It just puts it in the hopper so that we can consider it going forward rather than waiting to the last minute like we did last year. In fact, beyond the last minute. We lost a lot of money as a result of our delay.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Cardenas, our final speaker. Mr. Cardenas? Where is Mr. Cardenas? Oh, there you are.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Smith was pointing something out about what the impact is to our retirement account when somebody actually takes advantage of ERIP. Now, can you remind us what 500 more people taking advantage of ERIP would impact the retirement account? Additional. 500 more people, additional people.
I couldn't estimate what that additional cost was. I can tell you that what the cost of 2763 was based on the study that was done. And that was an increase in the unfunded liability by $500 million over a 15-year period. That's an additional contribution from the city. So if you add another 500, I don't know.
It requires a new deal to begin with.
I'm sorry?
It requires a new deal.
It requires a new deal, yes. It would require...
And it depends on which members take advantage of that benefit as to exactly what that cost would be.
But there is some incremental responsibility to the retirement account versus, for example, if somebody were to be laid off from the city of Los Angeles in the same month that an additional person took advantage of ERIP, what is the generic difference to the retirement account of of those two individuals?
There's a difference because they're retiring earlier and presumably retiring with a higher benefit. So the retirement fund gets hit both ways.
And the retirement fund gets hit both ways. What do you mean by that?
So we're gonna end up paying someone for a longer period of time than we had originally expected or assumed.
If they take
Because
advantage of
they're
ERIP.
leaving that much sooner. In addition to that, in some cases, we're giving them an additional benefit, an enhancement to the benefit. So not only is it paying out longer, but you're also paying them at a higher rate.
And you're collecting for less time on that individual.
That's correct.
Correct. And less time. The original projections, in whatever category of retirement that person's in the original projections, if they retire, for example, at 62 years of age with X numbers of service, and then they retire at the age 59 with less service, they're also, in addition, at 3 additional years that they did not contribute to the retirement system, yet they're getting some sort of benefit that is offset pretty much by the backfill from the general fund.
It's also 3 less years that we had to invest the money because they've started receiving their retirement.
So basically, we're pointing out that it's not as simple as getting excited about the fact that somebody took an early retirement, so therefore we didn't have to lay somebody else off. But on the next part of the question, when we lay somebody off, say they've been here for 4 years, and they get laid off, how does that affect the retirement system?
The impact would be someone that has not vested, they would have the ability or the right to get the refund of the contributions that they've put in.
The contribution that they put in.
Right, not the city's portion, just their portion.
Their portion plus any interest that would have accrued on their account.
Plus any interest. So it's extrapolated. Now, at what year does a person, after how many years of service does somebody vest?
They vest with 5 years of service.
After 5?
You can't withdraw to 10.
They're technically vested. They begin their vesting officially after 5 years.
Right. At some point, if they left their money in the system, they could expect a benefit from us. And maybe many years down the road, but at some point.
Okay. But that impact on the retirement system is as dramatic as the ERIP person, more dramatic than the ERIP person, less?
Just on the pension system side, it's less dramatic from a cost perspective because you're only refunding the members' contributions and interest that accrued as opposed to paying them part of the city's contribution as a retirement allowance.
And also there's a variable when somebody retires, they could live for another 40 years, 25 years, but if you pay them for the 4 years that they were here, then you know exactly how much you paid them, and you don't have any additional variables that could actually cost you more later.
Correct.
That's true, right? Okay. I think it's important for us to understand that, council members, because one of the issues that's facing us and that is impacting our general fund dramatically more and more every single year is our retirement obligations. And I know that we all hate to even think or talk about, most of us hate to think or talk about having to lay anybody off, but the bottom line is we can't have it both ways. We can't try to tell our constituents and our taxpayers and everybody that we've done a wonderful thing by avoiding layoffs completely, even though we have over 35,000 people working for the city. I think it's disingenuous for us to say that we did a great job. We can pat ourselves on the back saying that we didn't lay anybody off, but at the same time we're impacting and convoluting our expenditures that eventually is going to lead into laying people off anyway. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti, to close.
I just have a motion to also refer this to ERC, please.
Mr. Garcetti? Okay, there we go. So the motion now is to refer J to EERC. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
It's going to EERC. Mr. Weezer, we called E, we put it on the table for you, and we'll take up E again, which was your motion.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, what this motion will do is request the CAO to begin negotiations with the Bureau of Street Services and the city's proprietary department on perhaps having some of our proposed tree trimming personnel that was proposed to be cut from the workforce. There are about 100 on our 1,000 that was proposed. begin negotiations to see if they could take on the work that is currently being contracted out. We've discussed with DWP, Street Services, and others. They are interested. It's a matter of having these discussions. If it can't work, it can't work, but at least we'll get a report back by the time we come back in 30 days to see where we are with our 1,000
Mr.
layoffs.
Chair? I would like to request that this go through my committee, just for the record.
Go through your committee?
Energy and Environment.
But we could...
Mr. Weezer?
I can expedite it.
Mr. Weezer, would you like to do that?
Can it come back? I was speaking, so if I could finish speaking.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I know we're all tired, I know we want to go home, but let me...
I think she's trying to expedite. Go ahead, Tom.
Have my time here and finish speaking. I would appreciate that.
Go ahead.
So we've spoken to all interested parties. They say it can happen. It's just a matter of filling in the details. If it can't happen, it can happen, but at least we will know that. If we send this to committee, the motions right now that encompasses all motions is to come back within 30 days so that we know where we are in terms of the 1,000 layoff proposal that was put on the table. So that would be fine with me.
So on that matter, there's a recommendation to go to E&E and open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Very well. So now we're up to M.
10M is an Alarcon motion instructing CAO and CLA to provide revenue enhancement concepts and proposals other than privatization of city assets, including alternative proposals to enhance revenues from parking structures other than pending leasing proposals.
Very well. No questions on M. Mr. Smith?
Does that exclude the option of outside content, or say in addition to? I'm not clear. In addition to? No, it says it shall include alternative proposals to enhance revenue. So I just don't want it to exclude. It doesn't. Okay.
All right. On M, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
10-0.
10O is an Alarcon motion instructing the CAO, to have all of their budget analysts work on the issue of ARA funds, particularly related to job creation. I may want to suggest that you also request that the mayor report back in conjunction with that. The mayor's office is the coordinator on the ARA grants.
And the city departments.
Very well. City departments.
I mean, it's important to clarify the role of the CAO when it comes to we account for where it's spent. We're not responsible for applying for our grants or for generating it.
Mr. Alarcon.
The budget analysts are responsible to analyze their departments under their bailiwick. Part of that analysis should include how the departments are doing regarding the Recovery Act money.
And that's a fair thing.
I'm not suggesting, I'm responding to your assertion yesterday that you only had 2 staff dedicated to the ARA funding program, when that may be a viable alternative for us to replace some of the workers that we are proposing to lay off. All I'm suggesting is that each budget analyst work with their departments to ensure that they are doing everything they can to maximize the opportunity to use stimulus dollars to create jobs, if need be, to replace the jobs that you wanted to lay off. It's an issue of focus. Now, if we want to add the mayor's office to this, absolutely. The Jim Clark is the lead person on this. Everybody knows that, and he's out of the mayor's office. That's fine. But I wanted to stress the point that at every point we should encourage the departments to maximize the job creation relative to the stimulus dollars.
Mr. Cardenas.
So, Councilmember Alarcon, based on the CLA's comment about including the mayor's office in this activity relative to motion 10-0, so it will include the mayor's office involvement?
The budget analysts do their reports regarding their department separate and apart from the mayor's office. I don't have a problem with the mayor participating in the process, but the analyst should do a report from the perspective of the CAO relative to their performance on the use of stimulus dollars and whether or not they're doing everything they can to create jobs that way. So it's a fine distinction, but it's a question, the budget analyst is actually a team member of the department that they're analyzing. Right. And so they really need to prod the only reason I introduce this is to get them to prod the departments to focus and do a better job to the extent feasible to create more jobs by using stimulus money. But to the extent that the mayor's office is involved, I have no problem with them engaging with them in helping to define the report.
And again, that's part of the responsibility of the budget analyst, and we'll certainly direct them. I would ask that as part of the protocol, that instead of the council directing what my staff does, that I direct them, just to clarify that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I wouldn't want to violate the charter.
Mr. Cardenas, you're still on?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
But at the same time, you brought the proper word to bear, Councilmember Alarcon. When you look at your motion 2, the report should include at least the following: A, the nature and amount of funds for which the department has applied; B, the nature and amount of funds for which the department is eligible. But the generation of the application is out of the mayor's office, correct? CAO and CLA?
That is correct.
No, each department.
Out of the CAO, but the mayor directs the departments. The departments themselves do the application.
Yes, but who's in charge of, who's the last word on the application as it goes toward Washington? Is it the department or is it the mayor's office?
Council.
It's the council.
We send it to council. We send it to acceptance.
Exactly. On the acceptance, it's the council.
Mayor on the application.
It's the mayor.
That's fine with me.
Okay, let's get a clarification on the application.
It's my understanding it's the mayor who's the final word on the application.
Exactly. And that's where in many cases the impetus for a particular targeting of money toward Washington could or would start in some instances from the mayor's office saying, aha, this money we could get over to street services, and then they instruct street services with the details of how to fill out the application. But the bottom line is that aha moment sometimes comes out of the mayor's office because they handle grants now under the current city charter. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They are taking the lead on looking for and encouraging all of the departments to apply for the ARA grants. They've taken a very active role in that process.
Okay, you're talking about custom and practice when you say they've taken an active role, but I'm talking specifically, isn't it the city charter that says that when it comes to grants, they emanate by and large out of the mayor's office? Correct me if I'm wrong. I read the charter now and then. I don't read it every day. Maybe I remember it wrong.
We would have to go back and look. I don't know the answer to that specific question.
It's actually the grants ordinance itself that dictates it, and it's very clear that the council can only accept the grants. In terms of applying for grants, there is some flexibility. In this instance, it's the mayor's office who identifies the various categories for ARA funding, identifies eligibility, coordinates with departments to identify functions within those departments that might apply, and oversees the preparation of the grant applications, then brings it to your committee and to your council for acceptance when it's awarded.
And it's based on that I agree with what you said earlier, Cherry, from the CLA, that the mayor's office would make sense that they be at the table when these discussions happen. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. Just briefly on 10-0, I think it's absolutely fine. This is exactly, and I invite folks to come to our ad hoc committee. This is exactly what's on the dashboards, and they need to be doing it every week, too, because they're not keeping it up. But this is exactly what's out there. And for folks who are listening and want to know what is all this money that the city's getting, go to recovery.lacity.org. Recovery.lacity.org. We've had some pretty bad applications and we've had some very good ones. And both can be seen, the accountability of that can be seen online. It was something when I chaired the committee I wanted to make sure that people could follow from the beginning, because this was going to be the biggest federal stimulus package, I think, in our lifetimes, and we wanted to see that was being done accountably. I think we have some things to be very proud of. I think there's some departments who should hang their heads in shame for misspelling, for instance, stimulus on their cover page, to give you one example. But that said, we're going to continue to have hearings on this, and 10-0 is a welcome kind of duplication of what we're doing, but I think we'll specify the number of weeks as well. Also, colleagues, just as an aside, as we move this one forward, I'm going to propose that we adjourn at 6:15. I think there becomes a point of diminishing returns on people's focus and just their minds. So let's try to get through as many of these as possible. As we talked about doing the 3-year, pushing that off till our next meeting on the budget. But let's see if we can get through all the at least single-digit motions real quick. But I ask folks to try to, unless it's really, really critical on the substance, to reserve some of our thoughts and maybe get through as many as we can before 6:15.
That's 20 minutes, and let's take a vote on that matter. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 10P is a Hahn motion instructing the CEO to consider and report back on a solution for raising revenues, the sale of tax liens or other kind of liens held by the city.
With those comments, Mr. Wesson.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. In fact, prior to our break, I posed a question to our city staff, and as we keep going with additional motions and additional motions, I don't know if they can answer that question. So I'd like, if it's okay, to have them answer the questions that I asked prior to the break. Primarily, what have we done structurally to change the way we do business here, and how much the actions that we've taken, how much has that reduced the budget? I just have this weird feeling that we are going in the wrong direction, and I think I just need to hear from you. I hope that I'm wrong, but I just have this feeling.
My staff was working with the CLA staff to sort of do a tally as to where we're at so far as it relates to both the 1,000 proposed reduction of positions and the deficit itself. A final action hasn't been taken by your council, but as of now, the deficit is $212 million, and I could have Ray and Sharon sort of walk through what that looks like. And we've subtracted 35 positions from the 1,000 positions that are currently before you.
So just in summary, to expand, we started off coming in with committee and council with a deficit of roughly about $208.5 million. So based on the actions that have been removed as proposed, we are now at 212. So we basically have increased the deficit.
Had we not, can I clarify one thing on that? Because I think that's very important for all of us. Had we not taken the actions that we've taken so far, though, today, because the projection was 208, there's other information that came in. So it's not that we passed $3 million more of spending. It's that it came in at a higher amount. So what's the delta between what we started today at and what actions we will take?
What happened? We started at 208.5. The $10 million for AB 1290 was removed from basically the revenue, so it increased our revenue shortfall from 186 to 196. So if you add the 196 and where we started on the expenditures, it brings it up to 218, a little over 218, 219. So if you take, based on the actions that have been approved, which is roughly about $6 million, it drops you down to 212.
So about $6 million?
The $6 million on the trash will have no effect for this year. It will help reduce the others. I'm sorry.
We had to add $6 million into the fund because it was overspent.
The 6 point, it was already included in the 208.
In that 208, okay.
Yes, it's already included.
You don't want to double count it.
Yeah.
The uncollected debt, which we voted into the...
That's a target that was established, is not an actual reduction to the deficit.
Yes.
Sure it is.
Okay, we have before us P. Is there anybody who has any objection to P? With sale of tax liens or any other kind of liens held by the city? To investigate that? Anybody have a problem? None? We'll deem that approved. R?
Reyes motion instructing the CAO and CLA with the assistance of the departments to develop revenue-generating strategies to mitigate general fund support when considering elimination or consolidation of city departments, and to include job development consideration through additional grants and public-private partnerships.
Okay. Mr. Reyes?
Yeah, again, it's just a matter of allowing those department heads and folks who are in the trenches, so to speak, an opportunity to put forth concepts, ideas, strategies, so that way there's no way anyone can say, well, we never asked, we never got a chance. Allow for that space for them to contribute their input. I mean, they're dealing with this on a street level, a ground level, and I just think it would behoove us to do this, and we have to turn over every stone and rock to see where we can get revenue. So thank you for that support.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. If nobody else objects, we'll consider that approved. Okay. If we can go to T, please.
10T actually relates to item 44 on the CAO report. It's a Weezer motion that is a formal request by the council to all of city's labor representatives to assist in communicating with their members who may be at risk of having their positions eliminated, to find other positions that are special funded or whose funding is more secure. Further moves that CDD, with assistance of CAO and personnel, be requested to expand its displaced worker retraining program, and that the CAO and personnel be requested to work with proprietary departments with vacant special funded positions to come up with a shadowing program in which new transfers spend a transition period in training.
Okay. Is there any objection to any of that? No discussion, and that'll be deemed as approved. U and V are both for referrals to Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging and Personnel Committees on efficiencies in Department of Cultural Affairs and Aging, Rec and Parks, and also Public Works and Transportation. The mover moves them. Mr. Labange, if there's no objection, we'll move those. X is next.
X is an Alarcon motion instructing CAO and CLA to form a management labor committee at each department and an oversight citywide committee to propose efficiencies and savings in each department in a variety of specified areas, and instructs that it report back on Tuesday or Wednesday each week.
Yes, Ms. Perry?
10X, can we make sure we send that to EERC?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Refer that to ERC. No objection to that. We'll refer 10X to ERC. Y?
Y is a Rosendahl motion, moves that any reduction in the Bureau of Engineering that would result in closure of the West LA District Office be held, and moves that BOE and the CA report to the City Council with an alternative set of cuts that will maintain the savings.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to speak on it?
No, that's good enough.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on this? Not, then we'll go ahead and deem that approved. Next item, Z.
Item Z is a design motion instructing that the City Council authorize the formation of a task force and direct the LAPD, LAFD, and General Services to work with the CLA, the CAO, and Mayor on a variety of issues: service sharing plans, comprehensive fleet management, fleet cost chargebacks, fleet reduction, and industry best practices.
That's how you do it. All right. Anybody wishing to be heard on Z? If not, we will go ahead and move that. AA?
AA actually relates to the three-year plan. It has to do with instructions for the convention center, I believe, education and neighborhoods that are actually in the three-year plan.
Do you want to hold that, Mr. Krikoyan, when we take up the three-year plan, or do you want to move that now? Okay. Let's hold that for our discussion in the three-year plan. BB, please.
BB is a Weezer motion instructing that the CEO produce within 5 days a short-term plan for fiscal solvency to aid the council in making decisions that have potential to increase revenue or reduce costs within the current year or beginning fiscal year 10-11. Also instructs the CLA to update its matrix of proposed revenue-generating ideas. I think that refers to the Revenue Day matrix that we prepared.
Okay. Mr. Weezer.
All this is asking is to be a little bit more clear in terms of our budget deliberations as to what cuts are going to be impact this fiscal year versus next fiscal year. Even right now, the discussion we had where we said, hey, we're back up to 212. Well, no, didn't that could do it? No, it's for next year. So we get this is for 09-10, and the 212 probably we have now. it's going to be a lot easier for us to see. And then, again, like I started my comments earlier today, I think we have a very risky plan before us. If we go down that road, fine, but at least I think we all need to be a lot more aware of what those risks are.
All right, anybody else wishing to be heard? All right, we'll go ahead and deem that approved. CC?
10CC is a HON motion dealing with the convention center proposal. That's actually contained in the 3-year plan, so you may want to hold off on that until you consider
Let's
that.
hold that, if it's all right, Ms. Hahn, until we take up the 3-year. That is the last motion. I'd like to add one.
We have item DD, which is a HON motion to instruct the Office of Finance to immediately release a new RFP for all primary collection efforts.
Let's hold that one for our discussion, if it's all right, Ms. Hahn. On Tuesday, we're going to take up all the debt collection stuff together. So along with that Mr. Alarcon had, and a number of other motions, we're going to consolidate those together. So if we can, it would be my recommendation to hold that till Tuesday. Okay? I'd like to also add one more instruction, colleagues, on the addendum that was put before us, that the addendum that looks at council, city council accounts as well, that we look at all special funds that council oversees as well, in the inclusion of a possible 5% cut on that. Okay? We can't do it just, I think, blanket 5% because of some of the particular qualifications on some of those items, but that we would be looking at that as a goal for the special funds as well. And Ms. Perry and I will co-introduce that. On the City Council, item number 3, that a 5% reduction, that was just on salary accounts, but we were moving to also have them analyze all of our council-controlled accounts. Ms. Perry, do you want to say something?
No. Sorry.
No problem. Ms. Hahn?
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, Mr. Rizar?
Thank you. There was an addendum to the FSR. We're not adopting that today, correct?
No, let's see, was the addendum part of the Yeah, it's part of the FSR.
It is?
It's a report of options. It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's a report of options.
It's not a report of options. I mean, we were asked to provide a list of additional options in light of the concern about depleting the reserve. And
just to come back with options, guys.
Right.
Well, I would move that we not adopt it as part of the FSR because we haven't deliberated those options. It wouldn't make sense for us to adopt them without going through each one.
The only recommendation that was in there for actual action was taken out by Mr. Weston's motion, that the council would approve will transfer $10 million from 1290. So there's no action besides asking them to give information back.
So all it does is ask to give information back?
That's all.
It's a report back.
That's all it was, yes.
It's a report back.
That's correct.
Okay. So without objection, as amended, that is the addendum. We have now before us, colleagues, the actions that we have taken short of the 3-year, and Mr. CEO, we're able to move those forward without the 3-year discussion. Are we able to cleave those apart?
Yeah, we bifurcated those issues in budget and finance.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, just for clarification, on the committee report, would be which part of the recommendations would be the 3-year? That would be starting at recommendation number 9?
That's the entire different document altogether. Oh, and the committee report.
Committee report, yes.
I think we went back to, instead of the committee reports, and I want to make sure everybody on budget and finance is okay with this as well, since we went through the substance of the CAO report and we covered everything that was in the minority and majority reports, I would say that the FSR itself, as amended by the council, is what we should be voting on. Instead of those reports. I think we've addressed every issue in those, okay? Is that all right? All right, Mr. Parks, you move that?
But I think we have to use a report for some guidance on the 3-year reports on Tuesday.
Yes, we're going to retain that here. We'll take that up on Tuesday. Again, colleagues, any budgetary ideas you have on the revenue side or additional cuts, please give to, I think there's a motion actually for the CLA to track some of that, but please duly, why don't we do this way? Mr. Kretz, I know you have the list that you were working on, number of people. Mr. Alarcon had suggestions, Mr. Weezar. Please give them to CLA, and the CLA will share those with the CAO. That way we can track them, and we'll have the CAO do as much work to kind of do some vetting of them this weekend so that when we talk on Tuesday, we'll have an idea of a little bit more informed ballpark numbers of what's actually feasible on some of those so that we can make them less aspirational and much more concrete in their numbers. Okay? With that, we have the FSR as amended. Please open the roll. We're going to vote on this now, colleagues. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. We now do need to take our general public comment. I don't know if there are any survivors here, but Mr. Walsh certainly is. John Walsh is the first. If you'd like to come forward for our general public comment.
Thank you.
And we'll keep the cards for folks that are...
Change it to 2 minutes. I've been here for 9 hours.
You got 2 minutes. Don't worry, sir.
Okay, I need a shave. I've been here this long. Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org, especially coming up later this week, the triple homicide at UTLA that you haven't heard about. Congratulations. You spent all day and you raised the deficit by $4 million. Yeah, council, city council, if you tried to build a horse, you'd end up with a camel. I'm telling you right now, if that is not the headline in the LA Times and in the media, I don't know what is the headline. I want to point out that I am wearing my deficit tie, HollywoodHighlands.org. I am here not as a gadfly, not as an insect, but as a Greek chorus for the 4 million that could not be here today. I want to say how wonderful it was to see city workers here rather than dope dealers, which is what we've had for the last few weeks. I want to point out that the air conditioning in this building is frigid. You want to save $1,000, you wasted $1,000. My hands are numb from the air conditioning in this building. HollywoodHighlands.org for what you will not hear. 2 weeks from Friday, at February 19th, there is a chance of a riot in this city, downtown, because Oscar Grant trial will be starting. Do you know what I'm talking about? Only place the story appears, HollywoodHighlands.org. And I want to finish. This city is so screwed up. Go down to the police headquarters right now. The sign on the police headquarters, one of the letters has been stolen. The N has been stolen and has been sitting there for a month. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you. Mr. Dr. Clyde Williams is here. Justin Yaffe. Meg Linton. Jenny Ford. Doris Richmond Cooper. Michael Goldberg, Dr. Clyde Williams, like I said before, Clarinda Ross, Garza Group, no name on that, Jim Anderson, Heinrich Kiefer, Marie McTeague, Arnold Sachs, Kate Schindel, Richard Kearns, Michael Carrion, Elliot Katz, Olga Hall, Erica Nicholson, Richard Serrano, Glenn Bailey, Dee Audit, Yolanda Gonzalez, Chalice McPherson, and Phyllis Doherty. All right, we will keep those cards. Obviously, we know this was a very long meeting for folks to wait on the public comment. If we can take up item number 5, please. The card from Mr. Sachs, who's gone. If we can please open the roll on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Number 13, we can take up. Was that called special by a council member?
That was actually called special for a card, and I believe the final recommendation is to receive and file that one.
Oh, yes, since it's been received and filed. Does anybody want to speak on 13 that has waited all day on that? Mr. Walsh, do you have a card in on 13?
We support. You did a great job as far as running the management of the meeting. You get A+. You get A+ the way you ran the meeting. HollywoodHighlands.org. We support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please open the roll, receive and file, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is received and filed. We have item 4, if we can reconsider and continue that to the 12th. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is reconsidered, and without objection, let's continue that to the 12th. Item number 1. Mr. Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on items number 1 and 12. Mr. Sachs had a card on 12 for the record as well.
I don't need 2 minutes. On barricading, openings, cleaning, and fencing of the lot at 3609 South Gramercy Place, we are 100% in favor of that. And if you want to know what's really happening in this city, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And did you want to speak on number 12, Mr. Walsh? On the executive employees.
Somebody says, why do you show up and wait? Because I know and this room is empty. There are 60,000 people watching this.
Thank you, sir.
Like the full Dodger Stadium. We're in favor of what's in the motion. Thank you, HollywoodHighlands.org. 250,000 hits in the past 5 months.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next order of business.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred. Next order of business.
And that clears the desk.
All right, folks, again, we're going to start this coming Tuesday. We will not have the council meeting on Monday, but Tuesday we will be doing daily meetings from that day forward, looking at Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that should prepare folks both for their committees and for their schedules. Please do clear up on Thursday so we can add that additional meeting next week. Yes, Mr. Rosendahl?
Just an announcement. Happy birthday to you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine?
I was just going to acknowledge your birthday tomorrow. Also, our council meeting Friday is in Van Nuys City Hall.
Correct. And I think it will be announced there, but that will be the last one in Van Nuys for this fiscal year because of some cuts some savings, that are about equivalent to 1 or 2 full employees that we can make. We will continue to keep Van Nuys and San Pedro open for testimony from those places, but that would be for March, April, May, and June. We would suspend that for 4 months. Mr. Alarcon?
It can appear that we get very passionate about this subject, but I do think that we want to say thank you to Bernard Parks for his leadership on the Budget and Finance Committee and the committee as a whole for preparing the document earlier than ever before so that we could begin this work. As much as we may disagree on issue by issue, the fact was they set the table for us to have a good democratic debate. So I just wanted to extend a thank you to Bernard Parks.
Thank you. Mr. Labange?
And I want to thank Maria and Julie, as long as you thank people, Richard Olivo, and our city attorney, who I never thanked, Donovan.
Go over there.
Do you have any other announcements, colleagues? Yes, Mr.
Our staff.
Yes, the members of the Budget Committee are Councilmember Huizar, Councilmember Paul Koretz, Councilmember Parks as Chairman. Vice Chairman, I think, is Greg Smith, and also Rosendahl. So there's 5 members of the Budget Committee. So I just wanted to let people know that Alarcon just commended and thanked Councilmember Smith. No. The reason why I say that is because sometimes the public thinks that when we're really passionate about what we're talking about, that we're taking it personal with each other. And I just want to let people know that what Richard said really exemplifies the fact that we have work to do, and even though, people might think we're getting personal, we're just trying to get our work done.
Thank you. The one concern I have is that when Alarcon mentioned to Michael Keeley, that's my buddy, and then called him Frank, I'm a little concerned about that. That's my best friend, Frank.
All right. With that, do we have any adjourning motions today, colleagues? If we don't have any adjourning motions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Gregorian, Labange.
Next will be in session on Friday. That it will be in Van Nuys. It's Van Nuys City Hall. We'll see you then. This meeting of Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.